অভিতা আপনি জয়েন করুন।
Welcome everyone to the first panel of the second day. It has been a very stimulating event yesterday, and we look forward to more stimulating conversations today. As our first speaker, we have the honor to have Professor Tonika Sarkar. Professor Sarkar is one of India's foremost historians. Prior to her retirement, she was professor of history at Jawaharlal Nehru University. She has contributed to the subaltern studies and is among the pioneers of feminist history writing on South Asia. Some of her publications are Bengal, 1928 to 1934, The Politics of Protest, Hindu Wife and Hindu Nation, Community, Religion and Cultural Nationalism, Rebels, Wives, Saints, Designing Selves and Nations in Colonial Times, and most recently, Hindu Nationalism in India. Along with Shumit Sarkar, she has edited Caste in Modern India, a reader, and with Professor Shekhar Bandopadhyay, Calcutta, The Stormy Decades. Professor Sarkar.
Thank you for a very nice introduction. It's very intimidating to speak here, but I have an advantage. After a very full whole day's excellent talks, there's nothing much more that I can add to the discussion. And what little I might have had to say will be said later on much better by Thomas, and I look forward to that. So that further lightens a very lightweight paper. And I'm not being modest. It's not really something that I have started working on seriously. It's just a first start. So can you hear me? Tweeted.
Now we can, thanks.
Tweeted that because, quote unquote, Mughal Khiljis were, quote unquote, prostituting Hindu women, Rajput women committed Jauhar, and Hindu widows chose to burn alive. So Sati Pratha came because of Muslim misdeeds. Rohatgi ignores the fact, of course, that ancient Dharma Shastras have praised immolations, or that Khaljis predated Mughals. Rammohun, therefore, she says, was a British chamcha, her word, a traitor, her word again, who defamed, her word, the sacred tradition. Part of her rage against Rammohun may come from his association with the titular Mughal court, how we love to hate the Mughals. But the more substantial part relates to the attacks on Shati Pratha. Let's go back in time to early 19th century. At the peak of the immolation controversies, a doggerel went viral in all sorts of public places. And you all know that, but let me just say a few lines from it. Bata Sharbonasher Mul, O Tatshat Bole Bata Banieche Ishkul, Jete Dafa Kolle Rafa, Majale Tinkul. So while working against immolations as they were being performed, Rammohun never contested that Shati Pratha was Shastranumodita, but he contested the form in which it was done customarily. He was apparently also, damaging, ruining caste, lineage, faith. So let us remember that gender is not something that one can push aside and segregate from larger social, moral, political, ideological systems. Histories of 19th century Bengal, as we all know, is particularly voluminous and rich. But I think that we still haven't reckoned adequately with the 19th century orthodoxy. with the orthodox temperament, the social ecosystem that Rammohun was born and bred in, which he was the first to confront in modern times. He fell out of favor with his family for his religious dissidence. His mother encouraged his nephew to challenge his inheritance on grounds of anachar, and his contemporaries spread salacious rumors about his impious conduct. The sati ritual, on the other hand, exercised unquestioned power in the Hindu moral universe. The debate between Rammohun and Kashinath Torkobagish may open a small window onto such issues. What I'll do is to very boldly summarize a few of the significant points of the conversation and try to underline some of the distinctive aspects of each position. And I will especially focus on one particular passage in the second tract that Rammohun wrote in the process. But just to remind you about the broad facts about Sati Pratha, it was never mandatory, but with a couple of exceptions like Medhatithi and the Mahanirban Tantra, all sacred texts warmly applauded it. The Sati, according to many Shastras, harvested untold merit in afterlife for herself, her husband, her ancestors, even for the spectators who watched her burn. Rammohun predictably faced enormous difficulties when he tried to construct a convincing religious argument against the system, against the ritual. At the same time, it's also, we should also note that given that so many Hindus had such vast stakes in the burning, it's surprising that most widows were not, at least a very large number of widows were not sent up to burn, proving that there also existed a negative Hindu will that shrank from the ritual. Not a positive one, not one which opposed Sati Pratha, but that nonetheless, disregarding the temptation, wouldn't send up their women to burn. But at the same time, very considerable numbers were immolated. Between 450 to 900 widows went to the pyre each year in Bengal Presidency alone. Larger numbers went unreported. And I'll explain if you ask why later, why I think larger numbers went unreported. The ages of satis ranged between 4 and 100, and I found quite a number of 4, 8, 9, and 12-year-olds on Bengal sati lists. They came from all castes. Brahmins were the most numerous, but all Shudra Jatis pulled together provided the largest number of satis. And something that is not always remembered, widows from certain castes were buried alive. So the law, when it came, said, criminalized the burning and burying alive of widows. Many were forced to the pyre, their desperate efforts to escape brutally blocked by their relatives. And when such cases came to the courts, I was surprised to find that European judges would take no action against relatives who had flouted some of the circulars that the state had circulated on the advice of Pandits that you cannot coerce. The Shastras forbid coercing a woman who doesn't want to burn. And it's also important to remember that for the first 60 years of colonial rule, that is for 1/4 of its total life in India, Sati Pratha was entirely legal in British India. So the moral power of the ritual intimidated even the colonial officialdom. Why did it enjoy such prolonged immunity in modern times? Because colonial personal laws had already stipulated since the late 18th century that on everything related to religious faith and practice, Hindus and Muslims would be governed by their own scripture and custom, always as interpreted by renowned Brahmin or Muslim scriptural scholars. So why did Rammohun's arguments eventually help to abolish it? Rammohun's mastery over scripture was universally acknowledged. Even his adversaries admitted that his learning was stupendous. He came from an impeccable Brahman lineage. I think that counted for a great deal. So in British eyes, he could easily double up as a Brahman Pandit on whom the state relied, and not just as a cosmopolitan reformer. Or to use Benting's words about Rammohun, an enlightened Hindu. Radhakanta Dev, the most influential advocate of immolations, on the other hand, was a Kayastha. Until the late 18th century, Kayasthas were often classified as Shudras, and not as Savarnas. Cases were fought on that classification. So even though Radhakanta did cut a very important figure in colonial circles, a Brahman Pandit had to represent the orthodoxy during the Shati debates. Kashinath, chosen for the task, was a renowned Pandit at the Ghoshal Bagan Chatushpathi in Hooghly. His patron was Guru Prasad Boshu, a major Orthodox Kayastha leader, whose son Kalachand Boshu commissioned him to respond to Rammohun. And I was quite surprised to find so many Kayastha names among the Orthodoxy who were active in the Dharma Sabha set up to defend Shati. And that caste status may have been one of the reasons behind it. Pre-colonial times had been dominated by orthopraxy. Not orthodoxy. They had faithfully obeyed customary religious prescriptions and injunctions in their daily conduct, but they did so as a matter of course, out of habit, often without needing to think about what they were performing. The new 19th century orthodoxy, in contrast, had to strenuously justify Shruti to outface the critical reformers. And the interesting thing is they had to rely on arguments and evidence external to the Shastras to defend their position. For the first time, Apta Bhakto Shastra Bachan was not enough. So the first petition that the Orthodoxy sent up to the state, and it was a petition which said that the few restrictions the state had put on the ritual, that is, you can't coerce a non-consenting woman, she should be aged above puberty, she should be above puberty, etc., etc. All of them, advised by good pundits. They said that these restrictions are irritating and please remove them. What they said, they cited Shastras, but they also said that Shruti burning is done according to, I quote, her own will and accord. So it seems that the whole discourse on women's consent that's so alive even today had a strange birth, a strange beginning. It was important to the Orthodoxy to also to claim it, that they had their will on their side. We generally consider modern reformers as a deracinated lot, ignorant and scornful of their tradition, seduced by Western knowledge and culture. They are the triumphalist model.
Hey, Buju, Sean.
Who is that?
Mute.
Could you please mute yourself? The session is on. Whoever it is, please mute yourself. Sorry.
Suddenly, cry from the heart. In the same measure, we cast, and when I say we, I mean a number of feminist historians. In the same measure, we have cast the Orthodoxy as a residual group of beleaguered pundits, sad misfits in the modern world. The situation in the early 19th century was actually quite different. Fort William College, colonial courts, and European magistrates employed some of them as valued teachers and consultants. Some occupied highly privileged bureaucratic posts. Several received Western warm accolade for their Sanskrit learning from European Orientalist scholars. Radhakanta Dev, for instance, was honored at numerous European royal courts for his Shabdakalpadru. He was a member of the Asiatic Society, served on the board of the modern Hindu school, whereas Rammohun was kept out of both. A friend of Wilson, he enjoyed a high status in colonial circles. And in quite a few respects too, Radhakanta was also reform-minded. I don't want to posit a binary opposition between the two groups. The orthodoxy, therefore, was a heterogeneous group, and some segments were entirely fluent in the modern idiom. The decades between 1815 and 1830, the years of Sati controversies, were extremely busy ones for Rammohun. Apart from propagating monotheism, attacking Vaishnav myths that Milinda talked about, image worship and Brahmanical priesthood, he was also translating Upanishadic texts in the vernacular. Because he wanted to open them up to Shudras, women, and to the Varnashrama Karmaheen. I think Gautamda talked about that. Those who disobey caste injunctions. All three categories were traditionally strictly excluded from learning Dev Bhasha, Sanskrit, or scripture. He also translated, which Gautamda said, Vajrashuchi, a Buddhist text which heaped stinging sarcasm on Brahmanical pretensions. Now, it's true that his interrogation of caste stopped with these few acts, but it was quite a significant beginning, I think. His work, understandably, became hugely controversial, which explains why the doggerel branded him as an enemy of lineage, caste, and honor. Lineage, caste, and religious honor. He was, moreover, and this also came up several times, profoundly inspired by the Republican doctrines which had swept across the Western world in the wake of the American Revolution. Not the revolutionary variant, but the more moderate one. He preferred the French written constitution to the British system because of its relative transparency and accountability. But he preferred British parliamentarianism to Mughal rule for being what he considered less despotic. At the same time, he opposed various aspects of colonial administration. We all know that, from censorship to, the treatment of peasants and so on. He opposed colonial laws which smacked of arbitrary power. So what does this all add up to? He was, above all, an opponent of unregulated, unlimited authority, of absolutism, whether in politics, governance, in the Brahmanical life world, or within family and gender relations. But his onslaughts were always piecemeal, not systemic. The essence of liberal reformism was to chip away at the edges instead of trying to annihilate the entire structure. And for this concept of annihilation, we had to wait for, Ambedkar Periyar tradition. In a later text of 1822, he argued that the ancients had granted widows equal share in their husband's property. Like Locke, he had identified property ownership with the fulfillment of the human personality. Unlike Locke, he extended the entitlement to widows, the most vulnerable category of women, arguing that their ancient rights were drastically contracted in later texts, making them dependent on sons' charity. He said that widows now have to choose between suicide or an immoral life, or they become, quote unquote, a slave to the household. And I quote him again, she is obliged to live in a miserable state of dependence, destitute of all the comforts of life. His use of words like rights, and this tract was called The Ancient Rights of Hindu Widows, his persistent opposition to her dependence on sons, his classification of domestic labor as slavery, all this violate entrenched gender norms which command the good woman to serve the household selflessly. According to Manu, moreover, she should accept her son's control in old age and never seek independence from male authority at any stage of her life. Nastri swatantram arhati. In contrast, Rammohun seems to be moving towards something like a rights-bearing female person. Education, property, I'll come to those qualities later, moral rectitude, etc. Although with small, tentative, covert, always almost secretive steps, but nonetheless, he does mark a radical beginning, linguistic, discursive, moral, and political. Now, the Sati debates, as we know, in 1818, the Orthodoxy petitioned the government to remove the few restrictions it's placed on the ritual. Rammohun immediately reacted with his Shahomaran Vishay Prabartaka Nibartake Sangbad. When Kashinath responded with Vidhayak Nishedhak Sangbad in 1819, Rammohun publishes a second tract, Shahomaran Vishay Prabartaka Nibartake Ditiyo Sangbad. He translated both into English and added a third English tract written for an exclusively British readership. Significantly, he never used the conventional terms for Shruti Pratha, self-immolation, Shahomaron, Onumaron, etc. The ritual for him was always, and I quote, burning alive of Hindu widows. He restored the materiality of burning to the nomenclature, and he rendered the sati the passive, interpellated object of a hegemonic system. And several feminists have called this a denial of her agency. And it does look like that in a sense. But agency, we should remember, does require certain conditions for its production. It's not something always already there. It's not an ingrained capability. It needs a certain kind of politics to act as the midwife. Let me mention now some peculiarities about the debate format. An older form of disputation still prevailed among contemporary Bengali Brahman Pandits at traditional Tol Chatushpathis. Two teachers would start the process by exchanging arguments on behalf of contending theological, logical, or grammatical positions. And after they had carried it on between the two of them, students later took up sides. These were face-to-face debates conducted in Sanskrit, meant to train students in logical disputation. What we have here is instead a public sphere debate, undoubtedly the first of its kind in our history. A debate between printed Bengali books whose purpose was deadly serious, for on its outcome depended the life and death of a holy ritual, or the life and death of widows. Each tract carried a debate within a debate. It responded to actual contestations in the wider world, but it also presented a staged or mimic debate, a polemical exchange, so structured by each author that his own arguments and conclusions may appear in the best possible light. But each also represented the opponent's standpoint seriously and respectfully. Bankim Chandra and Gandhi later followed this format in their Dharmatattva and Hind Swaraj. Debates require a consensus about their terms, about what counts as proper evidence, as reasonable argument, as good or bad logic. Personal law's framework had already mandated all arguments must flow entirely from scripture. Kulachar, Deshachar, Jatiyachar could be summoned, but until the mid-19th century, they had an inferior legal status. Shastras are vast and variegated. Each text generates centuries of diverse commentaries. But as Dilip Biswas has pointed out, the more ancient a text was, and the more commentaries it had generated, the greater was its status. So neither combatant disputed the immense worth of the Vedas, Bhagavad Gita, Manusmriti, etc., but each used them in distinctive ways. Rammohun avoided references to the influential 16th century neo-Smarto authority of Raghunandan, who had enlarged the scope of sati enormously, but Kashinath made copious use of it. Rammohun didn't exactly repudiate custom, but he did claim that scripture carries greater value. Both, I think, and Gautamda mentioned that, derived three kinds of logical evidence from the Navvarnaya tradition: Shabda, Onuman or inference, Upaman or analogy. But Rammohun alone brought the fourth category into play, which is pratyaksha or direct perception. Following the classical Nyaya tradition, he also emphasized knowledge and virtue as the only path to moksha and salvation, while Kashinath pointed out the validity of lesser rewards like heaven. To a large extent, then, their differences were about the finer points of interpretation and selection of texts. So much so that the fundamental moral difference may manage to evade us. Some of the pioneering work on Shruti misunderstood Rammohun's use pattern. The overabundance of scriptural reference may have made some scholars assume that he merely used Shruti as a site, as an excuse for religious reform. They ignore the unbending personal laws framework which mandated such overabundance, and gender is never a standalone category. It's embedded in sacred norms and customary practices. Also, Rammohun wrote with immense craftiness. So what is radically, even outrageously new in his discourse can camouflage itself as old injunctions. The devil, however, lies in the debate in slight shifts and tonality in ways of plotting the overall argument. In my brief summary of the actual exchange, I won't use the words that they use, Prabhatak, Nibatak, etc. I will use Rammohun and Kashinath. Rammohun's first tract, Kashinath, or the imagined orthodox opponent, cites enormously from the Smritis, especially the Angiras, to establish that the Shruti and her husband attain heaven for 3.5 million years. She saves 3 sides of her ancestors from all sins, including Brahmahatya, which is the worst of all. Shruti Pratha, moreover, is something that elevates the status of low caste widows. It's beyond reproach. In his reply, Rammohun's alter ego refers to Manusmriti, his authorities, whose authority surpasses all others. And here, thereby, he created enormous difficulties for a later generation of reformers like Vidyasagar, because Manu was totally against it. Manu had, however, prescribed celibate widowhood, and he did not mention immolation. And Rammohun inferred that Manu therefore disliked it. His opponent hits back. Even so, other sacred texts say that the Sati will reside in heaven, which is a kamya or desirable goal. Should these texts be discounted? Rammohun replies, any kind of desire stokes greed for material benefits, which are inferior to virtue. The desire for heaven is therefore an inferior goal. And the opponent cites the Rigvedic verse, women who court death by fire are the finest of their sex. Rammohun contests the reading. I won't go into the details why he does so. But he also adds that such women are tempted by kamya or desire-driven aspirations. But Kathopanishad classifies sacred knowledge and selfless action as true Shreya path to salvation or moksha. And moksha provides release from rebirth. The Bhagavad Gita also applauds Nishkam Karma. Tradition or custom cannot overrule these shastric authorities. If there's a higher reward, moreover, why opt for the lesser goal? Rammohun then delivers the clinching rebuttal. In the Rigvedic verse, women walk unbound into the flames. In practice, she's bound her hand and foot, then placed under a pile of logs, then bound to that, and then set to fire, so that she can't ever escape. For the first time, he uses an unusually sharp tone as he describes the customary process of burning in visceral detail, and he keeps repeating the description. Opponent admits that the texts do not advise binding, but it's necessary because if she tries to escape after swearing the shapat, she commits a grave sin, although this is after Mrityunjay Vidyalankar had already said that the sin won't be very great if she tries to escape after taking the pledge. Rammohun says that those who bind her are therefore plain murderers. They are not following Shastras. Sri Hatya is cruel and sinful. Opponent warns that the widow goes astray and if she lacks her husband, women being immoral by nature. Rammohun says, should we then burn the women whose husbands are away from home? This is Upaman by analogy. A wife can go astray even when her husband is alive. Immorality can be controlled if she pursues sacred knowledge. So far, this first tract anticipates orthodox arguments and shapes his own ones around that. His imagined advocate, may I take 5 more minutes? Imagined advocate materialized in 1819 in the person of Pandit Kashinath. It's remarkable how accurate much of Rammohun's guesswork had been, though he failed to anticipate a couple of Kashinath's points. As he expected, Kashinath does use the Angiras about rewards of immolation, while his imagined opponent, that is Rammohun himself, cites Manu on merits of widowhood. Kashinath claims that the Vedas are superior even to Manu, and they applaud immolations, and it is irrational to denigrate desire-driven action. Kashinath points out the Sati too achieves the Shreya because she does not desire heaven for herself, but seeks it for her husband and ancestors. And he cunningly reminds Rammohun that ascetic widowhood is also motivated by desire, the desire for moksha. So how is that Shreya and not Kamya? His Rammohun then contends that access to sacred knowledge will keep her chaste. Kashinath refers to the Gita, which forbids the ignorant to acquire knowledge because it distracts them from their prescribed karmic duties. The sole duty of women is to worship the husband. She is genetically incapable of acquiring knowledge. His Rammohun then reverts to the customary form of burning. And Kashinath introduces a new imperative, Deshachar, or regional custom. For ages, women have been burnt thus in our country, and Deshachar is as holy as scripture. He explains why tying up the woman is unavoidable, with a logic that had not occurred to Rammohun. Harith and others, says Kashinath, prescribe that unless the woman is totally burnt, she won't ascend to heaven. But I now translate from him, if her body while burning breaks into pieces which get scattered all over the place, then the ritual of immolation remains complete. That is why her relatives tie every part of her so that the entire body is burnt together, just as scripture prescribes it. Trussing her up is a thoughtful act. So far, neither tract had overstepped scripture nor gone beyond the Nabdya Nyaya disputational format. Kashinath uses two of their acknowledged sources of knowledge, Shabdo, in which he includes Deshachar, and Anuman, with which he explains the trussing up of the widow. Rammohun objects to the inclusion of Deshachar, and he also adds evidence from Pratyaksha as he describes the process of immolation. So far, he has not brought his own vision of Akeshwarbad into play at all. This was the time when he was developing his own singular religious vision. And he has not used what we may now call Western reason. Rammohun's second tract abandons the pretend dialogue format. He replies directly to Kashinath now, citing page numbers from his tract, which is something quite new for Bengali prose. His polemic now is much sharper. We cheat widows when we keep them ignorant about moksha, which they can attain by living a chaste life. Nor is the goal of moksha a kamya one, based on desire, because those who desire heaven look forward to future pleasures. But moksha spells the end of existence, of the cycle of rebirth. It cancels out future itself. And if future vanishes, then desire also disappears. He challenges Kashinath's contention that the Shoti can save her family from the sin of Brahmahatya. That's too dreadful a sin, and there's no reparation for that. So Rammohun does accept some viciously discriminatory Brahmanical rulings. Brahman killing is worse than other killings. Celibacy is mandatory for the widow. We often say that let's appropriate scripture by subverting it, but there are limits to the subversion. But he does fling an interesting challenge at Kashinath, who had admitted that scripture does not prescribe tying up the widow. Let immolations revert to the scriptural form, he demands. Let the unbound widow walk free into the flames and burn to death. He has thereby called the bluff of custom. How many widows would burn if they are burned till they die unless they are bound again and again? The whole purpose of tying her is thus based on the unacknowledged fear that her resolve will very likely falter as she begins to burn. And Rammohun exposes that. Kashinath had described women as innately weak. Rather wickedly, Rammohun uses immolations to counter that, and I quote, "You charge them with want of resolution. In a country where the name of death makes the male shudder, that the female from the firmness of her mind offers to burn." Women absorb knowledge. Rammohun asks the unanswerable, and I quote again, "As to their, that is, women's inferiority of understanding, when did you even afford them a fair opportunity of exhibiting their natural capacity? How then can you accuse them of a want of understanding?" Mind you, this is 1819, when custom prohibited even the barest literacy for women, and we have enough of women's memoirs to prove that down to the end 19th century. Then comes the remarkable passage. He exits the Shabda realm altogether and enters the realm of ethnography or pratyaksha. Close, intimate, personal observation of the mundane details of the woman's life. And I will end on a long extract which still gives me goosebumps. I quote from Rammohun. "At marriage, the wife is recognized as half of her husband, but in after conduct, they are treated worse than animals. For the woman is employed to do the work of a slave in the house, to clear the place. Please note the wealth of details. To clear the place very early in the morning, whether cold or wet, to scour the dishes, to wash the floor, to cook night and day, to prepare and serve food for her husband, father, mother-in-law, brothers-in-law, friends, and connections. If they commit the smallest fault, what insults do they have to receive? After the male part of the family have satisfied themselves, the women content themselves with what may be left, whether sufficient in quantity or not. Where Brahmins and Kayasthas are not wealthy, the women are obliged to attend to their cows and to prepare cow dung. In the afternoon, they fetch water from the river. At night, they perform the office of menial servants in making the beds. In case of any fault, they receive injurious treatment. Should the husband acquire wealth, he indulges in criminal amours. As long as he is poor, she suffers every kind of trouble. And when he becomes rich, she is altogether heartbroken. When a husband takes 2 or 3 wives. Lower class women, and that includes lower caste women too, are branded falsely as thieves. If unable to bear such a cruel usage, a wife leaves her husband's home, then the influence of the husband with the magisterial authority is generally sufficient to place her again in his hands, when he sometimes even put her privately to death. These are facts occurring every day and are not to be denied. What I lament is that seeing the woman thus dependent and exposed to every misery, you feel for them no compassion that might exempt them from being tied down and burned to death. This is the first time that her death and not her, her life and not her death becomes the focal point of the exchange. It's a big jump. What exactly is he doing here? Now, I'm afraid I don't want to stress the word compassion, daya, overmuch, which Rabindranath did in his several essays on Rammohun. He coupled daya with Pourush. Rammohun for him represented a new order of compassionate and caring masculinity. I think Daya can be a rather patronizing emotion which elevates the giver of compassion for his largeness of heart and enfeebles the recipient who's grateful for the daya. He talks instead of sexual double standards about social expectations from which an incipient notion of justice or about injustice now begins its fitful first travels. He also leaves the sati behind and plunges into the everyday lives of every woman. And he radically redescribes every one of her ordained sacred duties as humiliation, as cruelty. In all our previous literary traditions, the woman is virtuous or, docile or the nubile beauty. For Rammohun, she is the embodiment of gross inequality. In a very fine essay, Rajeshwari Sundararajan has underlined the pain of burning alive as the basis of a feminist critique of sati. But I think pain can also be an unavoidable existential experience. Any death is painful, and deaths can't be avoided. So pain need not necessarily yield a social critique by itself. It's only when we translate pain as injustice is a critical politics born. Rammohun does exactly that. And he does so, moreover, with what I find a new male gaze, a new literary genre founded on male shame and guilt than on daya. And I find this a much stronger emotion. I can stop here or I can take another minute. There's no evidence he had read the late 18th century feminist works, especially of Mary Wollstonecraft. He preceded John Stuart Mills on the subjection of women by several decades. And yet the same word, slavery, occurs in both to describe the woman's lot. Even though Rammohun was initially hesitant about a legal ban, he met an apprised Bentinck of possible Shastric justifications for abolition, and he also defended the abolition decree at the Privy Council. Missionaries, magistrates, and police officers subsequently drew heavily from his arguments and citations. We notice that Rammohun's discourse on sati is a split one. It's two parts flying away from each other. The larger part uses Navanyaya methods to manipulate Shruti, Smriti, and Bhagavad Gita in favor of an alternative widowhood practice. The final passage, however, breaks free of that format, and he has started something very new now. And I feel somewhat impatient that when we talk of Rammohun, we seem to cover him over completely by a discussion of possible experiences, from our tradition, from their tradition, etc. A modern Indian man can start something new, and that's what Rammohun is doing. And I think we need to look at that too. Why does he introduce the last passage at all when it hangs loose from the dominant structure of his argument? Partly it has, I think, a pedagogical purpose for his Hindu compatriots. He is building from the scratch notions of cruelty and fairness, justice and injustice in the social realm. Perhaps he draws courage from the negative will of most Hindu families who do not send their women to burn. An instinct which cannot as yet name itself and which he needs to render explicit. Perhaps he addressed that silent majority in the last tract, in that passage, while the rest was meant for the state and orthodox contemporaries. With this, he introduces a freestanding social morality, which is no longer parasitic on Shastras. But in the process, his rather benign use of scripture inaugurates yet another modern tradition. He has given Brahmanical scripture what we may call a human face. As Bentinck's minute on sati noted, and I quote from Bentinck, that enlightened native and warm advocate for the abolition of satis and of all other superstitions and corruptions engrafted on the Hindu religion, which he considers to have been a pure design. To try and discredit one aspect of belief and practice, Rammohun is obliged to preserve and sanitize the whole structure. Ambedkar, in contrast, pulled apart the structure itself before he would allow for systemic change. Ambedkar's hopes are sadly, unrealized. But so far, we had all assumed Rammohun's reformism has won the day, and we have left all that he criticized behind us. I'm no longer very sure of that. Even if the practice is dead, as we saw from Payal Rohatgi and many, many other more serious attacks on Rammohun's critique of Sati, the value system underpinning it, the self-critical introspection that Rammohun generated around it when he moves from religious to social reform, seems to come increasingly under a dark, dark shadow. And that should give us a sense of the difficulties that Rammohun had to surmount in his own day. Thanks. I'm sorry I took up too much.
Thank you very much for a very stimulating, nuanced, and rich reading of Rammohun and Kashinath's debates. I will straight away go for the questions, open it to the floor. Please consider keeping your questions short because
I took such a long time.
no, it's not. It was such a pleasure. So we have roughly about 20 minutes for questions and answers. So, Milindu or Shudipta?
Thank you very much, Sonika Di, for that fantastic paper. Two quick questions. First thing, I found very generative what you said about male shame and guilt. And if you could elaborate a bit on that, reminded me of Kabir, of Brahmins having to feel shame for doing animal sacrifice. My second point was the question about tradition. I mean, there were Mughal attempts like with Akbar, etc., to restrict sati. But the broader point, I mean, one of the points you made was Rammohun was the first person to break with orthodoxy. So I was just wondering a bit if you could elaborate what you mean by that, in the sense that, for example, I mean, if you think about the Kabir or the Adupanthi traditions or other traditions, there were critiques of caste and patriarchy and so on before. And modern day Dalit thinkers, I'm thinking, for example, of the Dalit feminist Kalyani Thakur Charal, they would say that the history of the Bengal Renaissance needs to be provincialized, and all those other lower caste histories, which especially also coming from Maharashtra, Chokhamela, etc., need to be remembered. So what is it that you think is specific to Rammohun, which was not there in those earlier traditions?
I think, should I
Collect the
questions?
questions. Maybe take 3 at a time. Deepesh, the first question.
Okay.
Thank you, Tonika Di, for a very eye-opening paper presentation. I think that the the point that you're making, which is a very valuable one, is that one cannot discuss Rammohun's attack on Shotidaho without thinking about widows. That these two, widowhood and Shotidaho, they are integrally connected, because it is part of a dissection of a certain kind of social order and the scriptural order that is connected to it. I think that you have opened up a very important, even fundamental understanding of what Shotidaho might have been at that time, because the word daho would imply that it is the immolation of a body that is already dead, whereas moron, so Shaho moron would be, is it as if the husband's death is not ritually complete if the wife is not also put on the pyre? And daho would mean that social death takes place for the woman at the moment of the husband's death, and then social death, and it's almost the women are conscripts of either condemned to the sentence of death or of lifelong imprisonment and convict labor. I mean, I'm using a penal analogy, and I'm just thinking aloud, and I'm going to stop right now. But this is a discussion that needs to be really pursued, because we need to open up what Rammohun might have seen about his society that has been foreclosed or closed because we've put the debate behind us. So thank you so much for that excellent presentation. 8 other.
দরকার আছে কি? আচ্ছা, I wonder, there any civilization scale in Rammohun? I am using civilization scale as there is the word of roots of liberalism and so on. Liberalism and civilization is not Rammohun stuff. That is Bailey's imposition. Thoroughly Bailey's impositions, Cambridge impositions. The debate, if you read carefully, which I have read, there is continuous an argument of deshacha, shishtacha, ashishta samaj and shishta samaj, which is a long genealogy in Patanjali's Mahabhashya. And there, forget about Patanjali, Brahminical man, but there is a tremendous, both of them sharing an argument. Ashishto, Bunnostho, Upajati Samaj. Ashishto, Bunnostho, Upajati Samaj. Jara মেয়েদের মারে, যারা আগুন জ্বালায়, যারা রক্ত উপাসকদের করে, and we are শিষ্ট সমাজ. Are we, Rammohun is arguing to Kashinath, are you arguing for an ashishto punnasta samaj, or are you arguing that you are for the shishta samaj? And Kumar Rana would be very angry.
Of course.
Hard things as Manoranjan is very angry with
Of course, yeah.
Padmasakar. But this civilized, again, I am influenced by Bailey and talking of this civilization. But this Shishto, Ashishto notion of the hierarchy, Rammohun has a very general sympathy for the woman about that. He believes in Pratyakha. Pratyakha Praman is the best Praman. All this, but this civilization notion, if you burn the woman, you are lacking values, as you have told, and you are equivalent to that very bad person. Bunnasto,
Please, yes.
this again and again recurring when he is assessing the decision. That's my submission.
Wow, all very, very
So,
great
what is
questions.
again and again, both of them is that's all. And in English translation,
So, Milindo, I think your two questions are connected. Shame and guilt, and is Rammohun the first to break with orthodoxy, and why is this a departure? So I think a part of this, the last part, is partly answered by, the first, partly answers the first question, because nobody else has done it so forthrightly. I mean, we do get some, in Sanskrit literature, in the literary tradition, mourning, wailing, co-wives, sorrows, etc., but frontally to address this and to name it, moreover, as injustice, that's a departure. No, of course, Kabir and so on did it, especially vis-a-vis caste, not so much vis-a-vis gender, and the Baul tradition in Bengal. And I think in the 1970s, this was also brought up, that Rammohun totally ignored the deviant, dissident folk religious traditions and relied entirely. But I think they also missed the point that Rammohun had to cite Shastras in order to make his points felt in colonial circles, which he wanted to do. But they did so. But when I said that he starts something, I said something that is new in modern terms. Okay, in an institutionalized fashion, using and and which eventually breaks free of the Shastric discourse also. Okay, Shudipto, widowhood and sati are yes connected and within the same religious and social order. No, I wouldn't agree that daho, shoti daho, that it refers to the husband's body, because that would mean that all widows would have to burn.
But the possibility
No, and actually it is meant only for widows of exceptional, extraordinary virtue, which separates them. No, there's no question. I mean, in the 18th century, 8th century CE, I think some of the texts did say that it's good if most widows do that, but it's never mandatory. So that it doesn't apply. Shotidahu means the burning of the widow. And that thereby hangs a puzzle, when is the sati the sati?
Right.
When he takes the pledge, because then he becomes the sati, she can't retract. Okay, and the British, I think, put it into a contractual format. No exit from something you have undertaken. What is it? The law of chancery, law of specific performances that you have to perform. That was applied to the coolies in the tea gardens. So I was rather surprised. Why is magistrate after magistrate letting them go and saying the same logic? Using the same logic, she has taken the pledge. Now nothing can be done. And I thought that maybe this parallel argument might have occurred to them. Yes, in husband's death, with the husband's death, the widow dies a social death, but the sati escapes it. And, by burning herself, she lives for 3 million years with her husband in almost an eternal Shadhoga. Gautamda, so when we talk, and that's a very interesting point you brought up in many ways, because is there any civilizational scale? And the moment we use the word civilizational scale, we immediately think of West versus East, and where does our country feature in the Western scale of civilization, and where do we want to put ourselves? And a lot of the time it happens like that, and you're quite right, and Dipesh, of course, is very right that the Bangla, the original version goes into much more that Bailey misses out on, as you say. Deshachar, Shishtachar, Oshishto. Deshachar, of course, is the custom of burning. This is how women have been burnt. And Shishtachar is a very Brahmanical concept that, this marks out the Savarna from the others. And it's very interesting that in our internal scale of civilization, from Rammohun to Ambedkar, they all use the Banyastha, as the Ashishta. And Ambedkar, I haven't read that, but both he said that he even said, don't immediately give them franchise, educate them first and then give them franchise. So he was prepared to qualify universal adult franchise. Okay, so but also with Ram, he changed that opinion eventually, of course. I mean, he would otherwise, but it's, it's shocking that he used that argument, anywhere. But, it's very difficult to know what Rammohun is using strategically and what comes out of his heart. Maybe we shouldn't even try to make that distinction because, he has to convince the compatriots. He has to warn them that if you do that, you would appear like the worst case scenario. He also has to convince the British that if you continue with this performance, then you are actually reducing the good high caste people to a very inferior order, which the British were doing. And it's surprising how many quote unquote low caste petitioned them for the entitlement, to get the entitlement. Even burying alive, the Jogis petitioned the British referred it to the Pandits deliberated on it and then said that their desire to burn, because the Jogis bury their dead bodies. So they dug a deep hole into the ground and tied the widow with the husband's body, stood them up and then covered the hole. And instead of Mukhagni, the son would put earth on the two mouths and then cover up the hole. So the Pandits say that this is of course not in Shastras, but it shows an excess, their word, excess of chastity among low caste widows. So allow them to do what they want to do. Similar debate about Chandala widows. It's not meant for them. Why? At least restrict. Some of the magistrates say that if you don't allow those who do not enjoy the entitlement, you can at least restrict the scope somewhat. But the British say no.
Maybe we can have a second round.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Professor Shorta. That was really, really interesting. Just a couple of kind of more, I want to hear a little bit more about these things. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yes. So when you mentioned the point about social morality and Rammohun breaking away from the religious argument to appeal to male shame and guilt as a part of broader social morality, I'm kind of wondering if it's a quote unquote secular move. And I'm thinking vis-a-vis Nazmul's presentation last evening as well, where he was talking about the liberal urge to secularize property. And I'm kind of wondering if there's a broader move towards social reform as opposed to religious reform, is kind of, you were talking about it. The second thing I was wondering is the status of kulachar versus legal reform. And kind of in the late 19th century, when I'm looking at court transcripts of cases which are debating whether Hindu marriages are valid or not, certain, these restitution of conjugal rights cases, for example, in a lot of the cases, the British are actually like, if it's happened by kulachar, then we're not going to interfere in it. It has happened. It's a valid marriage. So I'm kind of wondering if there is a shift from Rammohun's time to the later part of the century. And lastly, the point about slavery, which is utterly fascinating. And of course, kind of I'm wondering if the point being made is about devaluation of women's labor in the way, of course, Marxist feminists have kind of characterized the undervaluing of women's labor, or if it's slavery in the racialized sense of the nature and in the way we understand the word in early 19th, in that period of time. And also, what would the Bengali equivalence of the term be? And also, if, in upper class caste households, there were domestic servants as well involved in the scenario. Also slaves. So if in that case, how do we, if at all, do we differentiate between the different kind of varieties? But thank you so much. This was really, really useful.
Deepishna?
Punya, I love the paper. And it's beautifully presented, and the way you built up your argument step by step was very instructive. But here's a question. And Munia, can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the question is this. The larger question I was trying to interested in for a long time is whether Rammohun was an Enlightenment thinker. Now,
whether Rammohun was
an Enlightenment thinker. Can we think of him as an Enlightenment thinker or of that mold? And one of the interesting question, it sort of partly connects to what Gautam was saying, is that when, in your argument, and I think in my reading too, when he goes into the question of the pratyaksha, or what you were calling the ethnographic, the question of, and he says how the custom, it's really custom that is blocking your vision, and you can't see the pratyaksha in front of you. And at that point, the question that arose in my mind was, is Rammohun working with the idea of a natural body that suffers pain when it is burned? Natural body. And of course, you're totally right to say that really the question is whether the pain is inflicted on that body. Of course, all dying bodies may suffer pain, but the question here is the pain inflicted unfairly from outside, right? And there, Rammohun's statement that you are reducing women to the status of household slaves or menial servants gave me pause because, I mean, later on, you will remember that in the late 19th century, many defenders of patriarchy would argue Hindu Ramoni Shaurindri Noy, to make a distinction between the wife cooking and the domestic maid cooking. Now, interestingly, the body of the slave and the body of the menial servant is also often subjected to unfair pain, including getting beaten up. Right? So what this leads me to think is that Rammohun is not working with the idea of a natural body on which unfair pain can be inflicted. The body remains socially indexed or culturally indexed, and therefore can be distinguished from the body of the slave or the body of the menial servant, which is why the reduction of the wife to the status of this household slave or is relevant for him. So the conclusion I draw is that he's not working with the idea of a natural body on which pain can be inflicted unfairly, but the body he's working with, even in Pratyaksha mode, is still a culturally coded and indexed body. I would like your response to that thought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'd stop at that.
Tonika, thank you. There's just one, you didn't mention Ranjit Guha's book called Daya, which of course is entirely devoted to that last paragraph on Rammohun. And he then connects it with Vidyasagar, etc. But I won't repeat his argument. Let me put it my way. That in a sense, this whole, this pamphlet war on Shruti, there is one side where Rammohun is clearly wanting to address a European audience because he provides English translations, etc. But centrally, it is an internal debate within Brahminical religion where Rammohun, as a learned Brahmin, is debating with others who are learned scholars, right? What is most interesting about that last para is that after so much debate, Rammohun seems to make this gesture, or you might even say a realization, that even if he were to win this war of rational disputation, it would not necessarily change practices. That a change of practice will require winning it at the emotional level, which is this whole attempt to bring in Daya. Yaha darshani ki apnader Daya hai na, whatever that line is. That is a very different move. And it's very surprising for someone who is such a rationalist and committed to reason, etc., as Rammohun, should make that move. Thank you.
Thank you. Tapu had a question.
Thank you, Tonika. This is less a question, and since we have so many in play already, it's more just an appreciation. Lately, I've been working on Vidyasagar's Bahu Bibaho, and I really appreciate your calling attention to this, what you're calling the ethnographic or the Pratakko element of what Rammohun does, because it's often, I think, taken to be the case that Vidyasagar early on wrote his Balu Bibahar Dosh, the evils of child marriage, in a very kind of empirical mode, looking at the developmental harm that was inflicted on children by marrying them young. But then when he went to Bidoba Bivaho, it's seen as a retreat back into scripturalism, as if this was a failure or a loss. What strikes me about Bahu Bivaho is that he returns to a kind of quality of ethnographic research that looks quite akin to what you're pointing to here with Rammohun, where he's using his own experience of Bengali village life, family situations, what he's learned throughout his travels about the fate and status of Hindu widows and Kulin brides in particular, and using that to make another kind of argument outside of the scriptural context. It's just a nice way to remember that it's not always helpful to just reduce these figures to scripturalists, but to think about them as using more complex modes of argumentation, not to mention Doya as well, as Partha's pressing you on there. So just an appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was struck by the commonalities in the way Rammohun and later Vidyasagar appealed to the conscience of his countrymen. How he tried to, how both tried to stoke their sense of guilt. Would you think this was a strategic kind of a strategic exercise?
Dr. Didi, and that will be the last question.
I'll stand up so that I think I can be seen. Mine is a very short and a very specific query that I had, which it seems that in the second tract, I think particularly in this Kashinath debate, where he comes down to the technicalities of the tying down, where it seems that the strategy of citing the Shastra and the scriptures was to even say that even if Shahomaron is allowed in terms of the vow, there's a point at which the resolve may go. And therefore, the person should be given the freedom to escape. And that it seems both in the mode of burial and in the mode of burning. And this idea of trussing the body, that kind of, it's partly coming, I think, out of an experiential idea where I think it's quoted where he's watching Jagamohan's wife being burnt, or one of the family members where he's a witness at the pyre and the witness of her trying to move away. But I'm wondering here in terms of almost like a sellout where he is actually accepting at that point, and maybe the position will change, that the woman, if he's taken the vow, can go to the pyre. But, so I was wondering about the technicalities, even the very brutal experiential idea of watching and then seeing the woman, because there are stories about women trying to escape. Long before this, there's a whole set of, as the number of Shrutis were rising, there were many, many cases of so-called rescuing that were happening, and some were in legend, some were actually being reported. So I wanted to know a bit more about, he's justifying it, saying that that is not in the Shastras, the tying down, right? So I wanted to know the shift that occurs and whether in the ultimate term, that's not considered a sellout on his part to even accept that the burning process can go ahead as long as the tying down doesn't happen.
So that gives me a way out of avoiding difficult questions, and all the questions are very difficult. Yeah, Kulachar, 1860s, I forget the exact date, the British formally admitted that 3 kinds of achar, Kulachar, Deshachar, and Jati Achar, can be admitted. And there were cases where Kulachar was brought up. And they said, I think 80 years, it has to be seen to be functioning for 80 continuous years in the same lineage, and then it will become acceptable evidence in court. So initially, they didn't say that it is immaterial, custom is immaterial, but they definitely privileged, which gave Rammohun an advantage. The second question, the first question was, slavery as racial? No. I mean, when he talks about the woman, the wife as a slave, it can't be racial, she's a Brahmani or a Chandal and so on. So I don't think it's racial. And I think he's referring to the burden of work out of which there is no exit, as there is no exit for the slave. Okay, and if I'm not much mistaken, maybe Brian can tell us that I think some American abolitionists dedicated a book to him because he was also trying to abolish a form of slavery. And then later on, Phule would link up the two. forms of slavery and dedicate his book to the American abolitionists. Deepesh, that's a very difficult question. I tried to bracket it off. Was Rammohun an Enlightenment thinker? Because I wanted to focus on what Rammohun is doing. And I've just started doing this because Rammohun has not been a very central concern of mine so far. It was the practice of Shakti. When Benting calls him that enlightened Hindu, I don't think he means it in an enlightenment sense. I think he means it in a common sense, in the common sense meaning of the word enlightened. And if we are not to use the word liberal, let's, I don't know. I mean, because the Enlightenment is also not a singular category. It has many diverse and contradictory strands within it. So where to fit in Rammohun? He partly belongs there and he partly belongs another place and he brings something new. And I think that to go very deep into it may not be very useful because the problems he's facing and trying to confront are not the problems the Enlightenment thinkers are grappling with. In some parts of his work, he is. In parts of work which deal with statecraft, governance, he is, but not here. But I will have to think about the second part is that it is not it's not the natural body, but it's the social and cultural construction of the body that feels no pain when it works from dawn to midnight or is burned. It is that construction that he's attacking, not the fact of her pain. In fact, when he talks about tying her up and that she cannot escape, he is actually talking in terms of the Shastric instructions, not the fact of her pain. He is talking about her pain more directly when he's talking about the household drudgery and work. And that's something very new, to translate the ordained duties of a woman as slavery. Yes, I mean, in the late 19th century especially, and we were talking about it, Bhudeb and Chandranath Bushu, they translate the woman's hard labor as, and distinguish it from the servant's labor by the fact that it is her household, her samshar, her people, Porijan, that she is serving. And nothing can give her more satisfaction than sacrificing her day to that work. And again, that's something that he is attacking, that it should not be so if it is not so for the man, Parthuda, no, I didn't mention Ranajit Guha because I stopped with Rabindranath. It is but I'll come back to it. It is yes, it is an internal debate among Brahmins, and it had to be, because it is addressed primarily to the state, which is thinking of what to do with Shakti. By this time, some of the magistrates are refusing to let a little girl go to her death, or save the little girl who wants to escape from the fire, having sworn the pledge, or etc. So this is at this juncture, it has to be a debate primarily between Brahmins, and that is why Radhakanto is not in the picture. Where is this? Yes. And having done the Shastric bit, he is actually letting emotions take over. I agree with that. But my argument is that that emotion is not predominantly Daya. He refers to Daya, but that's not what marks him out. That's not the distinguishing feature, the originality of this discourse, because Daya is part of everybody's culture. I mean, it is a part of Western culture too, Christian culture and so on. But it is something that don't you feel shame or don't you feel compassion? He's shaming. He's pointing the finger that you have inflicted all these injustices of the women, on your own women, on your own household women, not your servants, but your wives and your relatives. Don't you, it's for the first time, I think, in our history that men are saying, what have we done to our women? And saying it in so many words. And that's why I think it's important. Had he said that, oh, the poor women, they're burning and feeling pain, and let us, save them from that, it wouldn't have been, I think, or at least to me, it wouldn't have been that striking. Brian, yes, it's and of course, it's not just a retreat into the Shastric form, but it's a retreat into that kind of abstruse language, which without the help of your translation, I really wouldn't have been able to make full sense of, and thank you for that. Yes, by that time, see, Rammohun's 2 tracks are addressing different audiences within the same, same text. By the time Vidyasagar does it, he knows that Balya Vibaha can't be touched. He is appealing to his own compatriots and emotionally appealing, as Rammohun is emotionally appealing there. And he uses much stronger words, as you have shown, much stronger words about the Shastras, about the unfairness of Shastric strictures, which he would not have used in Vidhova Vibaho, where he thinks he has a case to make on Shastric grounds to allow legalized widow remarriage. He wouldn't use that. And he is firmly back on the Shastric ground and Shastric ground alone, which alone would be acceptable to the state. So it is a retreat in a double sense. Aparna, appeal to conscience, a strategy. Now, everything is a strategy. The moment you start writing, you are plotting your writing as a series of strategies. But I think the Shastras and the way he uses the Shastras is more of an instrumental use of that whole tradition than his appeal to conscience. And that's a new thing. That's not something that has been, that came up yesterday also. As a kind of new principle. Tapu, technicalities of tying up, and I recalled your wonderful piece on the Nandalal Bush, painting of Shruti. And where she's not tired, she's sitting, she is, vanishing into the flames, but as you say, the flames are like a cool shower or something like that. The burning sense doesn't, just completely overlaid. Yes, the technicalities of tying up to focus on that has 2 purposes. One is to remind everyone that this is not how it should be done. Let her walk free then. And it is something that, as I said right at the beginning, he is not opposing Shruti Pratha. He is opposing, again very instrumentally, he's opposing the format of burning, because that's the only thing he can use in his arguments to the orthodoxy and to the state. Nothing else is acceptable. But when he talks about, goes beyond, steps beyond, goes and appeals to an external morality, extra Shastric morality, he is reconstructing the woman's life in a way in which the Daha is not an aberration, right or wrong, correct or incorrect, it's not an aberration. It's the logical culmination of a whole lifetime spent in a certain manner. And that's his, what shall I say, own contribution. The rest, he is restricted, chained within a particular format of argument, where he cannot deny that Shastras, most Shastras, and he probably didn't know of Medha, otherwise he would have used it. He uses Mahanirvan Tantra, which is a much later text. So, he's arguing for a Shastric denial of, and he's relying on the fact that if you revert to the Shastric form, most widows will not last out once the burning process begins. And there was a lot of evidence that widows tried to escape not once, but twice and thrice, half burned, 3/4 burned, and they were pushed inside the flames. So that's what he's relying on. Thank you. I mean, there was much more to your question. That's a wonderful questions. And since I've just begun this work, I gained a lot. Let's just plot the time because thankfully, so this so 12:30 আমরা start করছি but we can't okay ঠিক আছে I'll try and be as brief as possible and start 12:30 just start. It's a brief paper anyway.
So we will move to the second paper of the panel. If I may have your attention, please. We are moving to the second paper of the panel, and it is my pleasure to present Professor Rosinka Choudhury. Professor Choudhury is Professor of Cultural Studies and the Director of the Center for Studies in Social Sciences, Calcutta. Her publications include Gentlemen Poets in Colonial Bengal, Emergent Nationalism and the Orientalist Project, Derisio, Poet of India, the Definitive Edition, Freedom and Beefsteaks, Colonial Calcutta Culture, Letters from a Young Poet, which is a translation of the Chinno Patraboli, The Literary Thing, History, Poetry, and the Making of a Modern Cultural Sphere. She has edited a history of Indian poetry in English and co-edited the Indian Postcolonial Critical Reader. She was the first Andrew W. Mellon Foundation funded Global South visiting professor at the University of Oxford. Professor Choudhury.
Okay, thank you very much, Rajeshi. We are running half an hour late. So I'm very glad that I have a short paper, I hope. We will also then, Rajeshi, try and, because the next speaker is Brian. So I think we should try and limit the time as much as possible. Let's see whether I can finish before time.
We'll just do one round of questions.
I'm just a little worried about time. Let me start by apologizing to some of you who may be familiar with some of the material in this paper. I'm used to thinking that nobody ever reads what I write. So I was a little surprised, to know that the paper on which this paper is based has been read by at least 2 of you. So apologies for that. Nevertheless, I hope in the larger context of this seminar, it will raise a few questions or clarify a few thoughts with regard to this question, which forms the title of the paper. Was Rammohun Roy, after all, a mere landlord? So there's a brief introductory bit which I could skip.
Om Madhu, Om Madhu.
Thank you, Fatma. Yeah, the cha thing is a magnet. After every paper finishes, there's a sort of rush to that point. So I had begun actually by invoking this wonderful in the sense of production, beautifully produced 1935 commemoration volume on Rammohun Roy called The Father of Modern India, commemoration volume of the Rammohun Roy Centenary Celebrations 1933, which many of you may know, compiled and edited by Satish Chandra Chakraborty and printed at the Brahmo Mission Press at 211 Cornwallis Street. A massive 572-page volume bound in deep blue leather with gold lettering that I remember since childhood on my grandfather's bookshelves. I only evoke it in order to bring up what we discussed yesterday a little bit, the massive amalgamation of biographical hagiography, the sort of thing that Tapatiri referred to, that she was reacting against, when she went to teach history as a young history teacher in the 80s. It has this, the smallest section in the book has a section called Tributes, Studies, Addresses. There you had Rabindranath Tagore's presidential address titled Inaugurator of the Modern Age in India, followed by contributions from Pandit Shivnath Shastri, Amol Home, Ramananda Chatterjee, Brojendranath Sheel, S.D. Collett, and Manmothanath Ghosh. And this is the smallest section in the book. The book, of course, was preceded and followed by many other volumes of a similar nature, which is the sort of mahol, to use a sort of, which is the atmosphere from which basically the break with the past was, accomplished in the 1970s by the left historians' review. So since we're running out of time, I will not sort of go to that. I will start by discussing the questions that were raised against the Joshi volume. We've been discussing the Joshi volume since the panel discussion last morning ad nauseum. So I won't dwell on that. I had some quotes, couple of words, from it, where basically it was said that these 19th century figures were deeply contradictory, in many instances flawed by an innate identification with the colonial masters and alienation from the masses. These are sort of representative of the tone of the B.C. Joshi volume. What I shall use as a handle to grasp the nettle with was or was not Rammohun a mere landlord, is a book written by Robendra Mitra, and it carried a preface titled Adhunik Oitihashik Gobeshonar Ekti Paddhoti Somporke Koyekti Proshno, some questions on a research method of modern historical investigation. Mitra was referring here to the methodology of certain famous established historians. Labdha Pratishtha was one of the words he used. Specifically Borunde, Ashok Sen, and Shumit Sarkar, all associated as colleagues or friends with the faculty at the center, that also housed, of course, some of the best-known scholars of the Subaltern Studies School as it developed in the decade that followed. After all, their work in scholarship had led directly to the academic destruction of the category called the Bengal Renaissance, and Ramendra Mitra felt that it was time to issue a corrective. Let me say straight away that this paper does not have the same purpose. Neither over-researched category, Rammohun or the Renaissance, is the hero of this narrative. Mitra's agenda in 1996 had been a simple one. The left historians had depended in their attack on Rammohun 20 years earlier on 2 or 3 articles in the Bengal Hurkaru, published in 1832, to demolish the myth, and the word was Borunde's myth, that Rammohun had been, quote, on the side of the peasants despite being a landlord himself. Borunde's piece was titled A Biographical Perspective on the Political and Economic Ideas of Rammohun Roy, and its intention was declared in its very first sentence. I quote, during the last 1.5 centuries, Rammohun Roy has commanded considerable respect, amounting to veneration. This is the result of a mythology which has been created by accretions of liberalism. This mythology, he said, was, and I quote again, the stock in trade of modern liberals of the Nehru school, and had been put in place by figures from the 19th century onward, as diverse as Kishori Chand Mitra and Brojendranath Sheel, Rabindranath Thakur, Vide Bharat Pathik Rammohun, and Brahmo followers of Tagore such as Amol Home and J.K. Mujumdar during the 1930s and 40s. In an aside, to bring Kishori Chand's piece, a biographical piece on Rammohun of 1845 and Rajendranath Shields into the same frame of modern liberals parlaying stock in trade goods in itself should not go unquestioned, of course, although Mitra doesn't bring this up. The actual apotheosization, they continues, coining a word here for sure. I looked up the dictionary several times to see if there was any dictionary that had such a word. Began in England with land carpenter, but was, and I quote, carried to its peak in the mid-19th century by, as he called them in an unfortunate turn of phrase, and this made me smile while reading him, two spinster English women, he says, Miss Mary Carpenter and Miss Sophia Dobson Collett. Now, in relation to Rammohun's conception of economic prosperity, they said, quote, Rammohun believed in unfettered power for enterprising landlords, unquote. Rammohun's failure, they concluded, was the failure of the entire, and I'm quoting again, Indian liberal bourgeoisie to solve the problems of mass poverty, unquote. And the Hurkaru, he said, was perfectly right in its opinions. What had the Hurkaru said? So I went to the paper itself. On the 20th of June, 1832, an angry editorial in the Hurkaru had published a hitherto unprecedented attack on Rammohun Roy's evidence before the Select Committee in Britain, ending with a comment, quote, one must be a hammer or anvil in this world, says an old Spanish proverb. Rammohun Roy, it is clear, belongs to the hammers, and his evidence is taken at home for that of the anvils. This is the point that they supported in conclusion to his piece, quoting the proverb to reiterate that the Hurkaru was right in its opinion of Rammohun, and that this verdict was true of all liberals down to the present day. Tumit Sarkar, meanwhile, in his piece in the Joshi volume, titled Rammohun Roy and the Break with the Past, which all of you, of course, must have read, had referred to the fact that, quote, by 1832, Rammohun was paying the price for this centrism in the shape of an attack on two fronts, meaning by this centrism that Rammohun was a follower of the middle path, neither of the radicals nor of the conservatives. On the one hand, Sarkar said, the conservative Dharma Sabha paper, the Samachar Chandrika, found Rammohun's evidence to be unduly harsh on the Jomidars. And on the other were, quote, a whole series of articles in the Bengal Hurkaru violently attacking the reformer for being too soft in his critique of company maladministration and far too tactful on the question of Jomidari oppression of the peasants, unquote. So Mitro felt, this is Mitro's reading of Sarkar's piece, that Sarkar had made a mistake in assigning an oppositional position to the Bengal Hurkaru in relation to that of the Dharma Sabha, which he asserted being on the right, the Dharma Sabha being on the right, had led Sarkar to thinking that the Bengal Hurkaru was on the left. Now, Dokhin Obam, right and left, were the terms Mitro, not Sarkar, used. It barely needs pointing out that such retrospective ascriptions are, of course, redundant in any event. Mitro thought the reason for Sarkar adducing that the Bengal Hurkaru occupies a leftist position was because the newspaper was edited by James Sutherland, quote, an ex-associate of James Silk Buckingham of Calcutta Journal fame. And both were assumed to be of the same camp, that is the camp on the left. Mitro himself based his defense of Rammohun narrowly on an investigation into whether the Bengal Hurkaru could really be understood as having been a, and his words again, radical left-wing publication. But before that, he had one more historian to discuss, Ashok Sen, who, in The Bengal Economy and Rammohun Roy, dealt with Rammohun's economic thought as well as the permanent settlement and the landlord-peasant equation related to it, writing, and I'm quoting from his quotation of Ashok Sen, there were forces in Bengal expecting him, Rammohun, to recommend more radical changes. And Rammohun's way of expressing his opinions in favor of the riots sorely disappointed the Hurkaru, which expected that the denunciation of the system which was responsible for the miserable lot of the riot should be something very strong and pungent. It had high expectations of Rammohun in the matter. Remarking on the point, the paper held that Rammohun belonged to the hammers, but his evidence would be taken for that of the anvils at home, unquote. Now, Mitru focuses on this phrase, there were forces in Bengal, expecting Rammohun to be more radical, and proceeds to show that these so-called forces were in fact British and Indian supporters of free trade, merchants and indigo men, men engaged in rampant exploitation of the poor in the countryside. All these scholars who had used the Bengal Hurkaru material, Mitru said, had not in fact bothered to investigate the historical context, that of the campaign for the upcoming 1833 Companies Charter to be amended to allow free trade, within which the editorials of the Bengal Hurkaru had appeared. On June 22nd, 2 days after quoting the Spanish proverb and calling Rammohun an anvil rather than a hammer, as his followers thought him, another editorial in the paper had reiterated. I quote from the Hurkaru. Rammohun left this country as an apostle of his suffering brethren, and, grieved as we are to say it, his evidence and his suggestions are alike unworthy of him and of his mission. They are both an utter betrayal of the cause he was expected to advocate. He went to England as a voice from India to tell the wrongs and the sufferings and to assert the rights of her children. We find him in these papers a mere jomidar. It's interesting to note semantically that the British Hurkaru editor uses the word jomidar, while the centre's historians use the word landlord. What the semantic difference between the two in their particular cultural context tells us, I think should be instructive. The British editor obviously had a completely different idea of a landlord, from which Middle England concept he separates the Indian jomidar in all its peculiar native banality, no doubt. In defense of Rammohun, Mitru's question was, whose interests did the Bengal Hurkaru represent? What was the significance of the anger and disappointment expressed at Rammohun? Which class of action did the very human editor of the Bengal Hurkaru belong to? Although without access to any other archival material than the ones already used by his adversaries, Mitru chose to defend Rammohun by honing in on the Bengal Hurkaru's alliance with the indigo men in India to exonerate Rammohun from his supposed non-advocacy of the rights of the peasants of India. Now, the fight for free trade as it unfolded in civil society and as reported in the papers between the Mammoth Town Hall meeting of 1829 leading up to the Charter Act of 1833 in Calcutta was against the East India Company's monopoly and on behalf of free trade. Already when the Charter Act had come up for renewal in 1813, some concessions had been granted, freeing up the trade to India. And the English traders who took advantage of them arranged for capital and came out to Calcutta to establish agency houses, sometimes joining the large agency houses already established there. Mitru describes this community of emigrants from Britain in the 1820s, engendered by the Industrial Revolution as it unfolded in Britain, as members of the middle classes. My research shows this to be substantially correct, in fact, and the use of the term is corroborated, in fact, interestingly, by the title of the poet Henry Meredith Parker had a pamphlet, an essay, which he wrote against the establishment of Crown Rule in 1858, so sometime later actually, which he called the Empire of the Middle Classes. This segment, this population, is of great interest also in the period that I'm working on now, Young Bengal and the 1840s, because it is this non-official community, non-official empire, these merchants, free traders, men who were in opposition to the East India Company, but located locally in Calcutta itself and often in alliance with Indians here. This is a category often missing, I think, from discussions of this period, where it tends to be a binary between the state, the colonial government, and the reformer in question, Rammohun, whether that's Rammohun or Vidyasagar. By the time of Vidyasagar, of course, after the mutiny, this force is entirely eviscerated. But at this time, as Dwarkanath Tagore's testimony also again and again will testify to, this non-official component and crucially another missing sort of piece in the puzzle, I think, the East Indian community, very, very neglected in the literature at this time, the East Indian community's views. And the East Indian editors were running a whole gamut of papers at this time after Buckingham's deportation. As we know, once the realization set in that East Indian editors could not be deported, apart from De Rosio himself editing the East Indian, you had Martin Crowe editing Prasanna Kumar Tagore's The Reformer. there was a whole community actually at this time, very, very involved with the press. Anyway, sorry, that's as an aside. Now, this non-official community, the philosophical underpinnings of these men generally came from Jeremy Bentham, it is understood. They were commonly labeled utilitarians, while the economic views of Adam Smith and Ricardo provided them with notions of enlightened self-interest. So much, of course, was well known in 1996 when Mitra wrote his book. Recent works by Jennifer Pitts, Shankar Muthu, Siraj Ahmed have now questioned the easy ascription of the Enlightenment legacy to colonial exploitation, but that's something all of you are well aware of. Now, Mitra concludes by pointing out that the agency houses, traders, and merchants in Calcutta had, over the course of the first 3 decades of the 19th century, specifically, he says, 1818 to 1833, made it their business to conduct a vigorous campaign against the remaining monopolies the company held, and that among the newspapers that represented their interests, the Bengal Hurkaru was the main organ. Now, the Hurkaru was a paper owned by a big publishing house and bookseller, Samuel Smith and Company, which in turn was part of a larger, even larger agency house called Alexander and Company. So the crucial question that Mitra asked was, while every student of English history knew that these merchant men demanding free trade were part of the English middle classes and belonged to the radical party in England perhaps, where did they stand when displaced to India? What was their position within the society and politics of India, looked at from the Indian point of view? Why were the left historians of Calcutta interpreting the Bengal Hurkaru as a left-wing paper just because the private traders demanding free trade were of the radical party in Britain? Mitra's defense, however, had to perforce turn back repeatedly to the 3 editorials in the Bengal Hurkaru in 1832, available at the National Library in Calcutta. The same 3 editorials referenced by the 3 scholars in the V.C. Joshi volume. His interpretation of this limited material was to reiterate that the dissatisfaction expressed in them in the Hurkaru was actually the dissatisfaction of the indigo merchants. So he ends by noting that it was better that Rammohun, in fact, should displease the Hurkaru. I'm quoting Mitra, therefore, it is with a shudder of feeling, and it's surprising how feeling keeps coming back. It is with a shudder of feeling that we realize, sitting here in the country of Neel Dorpun, that in 1832, those English merchant traders, indigo men, had been so dissatisfied with Rammohun Roy because he had apparently spoken on behalf of Bengal's Jomidars in his evidence and betrayed peasant society in the process. Unquote. So, if Rammohun Roy had spoken against the interests of the paper that supported the indigo men, those oppressors of the peasants, frozen in time in Dinabandhu Mitra's powerful 1861 play Neel Dorpun, then Mitra's assumption was that Rammohun was obviously still on the right side, both politically and morally. Let us now turn to what Rammohun actually said. What did Rammohun actually say? The Hurkaru had felt strongly in these pages leading up to the 1829 meeting that trade here, that is trade in India, should be free to all subjects of the crown under a good and equal system of the laws and of judicial process, the person and property of every man being respected, whether he be of this or that color or country. Natives, the paper asserted, are, quote, ignorant of the principles of agricultural improvement, because all that native Jomidars know is, quote, how to filch by the most summary methods the greater part of the produce, so as to leave the cultivator the barest means of existence. The education and feelings of the British landholder would lead him to pursue totally different methods, employ, quote, well-directed and profitable principles of agriculture, to construct public and private roads, to facilitate traffic to villages, control the water not to flood, but to flow over the land in canals and fertilize the fields. So the British Jomidar, the Bengal Hurkaru confidently asserts, would give the native his full percentage due to him and still secure to himself an ample and honorable recompense. This win-win situation would not only increase the resources and happiness of the millions of our fellow subjects, that is Indians, it would also augment to an astonishing degree the commerce of the British nation in general. This, in essence, is the idea that Rammohun Roy followed Dwarkanath Tagore in standing up to support on the day of the momentous meeting on 15th December 1829 at 11 o'clock in the town hall. On the next day, 16th December, there was a short report on what had happened. The lead editorial announced its satisfaction at the full meeting at the town hall yesterday, where the numbers present far exceeded our most sanguine hopes. The meeting began with the first resolution being moved by Mr. John Smith, and Darukanath Tagore, the Hurkaru, reported in moving the fifth resolution, pointed out how the wealth of the Jomidars had increased from the establishment of the indigo factories, enabling the proprietors not only to pay the government revenue, but to secure a considerable surplus to themselves. Interestingly, we then have an account of Rammohun Roy's limited participation in this event, as it is reported that, and there's just one line in this particular report, quote, in this statement, he was confirmed by Rammohun Roy, who was unfortunately laboring under indisposition and therefore incapable of delivering his sentiments so fully as he, or we are sure the meeting, would have wished, unquote. A full and more detailed report was published on 17 December. And this is pages and pages. If you're going through the microfilm, it's like there is a supplement. It just reproduces every speech made at that meeting. So the High Sheriff, having read the requisition, Mr. John Palmer was called to the chair, Mr. E. Trotter, Mr. Bracken, Mr. Limond, and Mr. G.A. Prinsep preceded Darukanath, who began his speech by saying, and this is Darukanath, although unaccustomed to speaking in public and having never addressed an assembly so numerous as that before which I have now the honor to present myself, yet I feel it incumbent on me in submitting this resolution to your attention to offer a few remarks corroborative of the opinions therein maintained. He then continues that he found that, quote, the cultivation of indigo and the residence of Europeans having considerably benefited the country and the community at large. The Jomidars becoming wealthy and prosperous, the riots materially improved in their condition and possessing many more comforts than the generality of my countrymen, where indigo cultivation and manufacture is not carried on. The value of land in the vicinity to be considerably enhanced and cultivation rapidly progressing. He insists that all these observations are made from personal observation and experience, both with the places as well as with the character and manner of the indigo planters. We note that he takes care to add here that there may be a few exceptions as regards the general conduct of indigo planters, but they are extremely limited and comparatively speaking of the most trifling importance, unquote. So, he cites various examples in support of his statement. He mentions a particular estate that was previously unprofitable, but now it gives me a handsome profit, he says. And several of my relations and friends too have in such a manner, they're receiving a large income from their estates. Anyway, what he's supporting is the application of British skill and capital and industry to the very many articles which this country is capable of producing, to as great an extent and of as excellent a quality as any other in the world, which of course cannot be expected to be produced without the free recourse of Europe. So this is the joint ventures, multinational companies, and forgetting other basic facts of colonization. Anyway, this is the fifth resolution moved by Darukanath Tagore and seconded by, the paper says, Prasannath Tagore. This is misspelling of Prashanna Kumar. Of Rammohun Roy, curiously, no more than a couple of sentences may be found in the pages upon pages of this longer report. No doubt because, as the Hurkaru had already reported, he had apparently been indisposed that day. This was the sum total of his involvement in the meeting in the longer report of the Hurkaru. Rammohun Roy supported the resolution and said, from personal experience, I am impressed with the conviction that the greater our intercourse with European gentlemen, the greater will be our improvement in literary, social, and political affairs, a fact which can be easily proved by comparing the condition of those of my countrymen who have enjoyed this advantage with that of those who unfortunately have not had that opportunity, and a fact which I could, to the best of my belief, declare on solemn oath before any assembly. I fully agree with Darukanath Tagore in the purport of the resolution just read. That's it. The generality of his response here cannot be plainer. He's impressed, he says, with the conviction that the more we mix with the Europeans, the more we may improve in the arts and sciences, etc. I was sort of summarizing what he's already said. I won't, in the interest of time, do that anymore. But basically, to say that in this very long report, this very faint presence that I could detect of Rammohun Rai cannot really be characterized as sort of full-throated support to the demand for free trade and settlement of European capitalists in India. Now, the evidence, therefore, seems to be inconclusive on whether Rammohun changed his mind, on whether he actually firmly did stand with the capitalists. These barely 4 or 5 sentences don't actually give us a proper sense of whether or not, in any case, he had been inconsistent before the select committee. That is a different occasion altogether. The select committee responses, which caused the whole Hurkaru sort of anger in 1832, that's a different point in time. That point in time as well, there were other reports in other newspapers that again were not accessed. Now, the India Gazette files of 1832 printed a very large objection to the Hurkaru's position. There were 2 long letters from someone calling himself Fiat Justita, let justice be done, point-by-point refutation of the Bengal Hurkaru. Apart from these 2 long letters, there was also an editorial. The editorial of the India Gazette felt that we affirm, I'm quoting from the editorial, we affirm in opposition to this, that if there is any one ground on which Rammohun Rai deserves the heartfelt thanks of his countrymen, it is for his clear and forcible representations on this subject. His expressions, in fact, reflect the highest honor on him and will, we have no doubt, be productive of real advantage to his oppressed countrymen. So the reader of the India Gazette is asked to read his evidence on the revenue systems of India, and if unprejudiced, they would no doubt concur with the India Gazette in their conclusions. I know I'm out of time. I'm not sure whether I've exceeded the 5 minutes which you showed me. The discussion on free trade and colonization, as I said, is missing 2 crucial components. One of these is Derosio's own opinion, which I think can be accessed through an article written on colonization in 1830 in the Kaleidoscope. Now, if you remember, the Kaleidoscope was being edited by Derosio himself at this time in 1829 and 30. The article itself, and I have the title here somewhere, on the colonization of India by Europeans. It's written by somebody of mixed race who's calling himself S.J. We don't know who this is. If it was J.S., I would have immediately said John Sutherland, but I don't know who S.J. is. Here, the East Indian community, the mixed race community, and Kaleidoscope, we could assume is their strongest sort of voice at this time. I'm just extracting one line. I entertain strong doubts, S.J. writes, whether Europeans can settle in the country without gradually dispossessing the natives of their lands and causing thereby incalculable misery and dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, of course, as we know, apart from this printed matter, again, accessed, of course, only through further printed matter, because thankfully, speeches themselves were reproduced sort of verbatim in the papers at the time. So not just Derosio, Derosio's own students also stood firmly against colonization. There's that famous speech made on the 8th of February, 1830 at the Academic Association, where brilliant speech, absolutely brilliant speech, where basically the young student is saying, when did any Aboriginal population, and by this he means the native population, when did any Aboriginal population in the world, and he gives you a comparative analysis, benefit from the white races having occupied their country? It's a marvelous essay in itself, and is reproduced, by the way, in Arvind Krishna Mehrotra's Book of Indian Essays. If any of you want to actually access the full essay, it's there. I'll end there, really. Yeah, I won't go through the formal sort of conclusion I had in the paper. I think I've said enough. Yeah.
May we have the questions, please? Please keep your questions short.
Yeah. Shall we try and finish by 1:15 so that Brian can? Yeah.
Very quickly, comment and a question. That Rammohun line that you have and I thank you for going through all that to extract that line. The key two words is European gentleman. Because at this time, as you know, even within the community, the British resident community, fighting each other, there are two categories emerge: ditchers versus fossilites or mufassilites. And ditchers who live inside the Maratha ditch are constantly throwing bromides at the mufassilites, especially. These are the rogues and the bastards, especially unaccounted or less accounted people not under the scrutiny of the East India Company, who are doing whatever they want, etc., and with nefarious deals with local zamindars, etc. So this idea of who the right kind of white people that Rammohun had in mind, I wonder what that would look like, because Rammohun clearly was not thinking about Billi Shahib and things like that, you know. So I'm sorry, there are other Shahibs in Nilda, I'm forgetting the people. Anyhow, so that is my brief question.
Then last one.
Thank you so much. I'll keep it brief. So I was very struck by of course, the political economy analysis, and sort of you look at various interest groups, if I may, and the sort of you classify the white traders, but against the interest of the East India Company as non-official. So I was wondering if you'd clarify that a little bit, and also what do we know about the term interest? I mean, does it feature, interests of different classes? Does caste feature? I don't think gender would feature, but I mean, it's worth an ask. I mean, how does conflicting interest kind of present itself in these debates? But thank you. This was really, really interesting.
Nasim.
Thank you. Yeah, so as I just mentioned yesterday, I think it's a genuine contribution to the colonization debate and the scholarship. So I just want to bring another point to your attention over here a bit more, which is that this is the point when this whole debate is going on. Arguably the most important kind of text and the transformation going on in British imperial thinking about colonization, which is the Edward Wakefield movement, right? As you would know, I mean, Bentham, of course, was kind of fairly critical of he wrote Emancipatory Colonies, and many of the Benthamites were fairly critical of the benefits, whether it fits the utilitarian principle, the whole act of colonization. And as you know, I mean, many of the Benthamites, the philosophic radicals, many of them thought that both colonization and imperialism ultimately is unclear, dubious what it does for the British kind of British state as a community. Now, Wakefield's book would actually give a very precise argument, which is that it is an answer to the social question, social problem of the metropolis, right? So what it does is that you have this kind of internal backward communities within England, the working class and others, this new, speaking of course in context of Australia and New Zealand, those places, that this would potentially help resolve the social problem that was holding back, pre-reform Britain, right? So which that, of course, Bentham himself would be a convert. John Stuart Mill would be a convert, right? They all would move to basically the Wakefield camp, and the approach of the utilitarians to colonization would change, from the 1830s onward. But what it means in this context, I'm not sure to what extent that development already entered into Calcutta debate. It strikes me that not a lot, because the free traders, they're still running on essentially so I'm going on for too long, but how free trade relates to progress and improvement, it was still an open question at that time. You might have a broader Adam Smithian approach, but the question is how exactly is it facilitating improvement or progress? We know that Rammohun has a fairly, I would say, clear account. He wants educated British because he thinks, facilitation of reason and skills. It's very unclear to me yet, I mean, because they do say that free trade partisans here, occasionally, they would help improve the Indians, but unclear exactly. They're not as clear as Rammohun. And in the metropolis at this time, you have, with the rise of the Wakefieldian argument, these people would be increasingly pitted against Rammohun, because Rammohun doesn't want the poor, the kind of, the backward of England to come to. So basically that new development was happening at this time, especially in England, the Wakefield moment, whether you see any traces of it in your archive.
Yeah. 3 questions, we'll do another round.
So the last thing that Najmul referred to, and the first thing that you referred to, European gentleman, you said, and Najmul referred to the class component. I was very interested to discover actually that, so we come to it, especially those of us here sort of looking at it we tend to come to it entirely from what Rammohun said, what Rammohun did, whatever words of Rammohun we can extract. I was interested to see in the pages of the papers a long, very long and complicated discussion on this. The secretary to the Bengal government at this time was somebody called Mr. Auber, A-U-B-E-R, right? Peter Auber, or I can't remember the first name. This Mr. Auber has pages and pages, and then people are responding to him. He too is very concerned. He uses the term floodgates. And I actually sort of didn't read that bit because of constraints of time, but I have him in the paper, where he doesn't want, and he uses the term low-class Europeans to be flooding into Bengal. So it's not actually, because when we look at it only from the prism of Rammohun, we're sort of thinking of it as some sort of elite, class conscious, Brahminical sort of, consciousness that wants to keep out the riffraff. No. This is an argument. It's a larger argument, and I don't know enough. I really need to find out more of the context at that time. I'm not sure whether there are any resonances with Ireland. Why are the English so? I don't know enough of British history. First, I'm not a historian. Secondly, I don't know enough of British history to understand where this concern over low-class Europeans invading settler colonies comes from. There's a larger paper to be written there that I don't know enough about, but I can see that it's there. Yeah, maybe Australia. Yeah, could well be
Convict colonies.
Yeah. So yeah. So Rammohun uses the term European gentleman. You were asking, in fact, also about this non-official, the fact that I use, it's not my word. Non-official Europeans is used all the time in the literature over there. The other term is, very interestingly, interlopers. Yes, interlopers is a term, and you'll find sort of the two very useful pieces by S.R. Mehrotra, who writes, on this period and this time. There's not very much in the history books, but S.R. Mehrotra has something where he actually also talks about this non-official component, and he's the one who alerted me to the fact that they were also called interlopers, because the company was fed up with their sort of constant interest groups was the other question you had. No, caste, gender. Now, very interestingly, this is not Rammohun related. Interest groups over here, in the manner in which they're being discussed in relation to free trade, no, it doesn't reflect caste. Caste and gender, though, very, very interestingly come up in a twinned, bracketed way with Young Bengal, with the Ganeshon. If you look at the Ganeshon files, extracts, there are no Ganeshon files, but the extracts in the other way. Again and again, this point is being made by unsigned, I can only assume Roshit Krishna or Dukkinaranjan. They are saying that the Shudro and the woman is equated in the same way by us. The Shudro is not allowed to read the Vedas, the woman is not allowed to read the Vedas. And that's the point I actually wanted to respond to Tonika Di, but I thought, because the discussion was going on for so long, I just said to Tonika Di that I want to tell you about this, because when she was talking about that whole felt passage by Rammohun, there is a long passage, Tonika Di, in one of the Ganeshon files, where exactly those sorts of descriptions are mentioned by the writer, who is saying that just as you will not allow the Shudra to listen to the Vedas, you will not allow women to listen to the Vedas. But when you have a Joggo in your house, then it is a woman who is cleaning, who is sweeping, who is getting burnt by coal dust. It's a really detailed description of what you're terming as the slavery of the woman, but over there basically saying you will not allow her to do the Joggo or to sit anywhere near the Joggo, but she will do all the preparation for it. She will cook the food for it, that you will sit and consume after the Joggo. So it's a very interesting passage, and I'll try and send it on to you if you're interested. But sorry, this was a digression, but it came up because you asked about caste and gender, and I found it very interesting that these two categories were actually coming up in a polemical way in the Ganeshon, but not in Rammohun. Not in Rammohun, certainly not at this time in relation to interest groups. Najmul. So the Edward Wakefield moment in relation to Bentham, J.S. Mill, all of that. Again, I will say that my studies in putting this piece together have been so localized that I have not actually, and I have almost, of course, it's a convenient strategy, but it was a strategy in that I have found that whenever I've looked at, whichever sort of Uday Mehta or, the sort of classic, the standard works, there is so much discussion of Bentham and Wakefield and Mill, and you cannot reference this period without referring to those debates. I had made a conscious decision not to, therefore, address that part of, what is happening in Britain, what is the argumentation in Britain in relation to the colonies, perhaps, what is happening, but to focus absolutely locally and specifically on what the papers are saying here, what the Indians are saying here. You mentioned very interestingly, when you spoke about that is unclear whether, in the 1830s, this Calcutta moment, how free trade is related to improvement. You'd be surprised at the level of specific detail at which letters in the papers go into with regard to that there cannot be an improvement. I have them in my sort of, ongoing research. You have landlords writing in, sort of the smaller landlords. You also have people representing the tradesmen writing in. Very interesting letter saying, first the British came, then our Majhis went out of business. Then they brought their carpenters, our carpenters went out, Ustagas went out of business. Then they brought their tailors, our tailors have gone out of business. He actually names the British companies that are functioning at the time, and the Indian sort of Indians that were replaced by. So basically, making the argument that the more the numbers of the British coming, the lesser sort of advantage to the native community here. So this is not couched in those terms, not in that language, not in terms of improvement or the larger argument vis-a-vis these thinkers in Britain. But to me, it was important to just present their voices, to just excavate those voices from the papers and present them in relation to this larger sort of, okay, I leave the larger theorization to you. Yes.
I already mentioned that because of the specific policy kind of perspective, with regard to colonization, like moving settlers. So, and then the utilitarians and free traders, they're not always on the same page.
No, of course not.
Right?
Yeah.
The Wakefield movement, who was actually a colonial, is not a Wakefield, it's basically 1904.
Yeah.
From the prison, I think letter from Sydney came out around 1829.
Right.
Took a while for it to enter. So it's very curious to see how it was kind of, whether it's already being reflected. I would imagine not.
No.
But it's too early.
I have not found Wakefield in any of the Bengali the Indian newspapers here in Calcutta. It's not something that comes up very much. Yeah.
If I may just hazard a guess, and before moving on to Pathada's question, is that maybe Rammohun's belief in elite migrant communities doing good to agriculture comes from the experience of the agrarian scene in 18th century North India. If you look at elite Afghan migrants settling down in places like Rampur and what is now western UP, the whole mango crop is being developed by them. Mango is becoming a commercial crop. That is the first time you have mango becoming a commercial crop, and it is the advanced techniques of grafting and column toiri kora gacher, which leads to this explosion of the mango market. So maybe Rammohun was wedging his bets on that.
That's very interesting.
Pathada had a question.
No, it doesn't matter. Let's move on.
We'll talk over to Dipesh sir has a hand up. Yes.
Dipesh sir, please.
Go ahead.
Now, very quickly on the Wakefield plan and settler colonial history of settler colonial societies, and I think here it's different from the kind of European settlement that Rammohun Roy may have wanted. The settler colonial societies were predicated on more or less the idea of terra nullius, places that were not very heavily populated. And one of the problems that happened in Australian history was that initially, when they began to practice convict settlement, every convict on release was given a plot of land as part of a settler colonial vision. And it soon presented that society with the problem of having no servants. Everybody was landed in bigger and smaller way. And that led to the policy in Australia of actually stopping this, stopping the land grant to every released convict, and actually allow free settlement of people with no resources, so that they would get servants to serve. And that's the servant problem doesn't exist in India in the same kind of way for Europeans coming in. And so I think that there was this argument yesterday, this discussion about whether Rammohun was actually supporting a settler colonial society. And I just want to say that, at least in the European discussions, as far as I can see, the settler colonial societies were a different category. Whereas India was for them already a populous country. And the supply of servant was not a problem. As you know, most of them actually enjoyed having so many servants that they never had back home.
Thank you, Dipishna.
Any more questions? Pathala, you're sure not to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's 5 minutes of the time. So, where's Brian?
Brian on the other hand. Yeah, I can see him talking to Paul and Shukon.
Not too bad, huh?
No, we did quite well. Actually, একটু চাপে থাকলে না, we're fine. একটু লাঞ্চের মধ্যে যেতে না ঠিক আছে। সেটা তো সেন্টারে হয়ে থাকে।
রাজশ্রী লাঞ্চ ব্রেক কতক্ষণে? রাজশ্রী?
স্যার এখন লাঞ্চ ব্রেক নয়, এখন whichever way you want to do it.
Frankly, I'm not sure. I'm going to come short. I don't know. So you could have tons of time. I'll get us back on schedule. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we'll move to the third paper of the day, and it is our pleasure and honor to have Professor Brian Hatcher as speaker. Professor Brian Hatcher is Professor of Religion and Packard Chair, Professor of Theology at Tufts University. His research focuses on the transformation of Hinduism in colonial and contemporary South Asia, with a special interest in early colonial Bengal. Professor Hatcher's publications include Hinduism Before Reform. He, in fact, before the book came out, he based his Torun Mitro Memorial Lecture in this very room on that material, comparing Bengal and the Swaminarayan sect, eclecticism and modern Hindu discourse, bourgeois Hinduism or the faith of the modern Vedantists, which draws a lot on his deep and very erudite study of the Tattvabodhini Patrika. Idioms of improvement, Vidyasagar and cultural encounter in Bengal. Apart from the idioms of improvement, he also has a short biography of Vidyasagar. Vidyasagar, the life and afterlife of an eminent Indian. And at the moment, and we are all excitedly looking forward to the output, he is carrying on extensive research on the Dasnami Sannyasi networks in southern Bengal. So it is my pleasure to present to you.
Thank you, Rajarshi. And can you all hear me? Okay. It's a real pleasure and privilege to be here. Such a renowned and august institution. Do I need a microphone?
No, I think he wants the water. Mic. No, I think this one. This one.
Okay. Anyway, where was I? Just expressing how happy I am to be back in this room where I did deliver the Torun Mitra lecture, which became the book that Rajarshi very kindly mentioned, which takes up in part Rammohun Roy, and it would seem the logical thing to talk about today, but I'm not going to talk about that. I invite you to look at it, hope you will, and I welcome your feedback on it. It presses at a new way to think about Rammohun. But since I've spoken quite a bit about it, I don't want to repeat the arguments here. I thought I'd try to do something different, but I really want to begin by thanking the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this conference. The center, of course, a place I respect and admire greatly and have been coming back to for many, many years. The University of Chicago Center in Delhi, and all of my fellow participants and colleagues and friends who are here. So thank you very much. I should just say, it was really delightful to listen to this discussion yesterday about the 70s and that moment that was so formative for me as this neophyte grad student, sitting in Boston trying to figure out what is this thing called the Bengal Renaissance and who are these people, Rammohun Roy and Vidyasagar, et cetera. And those scholars, Ashok Sen, Varun Dey, Shumit Sharkar, became so important for me in terms of understanding how to think critically about the tradition, even if I hopefully went on and tried to do some of my own new things. But it's so, to be in this building is really meaningful to me. And I had made a pilgrimage when I came on my dissertation research in 1989 to meet Professor Ashok Sen here in the old Bhavan before it looked so nicely renovated. Can't remember too much of what transpired because I was probably nervous and quite anxious about how it was going to go. But I survived it, and he was gracious, and here we are. So thank you. If you've seen the program, you've seen the title of my presentation is Raj Upanishad on Rammohun in translation. So bear with me. I thought in the spirit of the 250th celebration, I might err on the side of something a little more performative as a way to honor the memory of Rammohun Roy, which we're in part gathered to do, even if we're also here to think critically about his life and legacy. So I want to use this occasion to mark my scholarly and personal respect for the man by offering a reading from a short and hitherto unknown Upanishad. Now, as we all know, the 10 great Upanishads commented on by the likes of Shankaracharya come to us from the last half of the first millennium BCE. But we know the production of new Upanishads went right on down into the early modern period. It's not entirely impossible that new Upanishads would continue to appear. And the present Upanishad that I want to present to you is probably the most recent and maybe unique among Upanishads in that its compiler can be identified with a great deal of certainty because it's me. But by myself, I reserve only the title of compiler, which seems fitting in the case of any Upanishad, since these are known in many cases to be more like small anthologies of wisdom that circulated from teachers to students, and no doubt often within certain initiatory communities. So if you just took the Shvetashvatara Upanishad, it clearly looks back extensively and quotes from the Rig Veda, but it's also advancing new teachings on yoga and what we might think of as proto-Sankhya philosophy. And it's putting forth an agenda around this new emerging god, Rudra Shiva. So the Upanishad I want to share with you is called Raj Upanishad, and we might just think of it as the king of Upanishads. And while it's my own compilation, there's actually an author behind it all, and that, of course, is Raja Rammohun Roy. This Raj Upanishad is my attempt to present in the form of a genre very dear to Rammohun the essence of his understanding of the true Hinduism of ancient India. So maybe an alternate title for Raj Upanishad would be the Upanishad of Raja Rammohun Roy. The text is made up of Sanskrit quotations from those Upanishads on which Rammohun himself reflected and commented, from the Vedanta Grantha of 1815 to his English language defense of the monotheistical system of the Vedas, and a series of other texts. These texts are stitched together using brief connective passages of my own, but are chiefly expanded on or translated into Bangla or English by Rammohun himself. So if you'll bear with me, it's a brief Upanishad, but it'll take a little time. I would like to read the Upanishad to you, and then I'll close with some commentary of my own, if you will. So here's the text. Brahma va idam aga asit. In the beginning, all this was only Brahman. Tad atmanam eva ved. It knew only itself. Aham brahmasmiti. It thought, I am Brahman. Among the gods, whosoever realized this truth, aham brahmasmi, became Brahman. It was like this for the great rishis and for humans alike. Aham Manur abhavam Suryascha. The sage Vamadeva once proclaimed, I was Manu, I was the sun. Ato yanyam devatam upaste anyo sao anyoham asmiti na sa veda. Now, anyone who venerates a deity thinking he is one and I am another does not understand. Yata pashur evam sa devanam. He becomes like cattle for the gods. Reflecting on this, the Raja said, Ka itta veda yatrasa. No ignorant man can, in a perfect manner, know the state of the existence of that God who consumes death itself even as butter. Which is to say, the sole regulator of the universe is but one who is omnipresent, far surpassing our powers of comprehension, above external sense, and whose worship is the chief duty of mankind and the sole cause of eternal beatitude, and that all that bear figure and appellation are inventions. All figures and their appellations are mere inventions. The mode of interpreting the scriptures which is universally adopted is this, that when two terms, seemingly contradictory, are applied to one person, then that which is most consistent with reason and with the context should be taken in the literal, and the other in a figurative sense. Thus, God is declared to be immaterial, and yet to have hands, eyes, etc. The latter expressions taken literally being inconsistent with reason and with other passages of the scriptures are understood as metaphorically implying his power and his knowledge. Thinking about language in this way, the Raja said, it's like this, my child, it's just a verbal handle, a mere name. Nashmar nama rupa kono matte swatantra brahmata shrikar kora jaite parina. These allegorical expressions only mean that humans are comforts to the celestial gods as food is to mankind. For he who has no faith in the supreme being is rendered subject to these gods. The Vedas affirm the same, namely, he who worships any god excepting the supreme being and thinks that he is distinct and inferior to that god knows nothing and is considered to be as domestic beast of these gods. Recall, we find expressions like this in the Veda, Agnir Muddha Chakshushi Chandra Surya. Heaven is his head and the sun and the moon are his eyes. Here the Veda allegorically, which is to say Rupak Korya, represents God in the figure of the universe. It's indisputably evident that none of these metaphorical representations which arise from the elevated style in which all the Vedas are written were designed to be viewed in any other light than mere allegory. Therefore, one should never accuse the Supreme Self of having a form visible to sight, nor should one accuse the Supreme Lord of having been born, of feeling desire, anger, greed, or delusion, or that he married or waged warfare. Why is this? Because Nishkalam, Niskriyam, Shantam, Niravadyam, Niranjanam. He has no body. He partakes in no activity. He has no passions, is free from blame, and devoid of any name. And by contrast, Jai Kono Bastu, Chakku Gokchar Hoy, Che Anitto, Ebong Astai O Parimitta. And so the Raja said, Yasya Matam Tasya Matam, Matam Yasya Navedasa. He who believes that he cannot comprehend God does know him. And he who believes that he can comprehend God does not know him. As men of perfect understanding acknowledge him to be beyond comprehension, and men of imperfect understanding suppose him to be within the reach of their simplest perception. Even the gods had to learn this lesson. Brahma Devebhyo Vijigye. In a battle between the celestial gods and the demons, God obtained victory over the latter in favor of the former. Or properly speaking, God enabled the former to defeat the latter. But upon this victory being gained, the celestial gods acquired their respective dignities and supposed the victory and glory were entirely owing to themselves. The Raja proclaimed the need for a correct reading of such a passage, saying, Tasya Isha Adesho. The foregoing is a divine figurative representation of the Supreme Being. Getting this into view is the work of the Upanishads. So the student should say, Upanishadam Bho Bruhiti. Tell me, O spiritual father, the Upanishad, or the principal part of the Veda. As if to identify this principal part of the Veda, the sage Vyasa compiled his sutras. Veda Vyasa Brahmir Sharupa Varnana Prayasa Nakorya. Tattasta Rupe Tar Nirupan Puritechan. Vyasa, from the result of various arguments coinciding with the Veda, found the accurate and positive knowledge of the Supreme Being is not within the boundary of comprehension. That is, that what and how the Supreme Being is cannot be definitively or definitely ascertained. Instead, Vyasa explained the Supreme Being by his effects and works. Yato va imani bhutani jayante yena jatani jivanti. That from which these beings are born, on which once born they live. What then are we to make of Vamadeva's exclamation that he was Manu, he was the sun? It's indisputably evident that none of these metaphorical representations which arise from the elevated style in which all the Vedas are written were designed to be viewed in any other light than mere allegory. The Raja said, Pratek Bhakti Apnate Brahmir Aropana Korya, Brahma Rupe Apnake Chintan Evam Varnan Koribar Adhikar Rakan. Everyone, on having lost all self-consideration in consequence of being united with divine reflection, may speak as assuming to be the Supreme Being, like Vamadeva, the celebrated Brahman, who in consequence of such self-forgetfulness declared himself to have created the sun, and Manu, the next person to Brahma. So we have texts like this, Tattvamasi. Right? You are that true being. What we must understand is that it is optional with every one of the celestial gods, as with every individual, to consider himself as God under this state of self-forgetfulness and unity with divine reflection. As the Veda says, you are that true being when you lose all self-consideration. And, oh God, I am nothing but you. Last page. However, in consequence of this reflection, none can be acknowledged to be the cause of the universe or the object of adoration. Why? Because God is the efficient cause of the universe. Therefore, the worship of figured deities cannot be considered equal to the adoration of God. Now, some would argue that as a mighty emperor travels throughout his kingdom in the garb of a peasant to affect the welfare of his subjects, so the King of Kings pervades the universe, assuming a divine or even a human form for the same benevolent purpose. Or we reject this argument. The comparison seems extremely objectionable, and the inference from it totally inadmissible. For a king, being ignorant of things out of the reach of his sight and liable to be deceived respecting the secrets and private opinions of his subjects, may sometimes be obliged to travel through his kingdom to acquire a knowledge of their condition and to promote their welfare personally. But there can be obviously no inducement for an omnipotent being in whose omniscience also my learned opponent, I dare say, believes, to assume a form in order either to acquaint himself with the affairs of men or to accomplish any benevolent design toward his creatures. That is not the way to salvation. Na anya pantha vimuktaye. What then is the way? Tattva dina muktir annu upayane. What is Tattva Gyan? Ekameva Dityam. One only without a second is the doctrine maintained by all the Upanishads. The Raja says, whatever person has known God is really happy, and whoever has not known him is subjected to great misery. Om Tat Sat. It's a relatively brief Upanishad. Thank you for bearing with me. So the commentary I want to give goes towards this issue of translation, because I think, and this is extracted from something I tried to do years ago, which was to rethink the notion of reform through the lens of translation, to think of, because reform is so invested in these notions of improvement and progress that we've been talking about a lot. And what if we just used a different kind of critical lens to think about what a reformer does, a change agent does, and what a change agent often does is acts of redescription, right? Try to put something people know in terms that they don't know. So like Durkheim, thinking about religion in terms of society. This is a kind of profound act of redescription that changes your whole way of seeing the world. And I think that's kind of what Rammohun can be thought of as doing, and takes us outside that framework of reform. That's as much as I'll say about the Hinduism before reform. So I find the Raja Upanishad useful not in the rather obvious way it seeks to summarize Rammohun's vision of Vedic monotheism. But in the less obvious way, its shifting linguistic registers remind us of Rammohun's role as a translator. And as a translator, to think of him, and I borrow a phrase from Deleuze and Guattari, as a foreigner in his own tongue. Foreigner in his own tongue. I take the role of translator to be one of the most profound dimensions of his life. Again, not in the narrow sense of what he did by way of rendering Sanskrit or other texts into Bangla or English. What I would highlight is the way Rammohun innovated by retelling, reframing, or translating a kind of, to his readers, unfamiliar, what we might call remainder that he found within the Vedic tradition, which he equated with that truth of Hinduism. Remainder here is a term from Jean-Jacques Cercle, and which has kind of been used by Lawrence Venuti, a theorist of translation, to think of how traces within the target language in a translation work to kind of domesticate foreign. I use it in a slightly different sense, where I would like to think of the remainder as the unfamiliar, non-figured here, vision of the ultimate in the Upanishads that Rammohun uses precisely to make the Vedanta foreign to his readers, with whom for whom it is already familiar in some sense, right? As a translator in this sense, Rammohun wasn't simply working to communicate Upanishadic wisdom to his contemporaries. He was redescribing the world of religion using a wide repertoire of Vedantic, Tantric, Islamic, Christian, and Unitarian concepts. By focusing here on the Vedantic material, I propose we might redirect our attention from lingering questions about, this is old argument about the relative obscurity of Vedanta in Bengal, for instance, so that we kind of fixate on that question. How much was Vedanta known at all in Bengal? Not to downplay the importance of an issue like that, I think we have a chance here to go in a different direction and think about how Vedanta operates for Rammohun. So instead of looking for the traces of the Vedanta we think we know, Rammohun actually asks us, as he asked his contemporaries, to see Vedanta as strange or even foreign. By translating it into his own terms, Rammohun attempted to unsettle the bedrock of orthodoxy, something that we've really had a delightful presentation from Professor Sarkar about already. Argued for, in his case, Vedanta Chandrika by Mrityunjay Vidalankar. You will recognize some of that in this Upanishad. So he tunes his ear to these minor chords, if you will, within his own religious world. The challenge he faced was to avoid undercutting this task of innovation, I think, by tying it to the patent authority of the Vedanta as it was already known. So if he draws too closely on a Vedanta known to his readers, he won't get them to see the Vedanta he wants them to see. And so to appreciate how he avoided this risk, I'm reminded of a way our distant friend Deepesh Chakrabarty works with Venuti in provincializing Europe to draw on the distinction between domesticating and foreignizing modes of translation as a way to explore the kinds of choices translators have when they want to join things together or perhaps decide to hold them apart. So Venuti says the translator always has the opportunity to create a kind of minor literature, a discourse that really has only minority status within the dominant culture. But as the voice of the minority view, the translator is able to put the majority discourse on notice by giving a voice to what has been left unsaid. Thinking about Rammohun, we find him taking up the position even of, we could say, blasphemer, who in Gauri Vishwanathan's terms willingly engages in an act of self-alienation from their own culture as a way to more truly belong to that culture. So it's a willing act of self-alienation toward the end of belonging. The scandal then of blasphemy is not about walking away, but about risking rejection as a way to claim membership. For Rammohun to challenge the majority discourse around something like Pratima Puja, or the proliferation of what he calls figured gods in Hinduism, it's actually enough to translate threads of minor discourse that are woven into his own tradition. Call it the Vedant, call it the path of Guru Nanak, call it Sant Mat, and we've heard from Melinda about all these threads that are there that you could pull upon. He found these threads of reverence for that which cannot be figured, the Niranjana, and he pulled those out of the warp and weft of Hinduism and said, this is taught by the Vedas, this is truth, Om Tat Sat. So on this level, the difference between Rammohun and someone like Mrityunjay is not that one is a modern translator and the other is a hidebound traditionalist. And I appreciate Tanakadi's comments to this end more generally about orthodox versus, progressive or something. Both are in some ways translators who seek to render Vedantic teachings intelligible to the public. What distinguishes them is that one translates toward that which is foreign, alien, suppressed, or forgotten. The other translates on behalf of the ruling party, as it were. In Mrityunjay's Vedanta Chandrika, one will find no surprises, really. His is a faithful translation of the dominant position. But Rammohun, straddling the line between commentator and translator, takes advantage of the productive potential of that liminal space to bring forward an alternate vision of Veda and Vedanta. Pardon the metaphor, but he dances with Shankara in a close embrace, one might say. But he also leads the dance in a subtle way toward the promotion not of an Advaitic monism of Shankara, but of his own quasi-deistic monotheism. And mentioning deism, then you might think of David Kopp, who claimed that Rammohun's accomplishment had been to domesticate monotheism in Bengal. And that's possibly still a useful way to think of things, provided we not limit domestication to the area of imported truths, like post-Enlightenment deism. My point is, what Rammohun did was to stress the dimensions of Vedic wisdom that were both foreign and, in a sense, already domestic. The biggest challenge Rammohun faced was actually not to go too far in the direction of domesticating things, lest his Vedant only mirror the majority discourse of the ruling party. There had to be some scandal. There had to be what Dipesh, as following Gayatri Spirit, calls that measure of the uncanny. The dance with Shankara could evoke just this uncanny sense of odd familiarity. Someone else, perfect. Someone else who we might invoke here is Tony Stewart, who has written a lot about the success of innovative translation and says that it comes not merely when, in his terms, quote, a new term becomes part of the target culture's extended religious vocabulary, end quote, but also, quoting again, carries with it, or at least points to another conceptual world, end quote. The beauty of the Raja Upanishad, then, is that it simply says, here's the Veda you know, which is not the Veda you know. Or in the words of the first Upanishad, translated by Rammohun, yasya matam tasya matam, matam yasya na vedasa, right? Who does not think he knows it, does. Who thinks he does know it, does not. And I have been really struck that that's the first Upanishad he chose to translate. And it speaks, I think, to so many of his concerns around figured deities, the unnameable ultimate, etc., allegory. So wrapping up, in this respect, the claim that Rammohun's accomplishment was to tear Vedic wisdom out of the hands of the limited Brahmanical elite and share it with the wider public on the order of a kind of Luther sharing the Bible through German with a wider reading public, that might not be invalid, or it might not be unuseful, but it might not say all we want to say. Because I think Rammohun's project wasn't just to promote fluency to a broader public. Such fluency, as evidenced by Mrityunjay's critique, was actually the major obstacle to overcome. As Walter Benjamin has noted, any translation that seeks only to transmit familiar information delivers in the end nothing essential. Right? What was essential in the case for Rammohun was to incite change in theological and moral discourse, and to do that, he had to redescribe the Vedanta. And this he did by making it not familiar but foreign, but in just such a way that it could be recognized and embraced. Here, I'll throw out one more theorist of translation, although a contemporary with Rammohun Roy, Wilhelm von Humboldt, writing at almost the exact same moment, 1816. He says the translator succeeds where his readers feel the foreign, but don't feel the foreignness. Just let that sit for a second. Yeah, they feel the foreign, but they don't feel the foreignness. I think Rammohun's Tattva-gyan is like that. He makes it foreign to the religion of the day, but in such a way that now the Brahmo mantra is, in some sense, recognized by everyone and is owned by everyone. Ekameva Dityam. It is that old Vedic mantra, but it's a new mantra now. It names a new truth about Brahmo-deistic deism. That's all I have. Thank you.
Gautam Babu,
Yeah.
Tapam Million.
If there are questions.
All of us are hungry now. But just a small question, online question. Sanskrit, Bengali,
English.
Do you find any Hitovadi Sharan? Hitovadi Sharan or utilitarian sect in the translations? To me, the utilitarian sects are clear. Rammohun Rai is making the intentionally with a different intention, the Bengal. From Bengali is coming back to English. If there are any utilitarian paradigm shift, I would not say paradigm, but utilitarian shift in the emphasis. And I prefer Bengali. So I am saying Hitovadi Sharan.
Nice. We did doing a few, and
I think
thank
take
you.
3 together, maybe million.
Remember, we're all hungry, so.
Yeah. This was supposed to be a bhashya, but I'll try to keep it shorter. On the Raja Upanishad, thank you for discovering that Upanishad. I want to just focus on the passage from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which is about the gods don't want the humans to realize their identity with Brahman because they want to keep humans as cattle. And I think this is really central because it goes back to Dipeshta's question, why is anti-idolatry important? And I think it's important because the gods are keeping us unfree. And therefore, any move to be truly autonomous, to critique heteronomy, has to be anti-divine, it has to be anti-gods in order to realize this oneness. But I think the cattle imagery is also really interesting because one thing that has been coming up repeatedly in the conference is about servitude. And servitude, of course, not just of humans or women and slaves, but here also of cattle, of animal servitude. Yeah. So the theoretical part is, I mean, I'm thinking now with Marshall Zalence's work on the original political society, which is about gods being the original sovereigns and property owners and the humans then wanting to be like gods, or Graeber and Zalence's recent book on kings, where he argues that even in so-called non-monarchic societies, there are sovereigns and property owners which are gods. So is that the basic reform? And now I'm thinking obviously with the kind of Platonic genealogy of the concept of form, which is very important in the whole Reformation discourse, going back to the true form, the true Advaita, would be to critique the ways that gods is equal to idols, rule over humans, and then humans perpetuate male over female, human over cattle, and so on. Is that the basic kind of anti-heteronomic move, which is fundamental to Rammohun? But this was as much historical as a bhashya theory.
Thank you.
Oh, Dipeshta.
Brian, I love the paper because what I loved about it, which we normally don't get in an academic paper, is that you not only introduced a degree of good-natured humor into what you were doing, but you allow yourself to be amused by the past, which is wonderful. But the question I had is this: that it goes back to partly your Deleuze-reflected reading of Rammohun as the figure of the translator who produces a kind of minoritarian ethic, right? And the problem here is the difference between the case of Rammohun and what I think Deleuze, or even before Deleuze, Hannah Arendt argued in her collection of essays on Jewish history. I think it's called the Jewish essays, Jewish history essays, or whatever, where Arendt made a distinction between what she called the pariah Jews and the parvenu Jews, the emancipated, the assimilated Jews. And her ideal, one of the figures exemplifying the pariah Jew was shared with Deleuze, it was Kafka. And her argument from that was that the pariah Jews are Jews who would want to settle in Palestine and share the place with the Arabs and not want a Jewish majority state. Whereas the story of Rammohun Roy to Vidyasagar, the Bengali reformers, of course, they aligned themselves with the colonial state. And this was a point that Ashok Sen used to emphasize a lot in both his writing and his discussions. And he used to use, he did not think in terms of minoritarianism, but he used to think in terms of the minority status of the reformer, that society on its own wouldn't have produced the change, and therefore they had to rely on the strength of the colonial state and its legislative capability. So the question I come back to is, like, when you think of Rammohun through a very interesting angle that you took on him, how do you then come back to the question of his and later Vidyasagar's reliance on the state?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe take these three first. And then,
Sure. How hungry are you?
You're hungry for more.
Yeah. Yeah. Gautam Babu, thank you for that question. You obviously have been looking for something that I hadn't explicitly been looking for, but I hear where you're going. And I think, yes, I can hear strains of the Hituvadi in there. I mean, maybe the most meaningful line is, the one who knows God is happy, and the one who doesn't lives a life of misery. So there's a path here towards happiness for people if they would get on board, right? That this will be for the welfare of people, that currently they're laboring under the delusions fostered on them, or the illusions fostered on them by people like Mrityunjay and his like, who would have them worship figured gods, which are kind of, in fact, alienating them from the true God. And so, yeah, I think there's a utilitarian dimension to that. I'm just going to confess, I hadn't been thinking in those terms, right? But yes, short answer. I'd love to use that same answer for Melinda's question. Yes. There's so much there to think about. God may be, and certainly in line with what I just said, it certainly seems to be the case that are the gods who wish to keep us unfree in this reading, right? And that Brihadaranyaka Upanishad passage is so great for that. And then the way he picks it up and uses it. The question is, I mean, he's driving towards a greater degree of autonomy. I agree. And this kind of, we can connect to a broader discussion around whether he was an Enlightenment figure. Again, we had at the end of one of the earlier sessions this question was raised. I'm inclined to think, though, it's not, autonomy doesn't always lead to the rejection of divinity. It might lead to the subjection to a higher divinity, right? Which is what I see he's suggesting, right? That the one true God is the God you need to recognize, who is the supreme God, who will then support, he supplies the order and meaning to the universe, right? And so your autonomy will be found within that system. So it's not, it remains a kind of heteronomy, but it's a higher form of maybe heteronomy than what we get with the Orthodox Brahmanical model. I don't know if I'm quite answering the question, but this.
If that God is me, then it's not autonomy anymore. Aham Brahmasmi.
Yeah, but he's not sitting comfortably with the Aham Brahmasmi, right? He's saying that's a moment of self-forgetfulness, and we have to guard against that, right? So this is very interesting. This is the anti-Shankara kind of moment where he's like, careful, right? Don't go there. But there's the whole thing about the potency of the Pashu and the in terms of servility and all of that. I won't try to regenerate my thought that I had, but sovereignty then, and I've written in the book about him being the Raja, the ruler, the one who leads, and in some sense he is a kind of stepping forward as a new kind of ruler in his own right? A kind of moral and political and theological ruler. So he and I had drawn on Hocart and there's this sort of theory of kingship, right? So that's sort of behind the Graeber and all that kind of work, Solons and all that. So I'm inclined to think we don't get rid of the Raja, we just translate the Raja into another form, right? And then Dipesh, thank you for that comment on the mind, this minoritarian ethic. I mean, it does I don't know if I'm understanding you entirely. I'm not as well-read in Arendt and such. I wish I were. But I think what you're driving at least what I hear, is that he's pressing towards a kind of minoritarian ethic, but that ethic will have its limits. And the limits will be found, it came up in Rosinka's talk, I think, this whole question of what will be the posture vis-a-vis capitalism, vis-a-vis landholding, vis-a-vis the power of the landlord over the riots, right? And it's not an easy question to answer, no obvious answer, but there's some embrace of ambiguities, or there's just the reality of some tensions there, right? That we have to admit. Likewise, the embrace or the appeal to the state. I mean, I've thought a lot about that with Vidashagar as well. This kind of continued appeal up to the Bahu Bibahu campaign, still going to the state to ask for legislation to resolve this problem, right? And that, of course, makes him from one angle look like he's just a supplicant of the state and not really achieving a kind of autonomy in that regard. But at the same time, for the purposes maybe of a utilitarian agenda, that's the way we're going to get this done, right? And the strategy would require that.
Right, Brian, and if I may come in, just say that Faisal Devji was meant to join us in this conference and he didn't, but if he had been here, and I'm thinking back to his book on Gandhi, The Impossible Indian, where he's trying to extract from certain events in Gandhi's life what you might regard as a Deleuzian minoritarian ethic, rather than the politics of an avant-gardist minority that would use the power of the state to push some reforms through. I guess, it's eventually the distinction between politics and ethics that was emerging so much as a part of the discussion in the 1980s and 90s around this question of minoritarianism, choosing to be a minoritarian.
Well, I think maybe the Raj Upanishad is an apt title in the sense that it's the teachings of the Raja, right? He's both guru and Raja, and he's a guru of a minoritarian viewpoint, but he's also a leader, a helmsman, the Raja, who's still got the authority and not ashamed of that authority, and is going to capitalize on it, I think. So again, it's just what makes him both fascinating and aggravating too, because you have these aporias within his own life, right? And how do you square them? I can't. So I just get amused. Not to be, I don't mean to be trite, but there's a lot. There's a lot in Rammohun to find joy in, though, I think. And I did want to bring some of that out just because we're celebrating 250 years of someone that we all know and in some sense love, right? So, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, Shubhatri, Upal Shubha. Second.
Hi, Brian. Thank you. That was very thought-provoking, and I will not make this long to keep everyone away from lunch. Just two quick questions. One is, yesterday I was just thinking about the phrase Brahmo Kripahi Kevalam and how that draws upon Guru Kripahi Kevalam, and I'm wondering if we can think of that as an example of translation rendering, the similar and the foreign, and how we kind of play between the two. I'm not sure if this is Rammohun though, so I'm also wondering. Yeah, I don't know where it comes. Maybe later, yeah. But I'm wondering if it's a similar exercise. And drawing on from that, I was kind of thinking out loud on the nature of translation from Lydia Liu, who is kind of talking about how translation as an exercise translates value. It makes it comprehensible between two languages. And I'm wondering if it is precisely because of that translation of value that it becomes so central to the reform exercise. And does translation as an act of reform continue in the later part of the century as well? That's something I'm wondering about. But thank you.
No, you're welcome. And
Upal, and then last. Upal. Upal. No, oh, right. You have a question.
Speak here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Brian. Very interesting. I was just wondering, what's the conceptual work of alienation in your paper? As I see it, there seems to be a staging of alienation by Rammohun. But at the same time, as the scholar, you too seem to be using alienation to explain the kind of foreignness that is being staged for a certain purpose of redescription. What exactly then alienation is doing for you as a scholar who is also looking at Rammohun staging alienation in a certain way?
Thank you, Professor Hatcher. I have a textual question, but I would imagine that has a contextual bearing as well. The one paradox which struck me, and I think you also elaborated on that a little bit, is about the one who is unable to know God knows truth and vice versa. And yet the one who knows God is happy and one who does not is led to misery. Now, that's a strange paradox. And what happens to the question, very big question about reason then with a capital R? Because if it is incomprehensibility, which is defining God, how does the human equal to God or human less than God reach reason at all in this kind of a time when liberalism, of course, I'm trying to imagine, is being foregrounded in some ways?
Yeah. I'll begin with Shukannas just because it immediately comes to my mind that another Upanishad that Rammohun translated was the Mundaka Upanishad. And the Mundaka Upanishad very clearly states at the beginning that there are two kinds of knowledge, higher and lower, right? And so I think in some sense, one way to approach this apparent paradox of knowing is that there are different kinds of knowing, right? There's knowing God and being misled, and then there's knowing the true God and finding happiness, right? And those are two levels of knowledge, right? They're both kinds of knowledge, but only one is true Tattva, right? The other is a kind of false knowledge or incomplete knowledge or lower Veda. So we the Mundaka famously doesn't get rid of the other parts of the Veda, just says there's a higher knowledge of the imperishable, right? So, and then maybe that accords with the capital R reason that is being brought to bear on these texts to extricate a kind of vision that's not indebted to, or in a kind of an enlightenment model, not self-incurred tutelage to the authority of the pre-existing system, right? It's kind of trying to wrench itself free in a kind of Kantian fashion. Wow, Upal, that's a great question. A lot of people here know much more about alienation, not personally, I'm sure. In terms of theory and Marxist theory in particular, it's not my forte, but I'm thinking about alienation, looking at Rammohun staging alienation. I start with the latter part. I like that idea of staging alienation. And again, I'm reminded of something Thonakadi said, is everything is strategic, right? Everything is strategic. These are choices that are being made to achieve certain ends. And I think that vis-a-vis the Satidaho debate, whether women don't have any agency in this discussion about they're just kind of led to the pyre or we're going to rescue them, but it'd be the men doing it either way. But strategically for Rammohun, it kind of worked probably to show the women as passive victims, because then it only helped make his case, right? So strategically here, he's kind of staging, maybe in a dramatic fashion, self-alienation from his own tradition. And I guess what I'm trying to suggest is that's seems to be a very productive way for us to think about, in the sense Shivatri's raising, around the larger dynamics of translation and change, how we go about redescribing worlds so that they don't continue to look like the same world that we've been inhabiting. How do we achieve change while not completely losing our moorings, I guess. I'm not going to be able to generate a sophisticated answer right here to that question. I'm going to have to ponder it, I think. But I do want to kind of just take it to Shivatri's and think about this notion of, well, you asked, does this continue throughout the century? And I think it does, very much so. I think what I wrote an essay for Journal of Asian Studies on translation, Anubad. I was interested in the Anubad of Anubad, basically, of how Anubada became translation in English. And it struck me that in this earlier period, Rammohun and a lot of people in his generation didn't talk about Anubad. They talked about Bhasha Korea, Vivaranam, right? All kinds of Sangraha Bhashate. They would use all kinds of phrases to simply speak about retelling something in the vernacular language. It wasn't about translation which comes in the Western sort of European framework, modern framework, traded with these notions of faithfulness and accuracy, right? And so this bugbear of, is this a faithful translation, right? They weren't worried about that. They were retelling the truths that were important to them, reframing them in ways. And I think that by the end of the 19th century, what does change is you do begin to get an embrace amongst Bangla writers of, okay, this is a faithful Anubad, this is a Abhikal Anubad, right? This is a entirely complete and accurate translation. So they've kind of internalized that modality from an earlier. I'm kind of off the topic, I guess, but it's interesting to think about the way translation continues to operate, and I think it continues to work to try to translate new kinds of value. But at the same time, translation itself is getting translated. And I think Lydia Liu's work is really valued in that regard. Maybe I'm hungry. I don't know if I'm making sense anymore.
Okay, with that, should we, or I had a question here, but anyway, yeah. So
No, I'm not.
No, that's all right. Yeah.
I'm fine, but I'm just saying,
So maybe we should just break for lunch now?
How's the time?
Yeah. Well, no, we're past like 10 minutes.
No, well, let's keep on schedule then. Yeah.
We return at 2:45.
And we return at 2:45 for Rahul.
I'm glad you came.
I leave out. Please forgive me. No, that's okay. I think they were put together. So Rahul Govind is assistant professor at the Department of History, Delhi University. His research interests are in metaphysics, political economy, jurisprudence, religion, and imperialism. He's the author of The Infinite Double, Persons, Things, Empire, Economy. It was published from the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies in Shimla, 2015. I believe I was on party. শোনা যাচ্ছে না? এই মাইক তো বন্ধ। আমরাও কিন্তু প্রফেসর হ্যাচারকে শুনতেই পাচ্ছিলাম না পেছনে। Could hardly hear you. Oh, that's it. That's right.
That's all that.
So anyway, Rahul just reminded me that I'd been part of a selection committee for the IIAS fellowship. But we'd been together at a cultural studies workshop where I remember that much more. Okay. Rahul has published also several articles in the ISHR, TLOS, Studies in History, Journal of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, EPW, and Cultural Critique. He'll be speaking on the spiritual, the religious, and the secular in Rammohun Roy's hermeneutic praxis, some preliminary thoughts. We have half an hour.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I'm deeply honored to be here. I thank all the members of the organizing committee for inviting me and involving me in these celebrations. So the title of my paper is The Spiritual, the Religious, and the Secular in Rammohun Roy's Hermeneutic Praxis, Some Preliminary Thoughts. This paper argues that a close reading of Raja Rammohun Roy's hermeneutic strategies yields important insights on both colonial imperial rule as well as categories such as the spiritual, the religious, and the secular, and their interweaving texture. Insofar as Roy did not write a treatise in the conventional sense, but committed himself to concrete interventions and social change, it does not seem out of place to characterize his hermeneutic as a praxis. This also means that my attempt at reading Roy will cut across several of his texts in the attempt at articulating certain postulates of his thoughts, within which his manifold interventions may be embedded and plotted. Since the term secular is used in the title might call for some explanation, I begin with some justification of its use as point of origin to the broader exegesis. In his memorial to the King in Council, several times referred here and in several texts, protesting against regulations that were seen as censoring the freedom of the press, Roy outlines, I believe, in chrysalis form, an entire architectonic of imperial rule and the germs of a political philosophy. He makes clear in very eloquent terms that unlike earlier rulers, the British did not allow natives to participate in governance. While political participation was denied to them, they were ostensibly secured civil and religious rights. The exercise of civil and religious rights, this diet that he uses, were what he says, to use his word, a consolation for the loss of political rights, but he argues they enabled a public evaluation of the company regime. Evaluation which would enable superior authorities in London to know whether local company governance was indeed beneficial for the country, and if such were not the case, corrections could be considered. Roy is speaking of the civil and the religious, within quotes, I'm quoting him, as a domain of public evaluative reasoning in the face of a denial of political participation. Such an understanding of the civil and the religious is also to be found in his later responses to the judicial system in India. He was in favor of a criminal and civil code based on common principles that stood on their own and did not have a reference to Islamic or Christian scripture. His poor opinion of Hindu criminal law was indicated by his commending the English for founding their criminal law on Islamic principles. But as just stated, he envisioned a universal code which did not need to refer to scripture. This could best be evolved through reasoning and common consultation with certain classes of people, he said. Thus insistently emerges what we might call secular, that is, the idea of law being based on an evolving consensus of common principles among a community at large without having its reference point any particular religious scripture. The notion of common reasoning as sustaining the principles and practices of law enables one to navigate the dense particularities of Roy's scriptural hermeneutics in their various deployments. This paradoxical combinatory of a critique that is at the same time a hermeneutic is a measure of Roy's originality. It is no accident that civil and religious form a dyad because Roy well recognized that the two were inseparable insofar as they determined the legality of social practices as well as proprietorial title. Taking this division into account, this paper consists of two distinct parts. The first focuses on property and the second on social practices from sati to idolatry, which were legitimized as religious practices. If one sees Roy's diagnosis of the specific imperial conjuncture on the civil and religious as a quote-unquote consolation, as a forum for a public reasoned evaluation which would take the form of an appeal to higher authorities, then one can integrate the two otherwise seemingly distinct fields of property and social practice. In a nutshell, while Roy's analysis of property indicts colonial rule in fundamental ways via scriptural exegesis, his critique of religious practice is an indictment of the religious from the vantage point of the spiritual, as was formulated in his own distinctive way, something I'll try to elaborate on in the second section. So on to property first. This section on property focuses on his essay on the rights of Hindus over ancestral property in Bengal. In this essay, Roy demonstrates the impossibility of separating questions of the public and the private, the political imperial and the religious native, revenue and property, interconnections that have often been missed by contemporary historians, particularly recent historiography that has cast Roy in the mode or in this kind of liberal moment. The interconnections between colonial revenue demand and its claims to having secured private property are rigorously scrutinized and critiqued. However, before entering into an analysis of Roy's discussion, a broader historical context is in order. The year of Roy's birth saw the implementation of Warren Hastings' plan for a judicature, which definitively deployed religion as the framework for civil laws, although the personnel determining the import of religious law were ultimately English officials. Hastings also explicitly demarcated such religious law in matters of property and inheritance from zamindari properties, which were directly to be determined by governor and council. This was merely placing a legal stamp on a policy that the company was already following when it auctioned out zamindari properties and then resorted to the 5-year farming system. Thus, the absolute proprietorial control of the East India Company was definitively established in theory and practice by the Plan of 1772. One may say that revenue demand was the cipher for what Roy meant by the imperial political, since not only was it unilaterally determined, it was also the condition on the basis of which property was construed. The Regulating Act, formulated immediately after 1772, opened the possibility of a more direct intervention from London in the form of the Supreme Court. The first dispute between the Supreme Court and the Supreme Council, that is Governor and the Council of Four, directly concerned the nature of zamindari proprietorial right by raising the question of the legality and procedures of the companies imposing criminal penalties on revenue defaulting. The court threatened, that is the Supreme Court, threatened to destabilize the entire legal provincial court system instituted in 1772 by intervening in questions of land revenue. Hastings, in turn, questioned the capacity of English Supreme Court judges to adjudicate on local proprietorial and revenue law. Here, it is important to underline that in the name of preserving religious law and local custom and usage, the company asserted its jurisdiction and its expertise against Supreme Court judges. This round of the conflict was won by the company when, by a later statute, the Supreme Court was explicitly barred from interfering in questions of revenue and landed property. In the meantime, the company was required to justify its rule in the name of local laws and usages, and it is in this broad context that one can understand the importance of religion in the formulation of law and hence the codification projects. What is often obscured in the institutionalization of religion as the framework of civil law is the fact that the fundamental right to revenue and therein absolute proprietorial right claimed by the company, as was asserted, was clearly placed outside the ambit of any religious restriction. Revenue demand and proprietary right were inseparable because the latter was always conditional on revenue payment. In the attempts at the codification of Hindu law, the Pandits were constantly asked about the shares of cultivators, to which they always responded by stating that these issues varied from region to region and time to time. Revenue was determined unilaterally by government, by the East India Company, but proprietorial title was simultaneously subject to what was called religious law. The connection between the two ways was rendered explicit by the fact that inheritance laws were often earlier used as a way to neutralize the threat of zamindars, something even inveterate enemies like Hastings and Francis agreed upon. It is this obscuring of the proprietary right as a function of revenue demand that Roy detects and indicts with such clarity. That zamindars and landed property had no relationship to religion in regimes prior to the British was something that Roy emphasized in his remarks on the revenue system. Under the British, the two were intertwined because inheritance laws, supposedly based on religion, was a determinant in the nature of title. That is to say, Roy diagnosed the manipulated inconsistency in British revenue and judicial policy by pointing out that while the permanent settlement was to have secured property, the sudden implementation of specific Hindu laws, particularly Mitakshara, undermined this by limiting the individual's rights in the light of the claims of heirs. Roy sees this as a shift in policy based on what he perceives as changes in the early 19th century. For Roy, this was an eminently practical matter and germane to the material prosperity of Bengal. In his words, and I quote, "A man legally possessed of immovable property, whether ancestral or self-acquired, has always been held responsible and punishable as owner for acts occurring on his estate. And in case of default on his part in the discharge of revenue payable to the government from the estate, he is subjected to the privation of that property by public sale under the authority of the government. He is in fact under these and many other circumstances actually and virtually acknowledged to be the lawful and perfect owner of his estate. A sale or gift by him of his property must therefore stand valid or unquestionable, unquote. Thus, to limit rights over property on the basis of so-called Hindu law was inconsistent and unjust in terms of the colonial promise of property right. This was because, as he argued, and I quote, anyone possessed of landed property, whether self-acquired or ancestral, has been able under the long-established law of the land to procure easily on credit of that property loans of money to lay out on the improvement of his estate in trade or in manufacturers, whereby he enriches himself and his family and benefits the country, unquote. The reneging on this promise of full property would, according to Roy, reduce the country to the poverty of the upper provinces where different land policies and Mitakshara was to have prevailed. Roy thus definitively exposed the nexus between revenue and property and indicted the company for having in effect nullified its promise in the permanent settlement. However, in the context of the colonial framing of law in terms of religion and scripture, he found it necessary to make his case of the subversion of proprietary right by inheritance laws by resorting to scriptural interpretation. In doing so, he stated his founding principle quite clearly. He argued that scriptural injunctions need to be considered imperative only when, quote, they were consistent with sound reasoning, unquote. He then proceeded to establish that among scriptural injunctions, were not necessarily followed. He proceeded to establish that scriptural injunctions were not necessarily followed, and no legal liability thereby arose from not following scriptural injunction. Among many instances, he cites Manu's dictum that, quote, let him not marry a girl with reddish hair, nor with any deformed limb, nor troubled with habitual sickness, nor one either with no hair or too much, nor one immoderately talkative, nor one with inflamed eyes, unquote. As Roy explains, though this injunction was frequently disregarded, no marriage was ever legally nullified on this account. Quote, it being understood that the above prohibition not being supported by sound reason only involves the bridegroom in the religious offense of disregard to a sacred precept, unquote. In this manner, Roy affirms that religious prohibitions, his phrase, may not accord with sound reason and could be disregarded without incurring legal liability. It is in this context that he interprets the import of scripture with regards to the right of self-acquired or ancestral property. Selling land at one's own discretion may be seen as a, quote, breach of religious duty, unquote, but neither the seller nor the purchaser was therefore punishable with forfeiture. Different grounds are therefore given for rejecting the identification of scriptural injunction and law. While some are rejected because they are not consistent with sound reasoning, as the injunction not to marry someone immoderately talkative or with reddish hair, others are classified as being merely moral and not legal, such as the dictum that ancestral property should not be sold without the consent of heirs. As a result, scripture is to be interpreted not merely according to sound reason, but a further distinction was required to be made between the moral and the legal. The criteria for determining legality and demarcating it from the moral could be nothing less than, to quote again, common law and established usages of all countries, unquote. His commendation of Jimutwahana as an expounder and not a mere commentator is because he sees in him a recognition of the fact that interpretation is necessitated by the fact of contrary injunctions in scripture. It is in this context that one can see Roy's detailed textual support for his proposition that there was no distinction between ancestral and self-acquired property, and this was something that existed in theory and practice in Bengal, specifically in Bengal. In his correspondence on the subject, Roy also makes it clear that property was surely not to be considered something that a king could give and take at pleasure. The determinations and rules governing property were thus to be derived from common usages and reason, and he approvingly cites Colebrook to the effect that such rules were largely conventional or arbitrary. In other places, the same undermining of property by the colonial state is instantiated in colonial regulations, which empowered collectors to determine title in the context of land resumption. This is again under Bentinck, but this aspect is often not discussed as much. And finally, it must be mentioned that Roy found the permanent settlement to be the highest revenue demand made in colonial and pre-colonial history. Lest this argument, again, this refers to some of the discussions that have been taking place, lest this argument, entire argument be seen as merely a defense of a certain zamindari proprietary right, it must be recalled that Roy very strongly wrote about the need to protect the rights of Kutkash peasants by bringing in rules. He repeated this, by bringing in rules to limit the rent demanded by the zamindars. Even while he recognized that these powers of the zamindars were given by the colonial state to secure their own revenue demand and therefore attributable to a colonial imperial architecture. That is, the increased zamindar demand was because they were given those rights by the colonial state. He argues that in prior regimes, whatsoever the violations in practice, peasants, zamindars, and rulers were all recognized to have fixed rights. Speaking of the painful condition of the peasantry, there are several other ameliorating measures that Roy suggests, including taxing luxurious commodities and reducing government expenditure. Roy's specific and detailed scriptural hermeneutics, therefore, has to be contextualized within this broader diagnosis of his contemporary condition. The paper had begun by pointing to the fact that Roy envisioned the possibility of forming a code of law based on common reasoning and usages without reference to any particular scripture. However, the rejection of particular scriptures was not a rejection of religion. In the second part, we now turn to examine his scriptural hermeneutics from a different angle. If on the question of property, Roy read scripture to justify claims of the existence of exclusive title in an explicit critique of imperial policy, in the case of several religiously legitimated practices, Roy would use his hermeneutic to critique as a critique of social practice in terms of pointing to its lack of grounding in an understanding of scripture. That is, the lack of reasoning as manifested in unreflexive habits which constituted such practices. The question will remain as to what, in fact, remains in the face of what remains of religions in the face of this relentless critique. At this point, one could argue that Roy did indeed affirm religion as a form of common and universal reasoning that formed the basis of his critique of social practice. The moral that is set aside in his affirmation of property title may in certain contexts be in turn valorized as the spiritual, as a ground from which to expose the secularly moral corruption that in fact formed the content of religious practices. The spiritual in the form of reason and end at strategic moments is converted to both a critique and a salvaging of secular practice. This seemingly paradoxical argument about the spiritual and the secular, God and reason, reach back to his early text, the Tufat. In germinal form, one finds in the Tufat the elucidation of religion as well as its critique in the form of its deviance from rationality and perversion into habit. The Tufat affirmed the existence of a supreme being that guaranteed the rationality of the world, even while it critiqued deviations from such a basis that could easily turn into a means of violence and oppression. In this early text, Roy had written that religion was both universal as well as fundamentally differentiated. That is to say, while all societies believed in one God who created and governed the universe, societies differed about the qualities attributed to God, as well as the laws regulating what was permitted and what was prohibited. The beauty and rationality of the universe spoke of a creator superintendent, while rules and laws regulating and protecting property differed from society to society. Therein emerged great divergences. Societies developed their own dogmas and myths, what Roy calls impossible stories, to defend their own doctrines and laws. This led to such dogmatism and intolerance that anyone who questioned such beliefs, whether they came from within society or from other societies, risked their lives. Thereby distinguished is the rationality and faith required for morality from their possible and actual degeneration into habits and oppression. In the distinction between the universal truth of religion and its common falsehoods, Roy illustrated the ways in which violent acts and erroneous impossible beliefs were defended. In his own words, quote from the Tufat, out of regard for their religion and faith, they think such acts as murder, usurpation, and torturing others, although they be of the same species and offspring of the same parents, acts of great virtue, unquote. It was a blind, unquestioning habit to the dogmas that one was born into that led to irrational and violent practices. Societal evils, as well as prejudice and dogmatism, are diagnosed as characteristics of religious social groups. The argument that what takes the appearance of religious belief might in fact be the root of oppressive practice is clarified by Roy's critique that what in the West, Roy's critique of what in the West has been known as the Pascal's wager argument. Roy argues that religious belief was not merely an internal psychological affirmation, but rather, quote, it may become the source of various mischiefs and troubles and immoral practices owing to the gross ignorance and want of experience, that is bigotry and deceit, unquote. It is this analysis of religion as not merely a belief, but also the basis and structural intention for social action that is replicated in his critique of Brahminical rituals and ceremonies. One sees the distinction between the rational belief in one God as a creator and superintendent, signified by the undeniable beauty and harmony of the world, and the customary irrational practices that were the sources of violent oppression. Clearly, Roy thereby distinguishes within Hinduism between what he believes to be its true doctrines from its falsified dogmas and ceremonies that he held responsible for violent social practices. It is in this context that one can see his critique of idolatry, and I hope this responds to some of the issues that were earlier raised. His critique of idolatry, where he argues, which he argues institutes the monetary exploitation of the masses by Brahmin priests, as well as sati, which he simply sees as murder justified in the name of religious ritual. However, before moving on to Roy's specific analysis of these issues, it is important to note that in Roy's critique of ritual, one could argue that Roy's critique of ritual draws on a philosophical vocabulary from within the Indian religious philosophical traditions, even while he deploys this idiom in unprecedented ways. In his critique of idolatry, as well as the practice of sati, Roy states that in truth, Hindu scriptures did not prescribe specific rites or rituals for the attainment of specific results, but rather taught that the final aim of mankind was the contemplation of the one unknowable God beyond the realm of actions and results. This might be called a spiritualization in the name of salvaging the secular. Let us see its concrete deployment. In stepping into a very old debate, Roy also turns it upside down. He clarifies that when Brahmin writers defend morally good actions, what they meant was, quote, religious rites and ceremonies prescribed by Hindu lawgivers which are often irreconcilable with the commonly received maxims of moral duty, unquote. It is therefore important to immediately understand that morality, according to Brahmin writers, is grounded in religious legal texts and their ratio and is not based on any metaphysics of the freely acting individual or common reason. This Brahminical conception has a venerable history and was, for instance, conceptualized with great sophistication in the Mimamsa tradition. Notwithstanding complex and significant differences within, Mimamsa writers defended and interpreted dharma as a desirable matter serving some purpose, which consisted in the correct performance of Vedic ritual actions as laid down in the instruction imperatives of the eternal Vedas. Such instructions carried out correctly would produce the desired results. Since dharma, the goods, the ritual acts causing good results, was not perceivable, only the Veda enabled the accomplishment of dharma. Thus, the notion of the moral and good was modeled on Vedic injunction and ritual action. As Halfas, among others, argues, philosophers like Kumulila Bhatta interpreted and defended sacrificial rites for their causing good desirous results, such as the attainment of heaven. The important issue was the right performance of the action ritual which gave rise to the good result, whether it be heaven, rain, or cows. And this was explicitly kamya, the same kind of category that would be used for sati. The point to note here is that this was the conception of morality, ritual, or right action that Roy challenged on the basis of a specific novel deployment of Advaitin arguments. When arguing against certain Brahmin writers, Roy adopted several, sometimes conflicting strategies. In the debate on sati, he made it clear that while he accepted that the sati might lead to good results, such as heaven, the truth of scripture lay in the contemplation of the divine, which was superior to the cycle of actions and results. Here he explicitly drew on Shankara's critique of aspects of the Mimamsa tradition outlined above on the quest of dharma as a desirous and purposeful ritual action producing results. From the perspective of this Shankara critique, true knowledge consisted in the recognition of the entire world of actions, ritual and ordinary, as in some sense false. Roy translates this quote-unquote traditional debate around action and results into the debate around sati. From an explicit Advaitic perspective, he argues through copious scriptural citations, something that we've discussed, that the contemplation of the divine was superior to ritual actions, even though it might be accepted that the latter two were enjoined by scripture. That is to say, live contemplation of the divine was considered superior to ritual action of the sati that was itself caught in the false web of desire action results, even if it were accepted that the sati would gain heavenly merit as a result of a ritual action. This enables Roy to reach the minimum threshold required by colonial law on the relationship between religious law and practice. That is to say, Roy was able to establish that it could not be held that Hindu scripture unqualifiedly commanded the practice of sati. Asceticism and the contemplation of the divine could be considered superior to such practice. Therefore, the practice did not have the unambiguous religious action sought by law. To return to his distinction in the text on property, while it might be a moral benefit, it could not be legally enforced. But on the other hand, Roy makes clear that what is perceived as moral is in fact continuous with the secular material desire for results and thus definitely inferior to the spiritual. The spiritual salvages the secular through a critique of religion as law. In this manner, he draws on and transforms the philosophical problem into a social critique by refashioning the Advaitin critique of ritual action into a critique of social practice. The measure of the novelty of Roy's interpretation of Advaita can be seen in the fact that Shankara's text, notwithstanding his critique of all desiring action, not only did not advocate social change, but that his writings in fact specifically justify the traditional hierarchical Varna order. In the debate around sati, he does not wholly negate such injunctions, but only argues for the superiority of his interpretation of divine contemplation being superior to such ritual action. However, towards the end of the debate, he makes it clear that Brahmins were disguising their prejudiced and selfish motives as religious injunction. Thus, religious rituals, whatsoever their basis in scripture, also had to be interpreted in terms of their secular basis, which signify questions of worldly power and interest. This is the critical diagnosis that is not limited to sati. As argued above, even as early as the Tufut, Roy saw his critical task as unveiling the selfish, unthinking, and ultimately violent psychological and social aspects of a religious legal order. Instantiation of such a form of social critique is to be found in Roy's argument that idolatry was not merely a belief or a practice. It encoded and sustained a particular system of domination. Idolatry meant that God was given certain attributes, and these strategically enabled and inculcated analogies between the divine and the worldly. As Roy argues, Brahmins benefited from drawing analogies between God and powerful entities like kings. He writes, quote, "By means of this analogy, the learned Brahmin and his brethren have successfully persuaded their followers to make in imitation of presents and bribes offered to princes pecuniary vows to these supposed deities to which it would seem none but the learned Brahmin and his brethren have an exclusive claim. And such an analogy has become the source of their comforts and livelihood. I shall say no more upon so tender a subject." Later, quote, "Moreover, the promoters of the worship of images by promulgating anecdotes illustrative of the supposed divine power of particular idols moreover, the promoters of worship of images by promulgating anecdotes illustrative of the supposed divine power of particular idols endeavor to excite the reverence of the people and especially pilgrims who under these superstitious ideas are persuaded to propitiate them with large sacrifices of money and sometimes by that of their own lives," unquote. Thus, the critique of religious practice is a diagnosis of a specific secular political economy of oppression. In conclusion, one might merely reiterate the point that Roy's scriptural hermeneutics have to be grounded both within his broader philosophical principles of common reason, the rationality of the world and God, as well as the specific conjuncture of an imperial time which necessitated a scriptural engagement in the context of the specific formulation of law. Roy's indictment both of the subterfuges of imperial political economy and its staging of religion was no different in some sense from that of the Brahminical staging of religious rite. All of this is only enabled by Roy's wholly original conceptualization of the nexus of reason and region in its concrete and critical deployment.
Thank you for exactly keeping to time. Okay, now open to questions. I had one or 2 points, but I'll come in later. Take questions. So, so do we pass this around? Shudipta and Shukarna. Yes. So we'll collect a few, is it okay? Sure. So maybe 3, and then we can.
Very, very short. Thank you, Rahul, for very precisely worded and sort of argued. Enjoyed listening to that. It seems to me, I might be wrong, but it seems to me you're pivoting on law in this paper to make a point about maybe a relationship between the way in which the Rammohun's engagement, necessary engagement with the law, might have in some ways also shaped or reshaped or fine-tuned some of his rhetoric and language regarding some of these issues about quote-unquote rights, the notion of the common good and things like that. Could you, if you could say something more about how Rammohun, you think, might have understood the law, not because the law is used in so many different ways, law as in Hindu law, I mean, in pre-colonial law and law, and then of course the word law loosely translated from legal siddhantas and not decisions in that way, and opinion and things like that. So I was wondering if you have thought a little bit more about that. I'm sure you have.
So that's a fantastic paper, very, very precise, very thought-provoking. I had 2 very simple questions. No? Okay, sorry. So, so if I get the gist of the argument, it's about how spiritualizing a certain discourse renders it open to becoming secular, while providing critique of religion as law. If that's the gist, I have 2 very simple questions. One is this ability for all? Is he suggesting that anybody is able to spiritualize oneself in this? And the second is, what precisely is the place of ritual in this? By which I mean, does one have to undermine ritual to become spiritual, or does one go through ritual to become spiritual? And because in the latter part, I think Sati has a very interesting, problematic, I don't know what word to use in that.
Yeah, thank you for that absolutely fascinating paper. And I want to focus on what my friend Devin Singh calls the theopolitical economy, because you bring political economy and economic theology so much into conversation. And my question was, is there a correspondence, and drawing from Shukarna's question about ritual, between does Rammohun conceptualize ritual as a kind of tributary exaction made by Brahmins from the common people, and establish a correspondence with that, with kind of British colonial policies of revenue extraction? So is it, I guess my question is it a dual challenge to 2 kinds of fiscality? One being a pre-modern tributary one being a modern state one, and is there a corresponding economic theological critique which works across both registers? And then to link up with Shukarna again, I mean, is then ritual kind of, is there a delegitimation of ritual as tribute?
We have 3. add something because it is in a bit tied to something that you couldn't raise. So is it okay if there's a fourth or is it too confusing? Okay.
I'll try.
Now I wanted to, so thank you again for a really very well crafted paper, which took us through a very complex set of arguments from looking at property and law into thinking about religion as a basis for the justification for all that he was socially also challenging. My question to you was really with the category of the spiritual and the ways in which, as Shukarna was saying, that the spiritual can lead to a form of the secular. So there is a way in which the spiritual can contain all that is rational, moral, and all that he finds irrational in religion. So in some ways, the juxtaposing of the spiritual versus the religious. And this comes to me in the context that almost all biographers of Rammohun in the 19th century and since have always come back to the fact that he remains a deeply religious person. I mean, this seems to be a very, very common refrain in all of them, that despite all his critique, that there is ultimately a higher form of a rational religion, which of course is that he's aspiring to, but that he remains deeply embedded in a religiosity that is both personal, but then becomes social and almost proselytizing in terms of an alternative. I was here thinking then about the separation of the religious and the spiritual, and it comes up in the question, because religious then comes to be something that are used by Brahmins to justify practices that are considered exploitative, whether something which is amounts to murder or amounts to just exploitation and falsehood. So I was here because there's a very long genealogy of the spiritual then entering a 19th century intellectual discourse quite separate from religion. It enters, worlds of artistic, literary discourse. But I'm also thinking that there is a way in which Rammohun's investment in the spiritual as that space where religion reforms itself to provide space for that moral and rational place is very, very different from ways in which entire cults of alternative spiritualities would take over. In fact, I'm thinking of the late 19th century where nationalism and various forms of alternative anti-colonial movements get tied to new forms of spirituality, Theosophy being one of the many others. And I mean, here thinking of what Brahmoism could lead to, but Rammohun's is a deeply rationalist take on what he sees to be spiritual. This ties me to, I've always been intrigued, and I say this as a deeply idolatrous person myself, in the sense of I have great belief in the power of images, something that he was continuously railing against, right? I believe in the embodiment of images, whether painted, sculpted, printed, photographed. I'm here thinking of Rammohun coming from a Vaishnava family, where the one thing that never enters his discourse is the space of the affective and the devotional in terms of one's relationships to image. It's false gods for him. In that sense, it's very much a dialogue of the kind of anti-idolatrous. It goes back to Protestantism. It goes back to certain notion of what iconoclasm was all about. And yet he's a deeply religious person. So I've always been intrigued. In some ways, he is far more hateful or far more direct in his hatred of idolatry, of image worship, than he's even of sati. In some ways, he's passing his way around to say, yes, don't tie down the women, even if they have to go to the fire. But somewhere when it comes to his fierce battle against idolatry, he's almost uncompromising there. So in some ways, He hates the false gods even more than hates the practice of self. But I was wondering whether there was any room at all in his spiritual, which is not the oppressive religious, but whether there could be something more embodied, more devotional, more affective in that spiritual. Is there space at all in that?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. So
Okay.
we should go to
This is where should we wait for the next round, Krishna?
maybe just next, maybe next round.
Can you tell him, because I can't see.
I don't know whether, Viveshta, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm happy to wait for the next round.
শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ পরের রাউন্ডে জিজ্ঞেস করছিলাম
পরের round এ, ঠিক আছে।
এগুলো করে নাও ঠিক আছে
thank you for all the questions. So maybe I'll start with this and then move around. Yes, I mean, I think what I think one is struggling with is to understand what exactly something like image worship or idolatry was in the early 19th century. So I think it's difficult to, it would be difficult to understand it outside that very concrete sort of material framework. So I mean, I think the more abstract question of the relationship between image and affect is something that might not have struck, or was something that Rammohun Roy in his writings on the critique of image worship might not have been so concerned about, precisely because he saw image worship as embedded in this larger kind of oppressive economy. Just as from a very different angle, like I'm interested in this, as all of us are, with Ayodhya and the temple, and if one looks at, I mean, say the work of Derrida and people like that, like there were actually cases, the sole juristic personality idea comes about because the Shebat, basically temples earlier, people would give offerings, and then the complete control was under the Shebat. I mean, the idea of juristic personality emerges to have control and regulate the temple, because all the offerings just basically went to the priests, and there were many cases where the priests just sold the land, sold the idols. I mean, that's that history. That's another history, but it gives you an inkling as to what really we are talking about when we're talking about image worship. And so I feel to understand Roy, I mean, the difficulty is to try to get that more to imagine that very concrete material political economy of worship. So, I mean, in that sense, the broader theoretical question that you're asking about image and affect is difficult to kind of glean from his writings, which were more interventionist in that sense. But I think you're absolutely right in the sense that I completely, from what little I've read, I would completely agree with the idea, something I just indicated here, that he was in some sense deeply religious, because but he did not see that as in opposition to rationality. I mean, he saw, I mean, the motivation to engage with the world was religious. I mean, that you believe in rationality, you believe you have a sympathy, you have that kind of, so I mean, I think we need not make that kind of distinction. And he makes it very clear, like the Tufut makes it very clear, and his translations elsewhere, it's very clear. So that understanding of religiosity, need not be seen as in contradiction with the emphasis or the insistence on rationality. But on images, I think he's so, the existence of that kind of institutionalized framework was so overwhelmingly present. I think his writings, therefore, were directed at those very concrete issues. So it might be difficult to extrapolate from that a broader theory of, what is his understanding of sort of affect and image. And in some senses, it's like linked with your question too. I mean, I think that's the thing about ritual also. I mean, I think because he could see that all the oppressive practices were really coded in terms of ritual/legal forms, right? So it was ritual in the sense it had a kind of justification from within their own idioms, as this is a sacrificial act. So this may be purely speculative, but I speculated that you clearly have, say, imams are very sophisticated. This can get very, very sophisticated, the debate between the nature of action and results and things like that. But I just alluded to it to show that that becomes a way of coding action, right? That ultimately you act in the correct way, there will be results, even though you can't see the results. And frankly, this is a deeper jurisprudential problem. I mean, results are never seen. I mean, it's not just about heaven; it's about life also, right? So that's so. I mean, so I would say again, but that because Roy's writing was so much in terms of, was so interventionist that even his idea of ritual would have to be seen within that his concern of social transformation of some sort, and it's therefore difficult to kind of extrapolate a situation where in the abstract, what would he really make or think of ritual? And the other aspect, if I understood you right, the question about the spiritual is precisely that. Again, I think it's linked with this point about the religious, that the spiritual, like, so when he's deploying Advaitic arguments, and he's obviously not repeating Shankara's claim that, but of course, keep the Varnasha Dharma, no Shudras are allowed to have. But he's deploying that argument about, divinity to basically say that, that the sati ritual simply is not particularly meritorious, it's inferior. And that's so the spiritual, in a sense, becomes a way to salvage the secular, that you can't force women to do this, or that women are of this sort. So that rendering of the spiritual is obviously completely, it's almost the opposite of what, the earlier discourses might have been about, with that the spiritual is so different, it really does have nothing to do with the quote unquote set, right? So, I mean, I think he's kind of maneuvering it differently. So, I mean, that's briefly the way I would see it. I mean, the question about, I mean, I was actually trying to suggest in some senses that they're actually deeply parallel functions, so it's really, I mean, this is where I'm kind of uncomfortable with this whole, this idea of liberal or this idea of rights, because I mean, I think that also is a way of trying to respond to your question, because I think in Britain, if you look at both Britain and the colonial economy, like law is the central term. So, I mean, rights, whatever they exist, are through systems of law. So, like the British would say that treat me as a freeborn Englishman. Like I have these, this is my status. So, it's very much within it. I mean, all concepts are regulated by status in some ways and your relationship to a particular legal structures. So, I mean, that is what 19th century Britain was about, depending on where you lived, who you were, which kind of jurisdiction. And there is nothing like, I mean, the way that, say, contemporary liberalism talks about, a whole range of issues. I mean, so if you look at Britain in the early 19th century, I mean, that is why Roy's, when he's making this detailed point about the permanent settlement and proprietary right, he's really talking about that, this is a false promise because you're just undermining it in different ways. So that's the only coherent way to address social change or changes of that sort. So in that sense, I would see they're both very similar, So I mean, ultimately, if you ask on what basis was the British, were the East India Company, making a revenue demand? I mean, there's no answer. They just do what they want, right? I mean, so sorry. Exactly, it's just conquest, which is basically a way of saying, yeah. I mean, it's so in that sense, it's as classically tributary as as anything else. And so within those interstices, Roy is trying to. So I mean, that's how I kind of ended a little, elliptically, that that in some ways they are, you can sort of see the links. And I mean, on the law thing, the only thing I'll add is, yeah, so I think as many have suggested, that he was really constrained to operate in these ways by the very complex British kind of legal system. But I think what is interesting, that's why I find him more in some ways he's more insightful than much contemporary historiography, because it gives you a sense of like, these are the arguments that make up what British law was about.
I was just thinking that maybe, this kind of limited sort of foray into thinking in that particular form sort of infects ideas of dharma. You see, the dharma is also the dharma of the law of the, whatever particular nature of things. I mean, there's a certain kind of, I think, both equivalence, translation, space correspondence, or to quote you back, parallelism going on.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of, I mean, it's like tip of the iceberg. There's lots of other things that work. Rammohun is probably like opening up.
Yeah.
Even things like shared decisis,
Yeah.
The basic principle.
Exactly.
That's what happens to, legal precedents.
Exactly.
Right?
No,
I mean, I'm sorry, religious precedents of religious.
Exactly. No, I think that is where there's really, to my mind, a real fundamental transformation. I mean, exactly that principle is, in its operationalization, as many have said, in Hindu already destroyed. And the whole point is, when the Pandits, they really don't know, like we don't know, say, the mechanics of say, zamindari inheritance. I mean, because Pandits were not, I mean, they were not legal officers. So, I mean, they were used to a certain form of debating and giving opinions. But, I don't know if in a, say, prior to the British or zamindari inheritance, Pandits were called. So there were all kinds of other systems in operation, and that completely gets fundamentally altered by what people like Hastings do, where and that religious becomes just a code word of obfuscating all the other maneuvers that are kind of taken.
As spiritual becomes kind of first private, like that's another bag of worms.
Yeah.
Along with the notion of contemplation, which is so central to his alternative spiritual, that you contemplate rather than practice ritual. There are more questions for Dipeshta and then Parthada, Rosinka, and Tonikadi. And we may have to stop there because, okay. Dipeshta, please. Can you hear?
Rahul, sorry. Thank you very much. I really admired the presentation and liked it and learned from it. And the question I'm trying to think through, partly through your presentation and partly because the question came up before, which is, and it goes to this business of rationality. And I think Tapati raised the question of affect. Partho raised it before through the question of Daya. The way I'm coming to this question is this: that from the Tufat on, it seems that Rammohun is clear that what is really rational between and across religions is what might constitute a certain kind of universal religion. And the rest is erroneous. I mean, when the Christians, evangelical Christians, describe people being in error, error meant almost the work of, like a satanic world. But see, I'm thinking that by the 1790s, European thinkers like Kant, for instance, are already creating a certain Christianity-based philosophy within which the question of human autonomy resides in almost in being error prone. In other words, the right to make a mistake is seen as part of the natural constitution of the human. And so Kant actually says that humans will make wars, humans will oppress other humans, they'll do terrible things because making these mistakes is part of the way that they might eventually find reason. Whereas twofold questions, same question. One is, so what is Rammohun's understanding of error when people deviate from reason? And secondly, this connection that Tonika also mentioned before, that he's ostensibly making between personhood and property. Does this connection rest on a notion of an autonomous personhood, a person endowed with autonomy, and therefore a person who is capable of making mistakes as a human being? Or is there kind of a tyranny of rationality, even when it sort of brings rights and certain kinds of freedoms? So I hope my question is clear. I'm just thinking through one question as I was listening to you. So if it's clear, then I'll stop there and wait for your answer. Thank you.
Rosinka, do you want to begin and then we can move it around? Rosinka, Parthoda, and Tonika.
So I'll keep it brief. Rahul, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Would you consider, thinking through all the things that you've been speaking of in this past half hour, would you say that Rammohun is anti-Brahminical? He's anti-ritual, he's anti the accretions that have accumulated on this once pure religion, which he's trying to excavate for us. Does he take an anti-Brahminical stance as others are doing at the same time while he's there in Calcutta around the 1830s. There's a lot of controversy around him, right? Taking his Brahmin cook with him on the ship. All this comes in for his son, taking his pindo to Goa and that sort of thing. It's a personal practice. The fact that all of this somehow delegitimizes, the Brahmo Samaj itself, Rammohun's figure certainly, the Brahmo Samaj rituals themselves. The first description, there is criticism from Krishnamohan Bandyopadhyay in the Inquirer, saying that what are these priests in red robes doing inside the Brahmo Samaj chanting Vedic hymns in front of sacrificial fires? This is what is it? So my question really, I'm just curious. I really want to know, what is your interpretation of Rammohun's relationship to Brahminical? I mean, is he anti-Brahminical or not?
Just a couple of things. One is this question of the power of images and affect in Rammohun. It seems to me that Rammohun was deeply suspicious of the power of images, no question. But that does not mean that he had no space for affect, because he was hugely enthusiastic about poetry and music. There's no question. And so in a sense, one almost thinks of a kind of Hafiz-like sensibility here, which is no images, but yes, music. And so that is very much there. So there is space for affect very much in his spiritual exercise. But the other question on law, I think one must be careful about how strategically Rammohun often deploys these arguments, especially on the question of law, depending on the context, depending who's arguing for, who he's arguing against. Because it struck me when you mentioned this from his long article on the critique of British colonial law in relation to property, and he says that according to traditional sort of custom in Bengal, it was possible for someone to take away his own property out of the family property because it was acquired. Now, remember, this is exactly the situation in Rammohun's own case. When his father was put in prison and the family property was going to be attached, and he went to court, he went to a British judge to claim that his own property, which he had made out of his own honest work, should not come under the family property. And he succeeded in and everyone knew this was absolutely unprecedented. No one had ever heard of such a thing in Bengali Brahmin practice, when the father is alive, that you can take away. But he did it, right? And that was to come up later when his mother went to court against him, right? Because she wanted Rammohun to bear his part of the expenses for maintaining the family deity. And Rammohun then goes to court to say it was against his conscience to support the maintenance of a deity. And here he's employing a Christian argument about freedom of conscience. So he is capable of doing all of these several things. And one must be, careful on which kind of context he's deploying these arguments.
You make the last.
So very small question.
Just wait for the mic to be reviewed.
Rahul, thank you for a really, really excellent, nuanced and clear talk, which is nuanced and clear at the same time. It's a very small question I have. That I can understand that inheritance and succession are dependent on performing certain funerary ritual. And in that sense, it's a part of, well, what we can vaguely call the religious discourse. But, and then you have the control over the land and so on. But what about the permanent settlements bestowal of almost untrammeled control on the tenants to the landlord? Was that also justified on, scriptural lines and so on? Yeah. And I think his nephew went to court, Pathoda, didn't he? I mean, at his mother's instigation, the nephew went to. It was in his mother's name. And mother instigated, certainly, yes.
Thank you, everyone, for the questions. I'll again sort of go with Tanika B first. Yeah, no, I think he was very clear in some of his answers. In fact, he repeated it more than once on the revenue system, that there should be laws, that don't allow zamindars to increase their rents. So, in fact, I mean, the history of the permanent settlement is also a little complicated, because initially some of the regulations had these pattas. Then, I mean, as historians have shown that, I mean, neither of them really wanted it. And I mean, you could build an argument from some of the permanent regulations that there should be some form of protection for the riots. But so I think in his, like, obviously this particular text on self-acquired and ancestral property is a very specific argument. But in his other answers, he does make it very clear more than once that there should be laws limiting, the power of the zamindars. Yeah, no.
Succession to the title is dependent on certain ritual, but having got that, the power over the tenants that is not based on the religious.
Yeah. No, I mean, maybe what I was sort of trying to suggest is, I mean, the religion is not so much about the ritual aspect, but the fact that what does proprietorial title mean? If you were to say, like he argues, that if you were to say that if you defaulted, you would be held responsible, then how is it that if you want to mortgage it and if you want to take this land as a piece of loan, you will have to take the permission of your heirs? Now, that is the religious dimension, because the argument is that you have to take permission because this comes under Hindu law. And he was arguing against that. So he was trying to argue that the religious laws were actually negating through the idea that there is no real exclusive property, but there is only joint property, that they were actually undermining the so-called, promises of the permanent settlement, where when it comes to the state, they would of course immediately sell it. If even though so I think that was the kind of contradiction, so religion in that sense, along with the ritual sense I mean, that's the way sort of I would. So, I mean, in some senses, I think this is a response to the question about, that his personal investments. I mean, absolutely. But I think it always struck me that that's what, I mean, the personal dimensions are alluded to, but not so much the critique that he makes very clearly here of the colonial system, right? So, I mean, I've seen allusions to the fact that he was actually personally involved. So certainly that must have been a motivation. So that's absolutely, I mean, correct. But I don't think that detracts from the analysis that he's making about the relationship between revenue demand and proprietary title and the way in which. So, I mean, that's the only thing I thought it was a very insightful, I mean, a lot of historians subsequently have demonstrated this through, archival work, but they don't seem to refer to, this very concise illumination of the relationship between revenue demand and proprietary title, and the staging of the religious in a kind of completely, strategic, manipulative way. So, I mean, I just, I thought that was also kind of worth underlining.
There are points where Rammohun also supports the pronunciation.
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, anyway, this might take us, but I mean, the history of the court, I mean, what the permanent settlement itself was very confusing, because they kind of, at one level, they said indigenous law, but then they recognized the will, but then the courts were not sure how to interpret the will. So, I mean, it was quite a, but Roy was able to kind of see that, the two were intertwined, that, why does the state sell the property? but not allow them to have the property. And this is clearly political, as we know from Hastings and Francis, that they wanted to destroy. I mean, they were always searching for the perfect size, of the farm. I mean, they wanted to destroy the big ones, but not too small because then it's inefficient. And you can just see that's how. And I think he kind of senses that. Then, I mean, the sort of the anti-Brahminic. I mean, that's obviously a sort of it's a difficult question to give a sort of straightforward answer to. I mean, I think he plays a extraordinarily important role in in reconfiguring what religion is. I mean, now I think the point, what was earlier, I mean, thank you for that, the music and the affective part, and even the fact that he's deeply religious. I mean, in some ways, you could argue that that's the motivation for his interventions also. I mean, why is he intervening like this all the time when, I mean, some of it might have a personal interest, but some of it clearly need not, or it might in a very deep existential way. So, I mean, in that sense, he certainly was anti-Brahminical, but to what extent? I mean, I would just, take the easy way out and say that, what's the comparison? I mean, are you, like was earlier mentioned, is it Ambedkar? Or, it doesn't go obviously that far, but it's very, I mean, I think what he's doing with scripture, like, I mean, in a sense, only, this kind of mocking it, saying that, quoting Manu, but it says that, you should marry a person not marry a woman with red hair. But do we do that? I mean, that kind of, I mean, in some ways, it reminds me of Ambedkar. I mean, there's a certain mocking tone to a religion, which to my mind is unprecedented. I mean, in a public sphere to be saying these things. And he didn't limit that to sort of Hinduism. I mean, he did the same with Christianity. I mean, he was utterly kind of, so yes, so I would say he was, but one could debate to what extent. I mean, that's
what
the...
I was searching after was priestcraft.
Yeah.
Priestcraft is a term that I wasn't familiar with until I looked into this up. It comes up again and again. And I was just wondering because whether there was a discussion of priestcraft as a bad coming to him from other philosophical sort of provenances outside of this particular context of Hindu law and religion and all of that. Because I think it's related.
Yeah. But no, but I'm not completely convinced. I mean, that's a way of saying, oh, so this idea comes from the Reformation. I mean, the idea of priestcraft, there's a very strong critique of priestcraft, certainly from the Reformation and before. So you could say there is a link between, but Luther was doing all kinds of other things. He was supporting rulers. I mean, Rammohun Roy was not doing that. So, I mean, I think one has to take the entire, so elements, certainly, yes, there is a very well-known critique of priestcraft in Europe. And of course, he's critiquing priests, but I'm not so sure I would make the next step of saying that. So Rammohun Roy's critique of priests is derivative of, not you're not making that, but I'm just saying that's the, I've seen that sort of argument.
Just very quickly, this is the judging very clearly what it is. It's props. And the word is munafiqeen, which is the opposite of. Stuff is used in the English translation. That's right. It's the worst offenders are not the people who are blasphemers. The worst offenders are the hypocrites who pretend to be pious but mislead people. That's actually crystal clear in the
So he can remain a Brahmin, but a Brahmin of a greater moral order, right? I mean, one who's not hypocritical, one who's not exploitative. But he remains a Brahmin, right? He never gives up his sacred thread.
No, he doesn't. If they find it.
Sort of the last question. I mean, yes, I mean, again, I'm not, I just felt that the idea of, I mean, error is, to my mind at least, it's part of his argument about reasoning. So, I mean, that's at least, so exactly as you say, when the argument, where people like Kant, people like the sort of Enlightenment and the idea of autonomy and personhood, at least the way I would see it is, I mean, in some ways, I mean, that's another issue and it might take us too far off field, but there are resemblances with, I mean, so Kant's idea of that you have to, make an argument in public, even though you privately follow something. And so the test of reason is the publicity of reason. To my mind, is not inapplicable to what Rammohun Roy is doing. So I mean, in that sense, at least the way I would see it is that the error is part of that mode of correction or rationality. That so it might not, maybe I misunderstood.
No, I mean what I was saying, what I was saying is that it's not the Enlightenment essay. It's some of the other short essays in which Kant is actually arguing, raising this question: why do humans oppress other humans? Why do they make wars? And he thinks of these as mistakes, but mistakes which are part of the human freedom to make mistakes in order to eventually find out that they're mistakes. And so the question I was asking was, so let's say Kant makes a room for error as part of what humans are, that they make errors. Whereas, as you know, I mean, there's a certain version of Islam in which error is not forgiven, because Islam is the shortest path to divinity. Similarly, I was asking whether it probably is, at least in Bengali history, is probably later on in the century that people work out propositions about autonomy of the individual. And maybe the person that Rammohun is thinking about, he's not bothered about the question of autonomy, because the question of autonomy would include the freedom to make mistakes, whether humanity as a whole or human beings as individuals. And it seems to me that maybe that question doesn't come up in Rammohun. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I'm not sure, maybe I got this wrong, but if you might be referring to some of the essays in sort of Perpetual Peace, the error in Kant is certainly, as you're saying, is also part of a larger teleology. So I don't think, like as you say, that's there in certainly in that form, that idea doesn't seem to exist in Roy.
I mean, it's there in, for instance, in Kant's reading of the Genesis story, very clearly. But it seems to me that European thought had developed the idea of autonomy, and autonomy including mistakes and errors. So I was just wondering whether Rammohun had any conception of errors that humans might make in order to understand oppression, in order to understand inequality, in order to make room for those things.
Yeah, I think that's certainly a question. I think we're limited by the fact that, his writings were so much in the form of engagements. And so, I think with Kant, with many others, that idea of error is also partly linked with that deep genealogy of sin and freedom. So, and then that takes on a kind of temporal dimension in the 18th century. But yes, it's hard. It would be, I think, very interesting to think how Rammohun Roy would respond to an argument of that sort. But it doesn't seem to be there.
Very quickly, Rahul, I mean, and this is very impressionistic because I've only read a few of them. And they're going to discuss his songs on the 30th. Some of the songs are terrorizing.
Sorry?
Some of the songs that they speak about fear very directly. And fear is something he appeals to. Up until the most famous one is about terror and fear.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more question. How long can we go on? Because there's meant to be time for open discussion. No. No, Thomas wasn't. Oh yeah, but we began late. Yeah. Okay, I cannot
We'll just keep going. Don't worry.
No, but there's meant to be time for an open discussion.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, but okay. If you already begun. For a long time, yeah. Okay. Just that last one, and you give a quick answer, and we'll move on to the next.
Yes, sorry about that. It's just the discussion was very thought-provoking, and I just sort of ended up thinking about the question of contract, because we've been discussing property and religion. And in the second half of the 19th century, of course, the question of property becomes very closely linked with the question of contract. And Ritu Birla in her work has kind of shown how in the late 19th century, contract and religion, sort of vernacular models of capitalism and more colonial models of capitalism interact through the paradigm of contract. And in Rammohun and these discussions we've been having over the last 2 days, it's sort of his figure emerges as the first figure of the individual claiming property rights. And I'm wondering if he also engages with the question of contractual exchange, perhaps in his writings on property and religion. But thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be very brief since I don't know. But I think I think, as you say, the idea of ownership is very closely linked with contract. So, I mean, I think the fact, if he's making a claim that you have full property, like he says, it's clearly linked with the idea of contract. So you can contract it out. So in that very limited sense, yes, I mean, I think ownership and contract, as he recognizes, are very kind of closely.
So let's now bring this session to an end. There was just one.
Actually,
I didn't see.
Sorry, mine is not a question, but an observation. You mentioned that Rammohun Roy is saying that the images, against the images, that this is like meant for exploitation. So I thought that he had a disadvantage, that at his age, there was no way to know the history of Hinduism, because in the Vedic time itself, the Brahmins had this exploitation when there was no question of image, through the sacrificial rites, that these mantras recited in this manner and getting the, as like a gift from the people, Yajamanas, for whom they will do the sacrifice, they were exploiting. And then the Upanishadic time is a revolt of that Vedic whole system, which is nothing to do with morality, nothing to do with even knowledge. So that is the time when they changed a lot of it. And then came others like Jains and Buddhists. And because Buddha completely even denied the idea of permanence, so the Brahmins, who were the Upanishadic ones, also felt hurt. And there came a kind of competition between these, and imagery came as a result of that all these religions, they are slowly, and also maybe the common people wanted images. So imagery was not originally perhaps associated with exploitation. Exploitation is prior to imagery. In the sacrificial rites itself, that was there. So he had no way to know this history of religion. The only thing I was curious, I read somewhere, maybe in one of the Brahmo leaders' account of Rammohun Roy, that when he was working under Mr. Digby in Rangpur in North Bengal, there would be many people coming to Mr. Digby's home for debates. And that is how Rammohun Roy came to know about Jains. And in Jainism, there is no place for God, but they have an ethical or moral, very strong moral idea of ahimsa and so many other things. So he could have gotten exposed to these ideas that morality does not have to be associated with monotheism or with theism of any type at all. It can be associated with non-theistic forms of religion. Whether it was really the case that he spoke to them in that detail or not, I don't know. So that is another thing. What was his knowledge of non-theistic religions of India?
Sharano, this requires a conversation in itself.
Yes,
It has opened up something. So would you like to respond?
No, I mean, no, we could take the conversation. I mean, I think I don't want to.
Yeah. So I think let's move on to the next one. Okay. It's always hard being the last speaker in a conference, and Thomas is also our youngest speaker and scholar. So I think we do have to give him adequate time. So he asked me to say nothing more about him except that he's a PhD candidate at the University of Chicago, and has a joint kind of position in the Department of South Asian Languages and Civilizations and in History. He is a student of Persian and Bengali and hoping to explore the historiographical practices in Bengal between the early modern and the colonial period. Okay, and he's going to be talking on Calcutta, 1815 to 1830, the years when Rammohun is in the city. It's called Rammohun in the Normless City, Moral Anxiety and Ethical Obligation in early 19th century Kolkata.
Thank you. So I wanted to thank you all for, well, first of all, I wanted to thank the organizers for having me.
And I want to thank you all for soldiering on. I hope I have something interesting to say. So it's really wonderful to have a chance to speak about Rammohun and to think about really questions of moral transformation in early 19th century Calcutta. My doctoral project looks at moral revaluation, so changes in protocols of ethical judgment or moral judgment in 19th century Bengal, history of ethics effectively. And for this paper on Rammohun, I think, and we're giving it here in sort of this, the Barunde, right, lecture rooms, I think it's a good way of being reminded that sometimes someone's propositional content is also defined by the domain, the intellectual domain that they seek to intervene in, right? So when we're having that discussion of the 1970s critique of the Renaissance, we understand its purchase was also defined by what it was running up against and what it sought to challenge in terms of a particular reception and affirmation of the Renaissance. And so I think, also that the way I want to talk about Rammohun is through Kasinath Torkopanchanon, it's through Mrityunjay Vidyalankar, and Bhabanicharan Bandyopadhyay and others, and basically look at the ways in which Rammohun's intervention is best understood in the context of a particular articulation of knowledge, and I think moral knowledge that occurred in Calcutta in the early 19th century. And actually in that P.C. Joshi volume, there's a contribution by Ashish Nandi that I always really enjoy, that sort of starts with the idea that the novelty of living in a city like Kolkata might have produced something like an anxiety about norms and ethical orientations. And he then goes on to explain Sati in terms of this anxiety and Rammohun's challenge. Now, I'm not going to go down that route, but I think anxiety is something I want to stay with in terms of something that really Ashish Nandi very suggestively proposed could be a way to think about norms. So first, I want to suggest that in the early years of the 19th century, and I think I've already mentioned this, that certain Bengali Brahmin intellectuals, especially, I look, but I'm going to not talk about in the poet. We can talk about him during Q&A if there's interest. The poet Bodhanath Sharbobom and the satirist and the newspaper editor Bhabanicharan Bandyopadhyay were anxious at the possibility of the omission of otherwise obligatory rights or things that were kartobbo really, and ill at ease with the possibilities for transgressions of norms relating to caste. And so they developed new literary forms and used new technologies like print or newspaper in order to exhort fellow Kolkatans to pay greater attention to the forms of virtuous living that were codified or otherwise accounted for by traditions of Smriti Shastra, Dharma Shastra. Now, this is completely unprecedented, and since we have pachalis written in Bangla that are effectively generating a discourse on Smriti, which is instead ought to have been or was until I think until this moment, a technical discourse in Sanskrit. And we see it instead become, at least not as a kind of technical discourse, but as an exhortation to pay attention to a technical discourse. We see it emerge in this moment. And so after this, and I want to talk, I'll just mention very briefly the various texts that I see indexing, both a particular anxiety about the possibilities of a gap between prescribed norm and lived reality, and the extent to which new pressures, so for example, we've just heard about the colonial pressure to codify Hindu law, that kind of sort of Barneycorn's arguments about colonial knowledge, positive quality of what was a discourse about morals being made into a discourse about law, and so on. So that kind of pressure, that kind of world of the College of Fort William, and the possibilities, I think, that it offered to intellectuals to try to close the gap. And so I like to call this group of people the neo-prescriptivists. I think they were a group of intellectuals who effectively believed that they stood a chance to narrow the gap that they saw between what they knew about Smriti, what they sought to make society like, and what society effectively was. And I want to concentrate on two today in particular, not so much those who exhorted to pay attention to Shastra, but those who sought to rearticulate and reinvigorate what Sheldon Pollock has called the theory of Shastra in his sort of 1985 Practice of Theory and Theory of Practice essay. So that if the two intellectuals that reprise the case that the propriety of every act may depend, and here I quote him, on the mastery of Shastric rules. But they did so in new ways. This is most notably for the fact that they did it in vernacular. So Mrityunjay's first most significant intervention is the Prabodha Chandrika, the 1815 ethics manual on niti text, we can call it, which he writes in what he calls a Lokiko Shastriya Bhasha. This is effectively a heavily Sanskritic Bengali prose that we associate with Fort William College. And by way of conclusion, I just want to suggest that their prescriptive efforts came to be the object of a sustained and very effective contestation by a gentleman of the name Rammohun Roy. And that as a result of his contestation, it became actually increasingly difficult to resolve ethical issues in prescriptive fashion. Now, Rammohun, I think, argued with them primarily by way of arguments that were effectively by a kind of normative foundationalism or a kind of Vedic normative foundationalism. And this is in itself a prescriptive and normative position, but it countermands their attempts to reinvigorate Shastric authority or Smriti Shastra authority by way of making the radical case that norms that he sees as lacking proper Vedic authorization or Vedantic authorization are simply not norms. And so he ends up often ascribing to acts that the neo-prescriptivists described as virtuous the quality of an immoral or illicit act, generating the problem that the same act might be prescriptively described as both virtuous and enjoined, and immoral and illicit. The intense polemic that followed, premised on, I think, that's the entirely incommensurable valuations of the same act, will ultimately transform the quest to reduce the gap between true norm and degenerate practice into an angry wrangle over the authority of various normative sources. And as we followed the debate that Tonika started and introduced between Kasinath and Rammohun, it continues for years. It just gets angrier and angrier over the authority of various normative sources and over the moral quality of acts. I think it effectively opened up a properly philosophical question concerning normativity itself. So where norms might come from, given that normative authorities were being destabilized by the fact that recognition of the sources of norms was increasingly a matter of challenge. And so by way of conclusion, I'm going to try to suggest that it forced onto new generations a quest for different answers. It made completely different moral theories. And I think in that question, young Bengals turned to Scottish moral intuitionism, a very plausible solution to what they faced. But that's a story for another time. But I think I'm trying to discuss the normative crisis that occurred. So I'm just going to very, very briefly start with the sort of normless city as an idea. This is an idea that comes from the title of a Sanskrit play that Bhavani Charan Bandyopadhyay translated. And this is the fact that in 1822, Bhavani Charan, so Bhavani Charan, I'm not going to introduce him as he's well known enough, and Dibishta has written about him, Professor Chatterjee has written about him. So, but I just want to mention that in 1822, he brought out a verse translation of Jagadeshwar Bhattacharya's Sanskrit play Harsharnava, that's the Ocean of Mirth. And he introduced to Bengali literature a strange city where effectively all roles were inverted and all forms of proper conduct stood on their head. Now, in the comical opening lines of the play, a spy runs to the king to tell him that the first signs of a rebellion have been sighted in this city. And he says, all are embracing their own wives. No one is inclining towards vile things. Though there are Brahmins who know the Vedas, they're asking the leather workers to make the shoes. And even when they speak face to face with an untouchable, they don't prostrate themselves to greet the untouchable. It is the case that citizens have become so shameless that though lowly men are present, they've started worshipping the twice-born. Now, the signs listed above are, of course, all meant to be comically disorienting. For the spy furnishes a conventional list of all the predictable signs of a virtuous polity, but presents them instead as the irrefutable proofs of the citizens' shameless transgression and dangerous insubordination. In the course of a surreal dialogue that involves the king, officials, and court Brahmins, the audience then comes to learn that according to the supreme law of the fantastical land where Hasharnava takes place, the performance of all that ought to be forbidden is in fact required, and all that ought to be upheld is prohibited. Indeed, the play set in a world so clearly the reverse of the normative world enjoined the Dharma Shastra that the lower and the higher stand literally, not just figuratively, reversed. By royal decree, women are expected to line the soles of their feet with kajol, and they're expected to put red lac on their eyes instead. But this topsy-turvy city is called Nirmoryada Nagara, which is the normless city in Sanskrit. In Bangla, it would be a city without honor, I think, Nirmoryada. But so why Bhavani Charan found it important to elicit laughter? You know, why is that our first satirist in Bengali or in modern Bengali prose like this? I think, why did he find it important to elicit laughter at the expense of the normless city? I think is evident, and in his first full-length book, I think, which it kind of accompanies, it comes out with the at the same time, which is an entirely original guide to life in Kolkata, which is titled Kolikata Komalaloi, Kolkata, the abode of the goddess of wealth. And, you know, in the first lines of Komalaloi, he introduces the fact that the great question of life in Kolkata is the fact that when a villager comes, he sees that there is a lot of problems with the achar bichar, the bebohar, the riti, and the sort of conduct, the practices, the usages, and also the two-faced speech. That's another matter, though, but koshal of this place. And Bibishda and Professor Chatterjee both pointed out, I think, that effectively, what we see with Bhavani Charan in Kolkata Komalaloi is that Bhavani Charan himself was a participant in a new world of commerce. Like, he worked in an agency house and as an accountant. And so he belonged to a new world in which not all prescriptions could be maintained the same way. And so, you know, for his critique of metropolitan conduct to be plausible, it needed to go beyond that of others, like Podina Shorbobom. And it needed to affirm the possibility that under new forms of gainful employment and a rapidly transforming social condition, virtuous form of conduct that will congress with the injunctions of Dharma Shastra would not only be possible, but advisable. And so he tries to build a kind of alternative form of ethical orientation in which some things will be given up and some things safeguarded. Now, I think, you know, his attempt to try to reinvigorate a sort of minimum program of ethical obeisance to Smriti was successful. We can see this, for example, in an 1835 small pamphlet that he produced together with Motilal Sheel, who was a large merchant of the Banik caste, in which Motilal Sheel wrote to him with a set of questions on the correct comportment of Shudras like himself towards Brahmins like Bhavani Charan. Though Bhavani Charan, of course, did not draft the response, he merely introduces the text, and then he has two properly trained Smartas answer. The question is, this is from 1835, must a Brahmin render obeisance to a Shudra who is a true Vaishnav? And if a Shudra who is a true Vaishnav salutes a Brahmin, ought the Brahmin greet him in return? The response, this is, and quote again, this is the response of the Pandits sent by Bhavani Charan Bandopadhyay, according to the Shastra agreed upon by Vaishnavites. Of all the Sattika Puranas, the most important Purana is the Padma Purana, blah, blah, blah. And the marks of the proper action and worship are the most important mark of a Vaishnavite is the devotion to Brahmins, first point. So this is clearly understood as obligatory. It says, Vipro Bhakti Kartavyata. It's one compound, nice. Vipro Bhakti Kartavyata. Then second point is, just as a cow that feeds on illicit things is best, even when compared to a pig that refrains from eating illicit things, so it is the case that a Brahmin with bad habits is always better than a renouncement that happens to be a Shudra. Shudra is thus always unworthy of salutation on a masho. So now I think the Viprabhakti Chandrika is an eloquent testimony of the reach and pursuit of Kolikata Komalaloi's arguments, even amongst the new mercantile wealthy, to whom sort of a commercial liberalism is sometimes attributed as if it sort of springs up by virtue of the trade that they do. I think it showcases both, instead, Motilal Sheel's virtuous conduct as a Shudra, deferentially seeking the guidance of a scholarly Brahmins in matter of caste relations, and Bhavani Charan Bandopadhyay's newfound role as a publicist of Pandit verdicts, which I think is a great mission then of his press, of the Chandrika, and of the Samachar Chandrika. Now, Yet in the exchange of the end of the Kolkata Komala, Bhavani Sharan suggests that authoritative knowledge is not an easy thing. Not an easy thing to obtain in Kolkata. In a comically terse exchange between the scandalized visiting provincial and a humorously apologetic local, Bhavani Sharan suggests the proper relationships between the wealthy and the knowledgeable are sometimes still threatened by the smugness of ignorant upstarts and the selfishness of Brahmins who, while tasked with upholding authoritative knowledge, exploit their own status to not do so. So the visiting provincial says, on the matter of Brahmin scholars, you said this most extraordinary thing. The Pandits here listen to the explanations of the meaning of Shastra provided by the wealthy. And I think this is a most unbelievable story. For the Pandits have gained knowledge to explain precisely the meaning of Shastra. So why would they stay and listen to these other men who are blind to the Shastra and who cannot read a word of Sanskrit? And the townsman says, you ought to consider this, that some extremely poor Brahmin scholars who have acquired knowledge, considerable hardship, are moved by the desire to gain wealth, come to Kolkata in order to maintain their families, and know no other livelihood than that of constantly making their way to some wealthy persons in order to give twice a day their holy blessings, and find then that still does not command the attention of the wealthy man. So what are they to do? And he says, those who are most shrewd have noticed that some wealthy individuals give themselves knowing airs and are very content on being praised as knowledgeable, and so have started to pair themselves up in groups of two, go to any wealthy man to request that he be a moddosto, an arbiter, between two contending propositions, poti, in Nyaya philosophy, he says, or in any other Shastra, and to ask said wealthy man to explain a point of apparent contradiction in the injunctive statement of any Smriti Shastra. And the wealthy man, without considering their cunning, will say something in accordance with his own reasoning. Apon buddhi anusare. Now, if they earn a living like this, what's wrong? Now, I think people at that time, because knew a lot was wrong with giving an answer that was apun buddhi anusare. And that's precisely why this is a comical description of what should not be done. It's part of the sort of, and so here I want to talk about what were the limits of giving a judgment according to one's own reason in terms of Shastric judgment. It was up to the two pandits to explain exactly why judging in accordance with one's own reasoning alone was wrong. To make the cusp for an intellect that would be truly grounded in Shastra, or what is called a Shastra Vishwajonito Tikno Buddhi, an intellect sharpened by Shastra. This is from the Prabodha Chandrika. Now, the foremost of the two and the most famous was mentioned by Brian earlier, and is Mrityunjay Vidyalankar, who was also an immigrant to the city, like many others. I'm not going to go through his authority, but he first ran the Chatuspati here in Kolkata in Book Bazaar, and then he was at the College of Fort William. Now, most of Mrityunjay's arguments are contained in a work of instruction, the Prabodha Chandrika, or the moonlight that illuminates the understanding. This is not itself, it's not a Dharma Shastra treatise. It is simply a treatise on knowledge and how to gain it. And it argues that upholding truly authoritative knowledge, Shastra, is indispensable to living a properly human life. In a mode similar to classical works of Niti, the Prabodha Chandrika also instructs for stories, though I think differs from classical works of Niti because it really shifts what it's trying to instruct for. Readers make their way for a sequence of didactic tales which are accounted of prince by Mrityunjay's fictional alter ego, the wise Brahmin preceptor Prabhakar Sharma. Now, in these tales, the prince and preceptor, how much do I have left? I'm sorry, I don't want to. 10 minutes, okay. Well, okay. Now, in the opening sequence, we see the preceptor coming over and telling to the king that any correct operation of the intellect must be grounded in authoritative knowledge. He explains, son, it is ordered to exercise the fault of, sorry, it is obligatory to excise the fault of obtuseness from a good intellect. And to do so, you must sharpen it by grounding it with constant exercise on the whetstone whose nature is authoritative knowledge. Whenever I say authoritative knowledge, it's Shastra. A sharp intellect is like a sharp arrow. Upon touching the smallest part of a given object, it will pierce. This common line, actually, in discussions about what buddhi does. A dull intellect is like a stone. It cannot enter inside that what it touches. The intellect that is sharp is the only true intellect, and the one who is possessed of such an intellect is buddhiman. Just as one is strong only if one's kingdom is strong. We call a fool anyone who is devoid of that intelligence that is given through authoritative knowledge. That is, Shastriyo buddhi rohitok nirbuddhi bole. even though they may otherwise understand the today things of the world. Like, lokete lokik buddhi thakteo, kintu nirbuddhi bole. And one who is both a fool and a prince, prince who doesn't know Shastra, once deprived of the inheritance of the kingdom, well, then he's just a fool. Now, foregoing the Shastra was thus perilous even for those who possessed ample understanding of worldly affairs. This is especially evident in the fact that Mrityunjay actually modifies the Hitopadesha's definition of who is a Kapurusha, or falls short of the proper manhood. In the Hitopadesha, which is perhaps the most classic of the Niti texts, Kapurusha, the sign of Kapurusha Lakshanam, the sign of a failed man, is the man who allows himself to be overwhelmed by unexpected difficulty. In the Prabodha Chandrika, instead, Prabhakara Sharma says simply the most important test of virtue or is the capacity to persevere in faith set by Shastra. He simply writes, it is forsaking the path set in Shastra that will thwart the achievements of one's fullest humanity and make one, instead of a Purusha, a Tapurusha. Now, to drive home point that there is no intellect without authoritative knowledge, and then I'm going to move on, Mrityunjay actually lists the qualities of intellect. The 8 qualities of intellect are, these are Buddhi Ashtagul, the desire to hear Shastra, the hearing of Shastra, the grasping of Shastra, which is to say its recension, the formulation of a hypothesis, which is to say a correct postulation of meaning, the advancing of a disputation, which is to say a rejection of an incorrect ascription of meaning, the ascertainment of meaning itself, and then knowledge itself, reality itself. So now, I'm going to skip the ways in which we might do tests about people's intellect with Shastra, but these are very interesting experiments. There's also a demon who comes up and they do a fun experiment to see it. But Mrityunjay ultimately reminds his readers that the only true intellect is one grounded in authoritative knowledge in the Prabodha Chandrika, presenting a catalogue of example of faulty and correct judgments, by reminding readers of various rules in knowledge that explain why knowledge is only achieved through authority, through following authority. He reminds readers of the so-called logical rule of the blind man and the cow's tail, Ondogolangulam Nyaya, which is to explain that those who approach a subject without an authoritative guide will be all the worse for it. Like the blind man who wanted to reach a village, and instead of walking on the path because he couldn't do it because he was blind, he just grabs the cow's tail. But that drags him through a thorn bush, so he arrives basically dead. So it doesn't work that way. And he will then use in the rebuttal that he does of Rammohun's Vedanta Granto, he cites this very example, that he says that that's what Rammohun is doing with Vedanta. He is hanging onto a cow's tail, but that's later. He then has other principles of the sort, including a mysterious one called the principle of the hard half hen, which I've not found anywhere else in sort of Ardhukukutya Nyaya, in which it suggested it's a logical absurdity to live as a Muslim while claiming to be a Pandit. Now, I suspect that might be a dig to a Vedantic scholar who had settled in Calcutta that year, and who would be no friend as the years go by. But this is 1815, I believe. So it's early. I don't know, but it's a strange new law. Now, I'm going to. The other great colleague of Mrityunjay at the College of Fort William was Kasinath Torkoponchanon. Now, Kasinath Torkoponchanon is significant in the sense that he's not only Rammohun's most dogged and determined opponent, he's also the first person to translate Nyaya texts into Sanskrit, into Bengali, sorry, of course, and he actually wrote an encyclopedic vademecum called Podartha Komudi, Moonlight on the Objects of Knowledge. This has an introductory poem in Poyar meter on Nyaya philosophy and its uses, a completely free translation of the first book of the Nyaya Shastra's founding text, which is the Nyaya Sutra of Gautama, and then a paraphrase of the most authoritative disciplinary textbook of Nyaya, which was the Bhasha Parichidda Siddhanta Muktovali or Vishwanath Nyaya Panchanan Bhattacharya. So here we're looking at an absolute logician Nyaya. This is true of Mrityunjay Vidyalankar too, actually. So Rammohun's opponents are the people that inhabit Jonardon Gane's New Age of Reason. So we got to explain how, because things don't seem to be gelling together if we take. And I think what's really significant about Nyaya So I said, Jonathan Ganeri has recently made the case that Nyayakas, following the decisive rupture represented by the 16th century Pandit Raghunath Siromani, made Nyaya a term more or less synonymous with the appeal to reason and critically based inquiry. And so he argues that the work of the early modern Nyayakas ought to be translated into new reason. Now, to state that the appeal to reason was key to Nyaya in the early modern period is somewhat misleading. The Nyayaka study of the 16 objects of knowledge, or pramanas, probes and interrogates the cognitive process itself, and never offers, if anything, a far-reaching account of reason's capacity to question and trick itself, not the optimistic affirmation of its capacity to question everything. This is especially apparent if we consider the final chapters of the Podartho Komudi, which actually offer, for example, a lengthy and complex Nyayaka defense of the knowability of the metaphysical and yet ontological category of the unseen, or adrishta, which is where the fruits of karmic action are concretized and stored. Now, against all skeptics, this defense of the adrishta is what defends the efficacy of all enjoined ritual action as a kind of domain of space. And actually, this is something that Rahul, you were talking about the adrishta, actually. And making the case that questioning the logic of sacrifice is illogical because it negates the logical quality that adrishta has. So I'm not going to discuss Kasinath's later work, the fact that he keeps repeating, in these propositions about the, I think about the limits of agreement. But it's interesting that in his translation, he also issued a translation of Krishna Mishra's allegorical play Prabodha Chandradaya, The Rise of the Wisdom Moon, which is a Vedantic play, but a classical Vedantic play, so kind of Vedantism prior to Rammohun. And in it, we meet lots of it. There are various conventional adversaries of good scholarship, the Nastika, the Lokayata, the various, and they all come up, and their errors are comically refuted. But in the Prabodha Chandradaya, we also meet a more dangerous adversary. There is a Brahmin who is highly learned in Vedanta, who argues that rites and rituals may be entirely done away if one is to truly seek the liberation of the soul. Now, I'm not sure, this is obviously not an extraordinary case of life imitating art, because at that time, this man was already in the city. So reprising this older play and printing it, and then actually, it was even advertised by the Shamachar Chandrika. Actually, it's mentioned in Calcutta Kamalaloy that people should read the Prabodha Chandradaya. So I think in that sense, it was already in Calcutta such a dangerous Vedantist. And here I want to talk, just by way of conclusion, why this Vedantist was so dangerous to this discourse of basically this reinvigoration of norms. So the practice that to contest the authorities of established discourses on norms, Rammohun conducted arguments on grounds that were completely acceptable by them against him. So, for example, he conducts arguments on grounds of Shabdo Praman. Like this has been mentioned actually before, the various grounds on which Rammohun argues against his opponents. Shabdo Praman is, strictly speaking, not a Nyaya form of argument. It's more like a Mimamsaka form of argument, I think. But it's just broadly speaking an argument of Shastric tradition. And he turns creatively to use arguments in Shabdo Praman tradition, not to maintain the case for a stable transmission of meaning, which would be, I think, the standard Mimamsaka way to make them, but to say that the received knowledge is actually inadequate, and only true Vedic expressions will guarantee an equivalence between the named thing and reality, rather than later expressions. So his turn to the foundational authority of Vedic meanings was thus meant to bring about the disqualification of all other sources of authority. In the 1815 Vedanta Grantha, he presents in its opening an argument against the existence of the other gods of the Hindu tradition. He mentions Krishna, Rama, Shiva Pashupati, and the mother goddess Kali Durga. And he mentions them on the basis of their absence from the semantic content of the word Brahma. The allegation that Rammohun's turn to the Veda is a simple kind of scripturalism thus appears to me to be philosophically inadequate in the light of just how sustained the case for Shabdo Praman is in advocating the case of Brahmoism, I guess, or his. In an entirely original move, Roy calls for the death of the gods on the basis of Sanskrit grammar, namely the impossibility of deriving their meaning from true dhatus in the text he's turning to. He writes, there is no firmness in the signification because according to the rules of Sanskrit, words that are accomplished through the process of suffixal addition, that's pratyaya, one can indicate many things. Even every word through its root can indicate many things. And if we pay a little attention, we will find out that in the name of Hanuma, we do not find any trace of the gods. Or if a god in particular form or quality, Rup Gun Vaishishto Devata, or a human was the subject of the Vedanta Shastra, then we would have found some reference in more than these 500 verses. Now, I think the normative consequences of Rammohun's Upanishadic foundationalism are entirely antagonistic to the efforts of those seeking to restore and reinvigorate the prescriptive order of morals by turning to Smriti tradition. Both Kasinath Torkoponchanan, to whom I've done great injustice by exciting him now from my paper, and Mrityunjay Vidyalankar had been committed to Vedanta and to a conventional understanding of Smriti tradition as useful to make sense of the ethical orientations that it might allow for. Rammohun made their dual commitments more difficult and was brazen about it. Wherever theorists of Dharma Shastra had indicated an obligation, Rammohun openly actually declared his irrelevance for those truly devoted to the pursuit of Vedic liberation. In the abridgment of a translation of the Vedanta, he writes, it is optional with those who have faith in God alone to observe, and this is from the English, and attend the rules and rites applicable to the different classes of Hindus and to the different religious orders. It is optional with those who have faith in the only God to attend to the prescribed ceremonies or neglect them entirely. He who has true faith in the omnipresent may eat all that exists. Now, the outrage of moral theorists at the sustained of the neo-prescriptive at the sustained argument dissolving the relationship between Vedic foundations and authoritative traditions was immediate. So in 1817, Mrityunjay, who was very aging at the time, issued the Vedanta Chandrika, where he argued against the crafty cormorant. This is from the English translation that his son did, who will allure his prey to destruction by assuming the shape of a lotus, and reminding readers that someone in Calcutta was committing the mistake of the blind man who seizes the tail of the cow, by passing all authoritative knowledge in order to arrogantly arrive at the debasement of the self rather than its true salvation. Now, Mrityunjay also noted the relationship between Rammohun's Shabda Praman argument and his incitement to desert norm. Mimamsakas had insisted on the authority of Vedic meaning, which was uncreated, for a different reason. He writes, the ancient Mimamsak writers in treating of vice and virtue had for their object the deterring from the former, not the directing to the latter. They did not, as seems to be the object of the atheistic mistaken modern, inculcate that prescribed rites should be abandoned or forbidden acts performed. In the following years, the controversy has only grew in intensity, and we've heard about what Kasinath had to say about sati. Rammohun did not retract. He would issue in 1820 stronger statements on the irrelevance of ritual acts in Sanskrit and Bengali and English. But in a challenge which was printed by the Baptists, and this is fascinating, the Baptists that gave cover to the Dharma Sabha people to attack Rammohun. So they offer Kasinath Torkoponchanan on a page in the Samachara Dorpon because Rammohun had offended them by removing a reference to Jesus' miracle. So they're teaming up with Kasinath, which I think is a great testament probably to that Rammohun was probably doing something right. So Kasinath Torkoponchanan pseudonymously challenged Rammohun to account for multiple violations of the prescribed moral order, setting out 4 questions, providing a wealth of authoritative references, and like a good Nyayika, calling out Rammohun for a misleading line of reasoning. That's Brahmatok Buddhite. Now, on the basis of what highly unknown textual authority, Shastra, does the purveyor of false knowledge, who is falsely called a scholar, and those who accordingly follow him as if they were sheep going to market, among whom are many wealthy, rest in their judgment of whether it is moral or not, kartobbo, otoba, or kartobbo, that those who are distinguished as good people and the children of those who are pure, generous in giving dan and distinguished should leave these actions, and the dharma that is proper to their caste, and take the dharma that is proper to another caste. Rammohun, of course, I argue at length, and they continue. I am rapid. It's done. It's done. And he sort of, wraps up, and we have this debate continue. And Rammohun charges his opponents with impropriety, with violating their own rules. Actually, turns prescriptivism onto them, and this is where I want to end. He writes about Kasinath Torkoponchanan. If a person served in his Chari Prashneruttar, if a person serves the mlechas, because this guy was employed at the College of Fort William, and teaches Shastra to the mlechas, and by virtue of having transposed the meaning of Nyaya philosophy in vernacular, sells this to the mlechas, It's also funny to see Rammohun talking about the English like this, which I don't was missing from the 70s debate. Otherwise, and brags about it, but then says to another person, "You mix with the mlechas, and you've described the meaning of the philosophy of Vedanta and vernacular and given it to mlecha, and so you have failed your dharma." What is the appropriate way of referring to this kind of person? I'm not going to mention the other things he said about other people, but I just want to say that it seems to me that as people call each other out for violating Shastric norms and debate with each other over what the authoritative text to turn to and how to derive norms from authoritative texts through strategies that are agreed upon by each other, Nyayika arguments, Shabda Praman arguments, it creates a problem. So when Rammohun left for England in 1830, Bhabani Charan wrote a jeering poem on the Brahmin king that had forsaken all proper norms, betrayed all dharma for greed and lust. It's a fantastic poem, Dvijaradhar Kedopti, and was destined to die without appropriate funerary rites. So Bhabani Charan sometimes got some things right, yeah. But in many ways, the project of normative reinvigoration that Bhabani Charan and his allies had advocated, I think stood in tatters when Rammohun left. As long as Rammohun and his rivals had cited authoritative texts against each other, they invariably always complicated the question as to whether any given action was obligatory or virtuous, or deserving of blame and to be avoided. Young Bengalis at the time were thus forced to confront the fact that no dispute or norms could be settled authoritatively anymore. To ask for once again where good norms may come from. A new course in moral and mental philosophy offered for the first time at an expensive English language school might provide some answers.
We pass this around for whoever has questions.
Thank you. That was, well, it was interesting, but lots of fun things to unpack. So very interesting. So you started with the notion of the anxiety. And when I look at texts from the late 19th century, I feel anxiety is relating very closely to colonialism, so the rule of the other. And I'm wondering what is the nature of the anxiety kind of in the earlier part of the 19th century about moving to a city that is, being described as normless. To follow up on that, I'm wondering why the city is normless, and you use the word immigrant in one kind of reference where you said immigrants to the city. And I'm wondering if it is a city of immigrant people, if it's essentially that by nature, or essentially the people whose writing we're coming across are people who have moved to the city from elsewhere. Is it normless because, to go back to a point raised earlier today, is it because alienation from community, from kin, from wherever they were rooted earlier and had now moved to the city because of colonial political economy for sustenance, as you rightly pointed out? And I'm kind of very interested to see how the notion of duty, of allegiance, of kartobbo, of daitto, how these things kind of used to denote a language of mutual interdependence, but gets overwritten, with the rise of the figure of the individual, which we see so wonderfully in Rammohun. But thank you. That was really, really interesting and thought-provoking.
Thomas, thank you. Brilliant. That was a lot of fun. And just wonderful to have all these texts excavated that have been sitting there waiting for some careful attention. So thank you. This question came up for me when Tanika's just stepped out, but in her discussion of Rammohun and Kashinath, she mentioned how Manu was invoked, and then that created a problem for Vidyasagar later on. And I was thinking at that point that one of the way Vidyasagar got around the question of Manu's injunctions was by invoking this Yuga theory, right? That he turns to a different Smriti, the Parashara Smriti, to say there's different injunctions applicable in Kali Yuga, right? So I'm just wondering what I haven't heard this Yuga theory been mentioned in any of the discussions, and I haven't been through these texts the way you two have. Because this is another way these prescriptivists could try to solve problems, was take it to another level in terms of which yuga are we standing in, right? Just a factual question, do you come across that argument being used in this period, or is it not really in play at this time?
Yeah. Let's take one more question and then you can answer.
Can I add one as long as I have it? So you have this wonderful designation of neo-prescriptivist. Do you have a designation for Rammohun?
I call him a Vedantic foundationalist.
Vedantic
Or
foundationalist.
Normative foundation. In the sense that most of his argumentative strategy are founding a norm that is more foundational than the one the Pandit is claiming, right? So Kazinath appeals to something, Rammohun finds a text that he says, look, this is way more authoritative, and it doesn't mention your norm. So he argues through absence, which is fantastic, I think, as an argumentative strategy. To use Shabda Praman like that, that's what shocks. Mrityunjay Vidyalankar says there's no Mimamsaka has ever done the argument that because the gods are not Vedically, the point of the atheism of the Mimamsa, right, as a kind of philosophical school, is not to then primarily spend your time to deny the polytheism of the others, right, to go around and make. This is a completely new way of doing a Mimamsaka argument. That's why it's so scandalous, right, to use the Shabda Praman form of argumentation to deny the existence of the Puranic gods. I think it's mind-boggling. I share Mrityunjay's scandal sense that there's a Vedantist around who's doing, new things. And so I think that the ability that comes down to the ability of, that's why I call it, foundational, like normative, like a kind of creative normative foundationalist.
Creative normative foundationalist.
Sorry, that's terrible. I need to find a better.
Okay, now since it's there, Upal and then.
Sure, no problem.
Oh, no, then I should.
Thank you, Thomas. I had heard some bit about the next part, so it's good to now connect the dots. Yeah. Certainly, this is not within the scope of the discussion that you have presented today, but there are certain suggestions maybe in that discussion towards what I'm going to ask as well. Do you try to account for this normlessness? If so, in what terms? And since you title the paper as the normless city, is the city in whatever conceptual form plays a role in that accounting? This is the question.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, my question follows from that, and it's similar, which is, it's amazing the juxtaposition of the fact that there are these Fort William College sanctioned Brahmins, who are producing authoritative statements about, textual authority, about norms of comportment, whereas the city that is created by the same people, Kolkata, is a place of great, not just normlessness, but from Bhavani Charan, it's like a place of great debauchery and, the breakdown of all forms of conventional morality, because then he follows it up with 3 other texts, as you know, Nabo Babu Bilash, Nabo Bivi Bilash, and then finally Duti Bilash. And that's, then it goes towards, sexual deviance and prostitution and all sorts of horrible sins and things like that. But there's also, I'm sure you've encountered this in Bhavani Charan, a very sort of titillating, sort of prurient, sort of raunchy description of various prostitutes and so on and so forth, which I might have memorized as a young student and things like that. Given this wonderful, sort of context that they've provided, I was wondering if, it's Calcutta, is it the solvent, as it were, as a kind of urban solvent of hierarchical norms, or is it not also Ursprung of like new possibilities, and I wonder if in some ways there's a tandem here of the colonial city and colonial authority. The colonial authority cannot, in some ways, contain the billions and the outcome of the creation of the city. So that I'm not sure how to place Rammohun in that, but looks like your protagonists are basically arguing that it's the city that is actually created this Vedantin, this neo-Vedantin, or at least the city is harboring or abetting, harboring and abetting this neo. So that puts a total spin on what we learned in school, which is that the day Rammohun started living in Calcutta was the beginning of, we have to remember the modern India, and we have to memorize the date. So sorry, that's I mean, it came out as a sort of a silly question, but I actually.
Oh, no. Are there other questions? I just wanted to add, yeah. Maybe.
Four.
Yeah, so I'm going to add to this idea of the immoral city, really, which is a kind of a long, kind of ongoing discourse of the immoral, the impure, and what you're calling the normless city. And it becomes, yes, a cause for disquiet and anxiety, but also becomes the site then of a whole new genre of humor and satire, right? Which is where Bhavani Charan, Periton, Kirtan Thakur, and all of the rest. So particularly with Navababu Bilash and Navabhumi Vilash, the equivalent is the Kalighat paintings, which are doing it in a spirit of irreverence, humor, and then have a kind of entire public which can participate and knows the codes of that humor. So in terms of Rammohun's own entry to the city, to go back to that, so in some ways, and a lot of this discourse where neither caste norms nor notions of ritual time can be followed. I mean, I'm thinking of Ranjit Go's article, of course, on the festival time, which subverts official time. So there's a long, I mean, Ramakrishna is also talking about the Kerani as, something the city provides, right? But there the village emerges as a site of refuge. In Rammohun, of course, it's the opposite. If you think of the conditions under which he comes to Calcutta, where he's living on a burning hearth at Radhanagar because he's been evicted. And then he's made enough money to be able to come to Calcutta, set up business. So 1815, when he comes to this normless city, it's also for him that space of freedom and the space of congregation of like-minded people in debates, and all of that begins. So in some sense, if you were to think about the general sense of the immoral and impure city, is where a new order of, a new form of morality and rationality is what is being sought for. And the city enables that in a way. So that in a way, because you picked the period till his departure for England, it also cited as this time as the most intense period of his becoming who he becomes, right? So his debates, Atya Shabha, his writings in all the periodical press, all the campaigns he began to run are all done within the 16-year period. And then, of course, it's truncated because he goes away. So I'm also trying to, if you were to locate Rammohun back in this space, somewhere it seems that he's able to move beyond the normlessness and carve out a space for himself here in a way that the village India will not, or even Mufassal India will not allow.
Thank you. I'm going to start perhaps with the last one, so that, because I like in the last one. So by normlessness, I'm not meaning, this is not a descriptive category. It is actually, I'm using it as an analytical category that I think the neo-prescriptivists rely upon, both for their diagnosis of the present. So I think in some ways, Kolkata is an entirely new space. I mean, I don't know, S.N. Mukherjee did that house tax study of the Chitpur Road, right? If you look at Chitpur Road in 1806, then in 1818, the number of people of all sorts that are living off Chitpur Road in these years, it is a society that Bengal has never seen before, right? There are, of course, as Bhavani Sharma makes very clear, right, forms of employment, hours of work, languages, all sorts of
But
things.
also cheating and deceit.
And also, but the fundamental, exactly. So there is a kind of general problem, of course, metropolitan life of a certain scale always, carries with it both the seduction and the peril of a particular anomie, right? It's something that draws us to cities. I mean, I'm staying at the Park Hotel, so you drinkers, right? So you know all about it. Right? There is something more, I think, to this situation, which is the fact that it's occurring at a time in which we know from, I think, the scholarship that has preceded me, that we live at a time in which we are trying to see a certain colonial production of knowledge about the norms of Indian society. This is that Fort William College period. It's the period that in which Nandini Bhattacharya Panda writes about the formation of a particular or transformation of Smriti Shastra into law, which is a process that's happening through a particular, I think, reinvigoration of Panditic authority. And I think it's not something simply that that colonial Orientalists are driving, though I think in many ways that British Orientalist book that Kopf wrote, I think would have worked. Works well, I think, as a kind of roadmap, at least to a certain sense of, I mean, not the argument, but a roadmap to the fact that British Orientalists are driving a certain kind of, if we changed what the argument of the book is, it works, to tell us about that moment. And I think this actually, with new technologies like the press, the fact that now Smriti Shastra gets put into Bengali, we can actually put the gap between both this incredible new reality that Kolkata is and what prescriptive norms are. It just appears, right, to in a vastness that was not possible to perceive before. Both because I think in some ways the context is novel, but also because the diagnostic possibilities that neo-prescriptivism, or that we can call it, Orientalism or the colonial knowledge, and the particular pressure that it puts on Indian knowledge forms to work in that prescriptive manner is also novel. Right? I'm not trying to say that this is a pre-extant Shastric discourse or a pre-existent Smriti, because Smriti did not work like this. There was no Samachar Chandrika, and people did not print like Motilal Shil did, writing a set of questions that then get printed by the Chandrika press, telling you if how Shudra has to salute a Brahmin or not, and that gets circulated as a printed Bengali tract that imitates, right, a palm leaf, but it's a printed tract. This is a completely new way of gaining circulation. This is the age of the Dharma Sabha, and I think it deserves the generosity of being at least called neo-prescriptivist. I mean, I think that obviously were prescriptivists before, but I think that both I think their propositional courage in thinking that they could really breach this if they excluded the people that they wanted to, that were not following the norms, right? We have all these stories of social, right? Young Bengali starts this tragic story of massive social boycotts, and so I think that it really is foundational for them to make that effort. Right? The normless really works for them as a diagnostic effort that helps launch the neo-prescriptivist effort, but I think it also contains the seeds of its own demise, in the sense that it's not a gap that they're able to fill, partly, of course, because I think it's obviously an impossible project at some level, and I think that's where the most, and I want to come to Shudipta's question, the most thoughtful of the neo-prescriptivists are always those who are able to catch that ultimately it's not just the transcription of the prescription, but there's something in human nature that's taken, there also there's not human nature is the wrong way to put, but the libidinal transgression, that frisson, right? It's so you see that in some ways with Baba Nicharan, there are more things to the city than just the violation of caste protocol, which actually is the only one that ultimately alarms him. I think the frisson is something that instead he was not necessarily against. So I want to immigration and colonialism. So about that, immigration is that most of the people and this is not really me, but it's S.N. Mukherjee. I mean, that's, most of the people who come to Calcutta in the first 2-3 decades of the 19th century are not born here. Dinat Shorbobaum was the first one, is someone who writes a Pachali on impurity, which is also a new genre, it's called the Socho Panchali. He's an immigrant from Joshore. Mrityunjay Vidyalankar came from Rajshahi. We know that he was at the court of Nator, apparently. That's like, I mean, it's like a stray reference. I'm not entirely sure. But so we have a sense that most of them came from outside. Bhavani Charan, I'm not sure. But he studied in Nator. I think. Yeah, sorry, yeah. But yeah, he was Oriya. Yeah, that's though I've seen that's and yes.
There are more questions also.
Oh, sorry.
So, why don't you respond? Upal also.
Oh, yes, Upal also have to answer the question on Upal, you were asking me also about normlessness, right? And how yeah, I think in that sense, I could you rephrase the normlessness question? Sorry, for me. Kind of, yeah.
Ask you like what categorical terms count for this stating of normlessness?
What accounts
for the history of ethics that we want
Yeah.
to extract from this movement?
Yeah, from the history of ethics, I want to extract from this moment. So normlessness is in the title because I think it's a good way of characterizing the setting and why in Calcutta both neo-prescriptivism emerges as a possibility and why I think it can meet its demise. In the rest of it is instead predicated on its attempts to, I think, ethical arguments that presume that knowledge is authoritative because it has because it is parampara siddha and because it is conducted in a shastric manner, will die. So you mentioned, for example, Perichand Mitra and his satire, right? In Perichand Mitra, in Alargordua, the only times that Pandits appear, they're ridiculous. They appear twice. They have disputations twice. Once at the Shraddha, they're invited to do a Nyaya disputation, and it's an entire farce and it collapses. And then another time they're doing a dispute over whether one can eat pumpkins and something like that. And it's just like a joke, you know? So the object of satire has changed. In Bhavani Charan, in Kalikata Komalaloi, the people that are, especially in Kalikata Komalaloi, here it's the two Pandits are making fun of the rich man that they're scamming for money by going to him and asking him, please be the arbiter of our dispute. In truth, both of them know Shastra, and they're just trying to live in this world, in this strange world. But the joke is not on them. Bhavani Charan is not putting the joke on Shastric knowing. And I think Perichand Mitra is. So I really think that not only is the object of satire changed, but also the protocol of ethical judgment has changed. In fact, most of the time in Alargordua, the object of critique are people who are hypocrites and, you know, pious, externally pious, like the whole context of the sycophants around that family. And so I think that that is telling us that we're inhabiting, obviously, a young Bengal world in which we are already in the kind of iconoclastic, anti-scholastic tradition that is just not willing to accord epistemic respect to this tradition. And I wanted to try and give a more kind of imminent story of its decline, really, and its collapse, if that helps in terms of where it stands in my understanding of the history of moral theory in Bengal.
And then Aparna had a question too. Somebody will have to pass it.
So my question is actually directly related to what you were speaking of right now. I was thinking of Dipesh Das' term that he used yesterday in the panel discussion of historical distance. I was thinking of you as a scholar interpreting the position of Pandits like Vidyalankar, Tonikadi in the morning, presenting Kashinath's disputation. And I'm trying to think through this, but what it brings to mind, and it's a larger, I'm trying to trace the sort of larger thought here, which is that when one hears Tonikadi sort of go into the meat of the argumentation, when you spoke and you gave us, extracts from the Prabodha Chandrodaya or from the, text that Vidyalankar produced, you make alive for us, in a way, the importance, perhaps, not perhaps, the importance of these pundits in that society in a way that is completely absent for us now. So when you came to the Pyari Chand Alaler Ghore Dulal and you spoke about the manner in which it is by that time inverted so that the Pandit has become an object of satire, you're quite right in saying that that tradition actually continues. I don't know whether we should call it a liberal tradition, but it is a strain of thought that is being put in place. Certainly with Young Bengal, I'm not sure. How it fits into the normalist city is interesting, because in this period, when you speak of these pundits, and when Tunikadi speaks of the disputation in the Sati debate, they suddenly become from paper figures, because none of us have actually. We have a much greater, just not at a layman level. I'm speaking now at a layman level. People who we are of the city, we know these figures. We have a much greater understanding of Rammohun Roy, of who he was, of what that tradition of thinking or thought means, than Vidyalankar or the Pundits, or what exactly they were about or what they were on about. I found it interesting that while your presentation made them come alive for me in a way, that after devoting a whole page or a page and a half to extracts from what they had said, with a single line referencing the neo-Vedantist in the city, somehow you managed to undercut everything that they had been saying regarding Shastric injunction, all of which is very important to them. I mean, they're not the ones making fun of it. They're not making the position only because they're employed in the Fort William College, or because they obviously genuinely believe in their own position and in a certain tradition and a certain continuity to that tradition that they want to uphold. So, and they are being taken very seriously by Rammohun, certainly, and by others also at this time in the city, in this period. So still about 1830, 1835, it's very. And then the moment changes, and then it changes. And by the time we have Alaler Ghore Dulal, the Pandits are figures of ridicule, and the Pandits are still figures of ridicule. And I was somehow thinking of the BJP's rise to power, and whether, seriously, whether all of that has something to do with this whole liberal tradition of denigration of that the Pandit sophistry, reducing the Pandit figure to mere sophistry, which is beginning with this, with this putting down almost of Vidyalankar and the others. Yeah. Precisely. Anyway, sorry, it's a larger sort of whole set of, whole gamut of, yeah.
I think the open
Duplicity,
discussion has begun.
right?
So you shouldn't feel
just to
obliged
complicate
to
things.
answer everything. So Rosinka Openna has been waiting for a long time. And then we have Patrada and Brian. Dipesh also wants something to say.
So thank you for a very intriguing presentation. Actually, the early 19th century was also the time when these Bottala presses were coming up, and a huge corpus of literature was being produced, critical, satirical literature. So how did these Bottala presses contribute to this narrative of normlessness? And more precisely, I would like to know whether Rammohun's abolition of sati was seen as a subversion of norms by any of these Bottala playwrights. I mean, what was the kind of backlash that Rammohun encountered from these Bottala playwrights? I mean, was there any backlash? I mean, apart from the backlash by pundits. And secondly, I've read a few farces, Bottala farces, and this idea of Kolikal keeps coming in. There's a very famous book by Hardik Brotobishas, Kolikale, Prohoshone Kolikale Bongo Mohila. So, and Kolikal is a time when all hierarchies get unsettled and everything breaks down.
as if the world turns down. So, I mean, was this idea of polycal also there? I mean, in the, I mean, this
That's actually a
narrative of
climate aspect.
normlessness that you're talking about. Sarah,
So do you want to respond and then take on?
No, I'll take one more because I have three.
No, this one's not a question. It's just a follow-up. To this question of the collapse in the authority of the Smarta Pandits, by the 1860s, 70s. But don't forget, the authority of the Jyotish does not collapse, right? In fact, if you think of the use of the printed press with the Punjika takes up, right? And the enormous authority, including modern, methods of propagation of Jyotish and people who make koshtis and so on, that does not go away. So in fact, that is exactly what I'm saying, that there is a certain reason why the old Smarta Pandits and their prescriptions on ritual, especially caste observances, that tends to diminish. But not the, it does not mean, religious authority goes away.
Somebody else, Deepesh had a question at a point.
Actually, what Partha just said fits in nicely with what I was going to say. So, and it seems to me that, the city that these Martha Pandits come into is a city where a lot of Shudras are making a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Bhadralok class is actually full of people who in the Varna order are Shudras. And people sometimes say it's all Ucha Varna. They're not all Ucha Varna. If you decide in the Varna category, that the bulk of them are Shudras. And if you go around North Calcutta, you'll see many temples actually built by these Shudra families. And the Brahmins are the Smarta Pandits are trying to erect a Brahminical authority. Whereas it seems to be theoretically Rammohun's demolition of them and the demolition of Brahminical authority, but actually creating a religious order which is much more theoretically capacious and can put a Shudra patron on the same category as a Brahminical patron of worship, is a much more apposite answer. Now, whether Brahmo Dharma and the Samaj plays a very distinctive role in the 19th century, but it does seem to me that the collapse of the Smarta Pandits have to do with the fact that they're engaged in an impossible exercise of actually convincing a lot of Shudra families who've made a lot of money to kind of give ritual priority to the Brahmins. Whereas Rammohun has a much better religion which doesn't do that. And so it seems to me that Thomas's work is it's very helpful in understanding that, and the collapse of the Pandit. I mean, I totally agree with Partho and what Roshinka was saying. Is that becomes a feature actually in many ways in which in many of the plays the Brahmin becomes the Udure Brahmin, the greedy Petuk Brahmin, which is actually a character in Sanskrit plays that kind of comes into Bengali plays and emphasized. Yeah, thanks.
I feel like we can talk later. Better question. I think you should go ahead.
If you moved into the open discussion, I think by now.
We have been for a long time.
We have 4 questions, so I'll just take it. Okay, so just finish. Yeah, that's
Then we'll move into the open discussion.
Well, I can answer.
Often they're not addressing all questions to talk.
Yeah, I need to address.
Okay, then why didn't you respond?
Very, very quickly. So I'll answer the questions and then retreat to my chair for the open discussion. So okay, I will stay up there. So the question about eras, there is so the invocation of the Kali Yuga. Actually, I think Gautam Bhadro has a paper in which Prak Rammohun Juge Company Shashaner Proti Koe thank you. Where he tracks the sense basically in late 18th century Poyar poems of a changing time. Actually, invocations of the Kali Yuga come up frequently, and they do come up. Both the interesting thing about the Kali Yuga is it both enjoins a particular kind of stringent normative order and also describes a situation of lawlessness. So it's actually perfect for
the description of the kind of city I'm talking about. Because when perhaps I need to rethink about the name when I put this up, because normlessness is not the main thing I'm interested in. It's a kind of starting point that I think allows basically neo-prescriptism to put itself on its feet, to diagnose that there is a gap and to believe that it can be filled. I think that this is what the Samachar Chandrika is all about, is telling that this, if you know, or the Motilal Shil question, you know, what should I do, you know, that it can be, that these problems of ethics can be sorted like this, in this way. That give the smartest with a new, the smartest have now new technology, printing press, they're not afraid of doing stuff in Bengali, you know, so there's a whole newspapers. I mean, and so it's in that sense, there's new possibilities, and this allows, you know, their sense of the Kali Yuga both to be informed by that sense that this is a time of crisis, but also that it's a time in which stringent norms must be, at least, you know, the effort is more significant, precisely because it's a time. So thank you for that question. That's very helpful. It does come up in all, and it connects to what Dipeshda was mentioning about Shudras, because the main, both in, this is a complaint a little bit in Kalikata Komalaloy, but also especially in the Shocho Panchali, is about the fact that wealthy Shudras are not doing enough dan. They're not giving enough that they should, right? They're not respecting what needs to be done. That's even what happens in the complaint of the two Brahmins, right? So then they have to invent the idea that they're going to go do fake Nyaya disputation and still get the money. But the problem is that wealth is not going how it should, or how it's expected to go in this new world, and yet the norms are still there that expect it to be so. And so I think that deepens the sense of crisis. Very briefly, the ridicule, absolutely, yeah. I think there's a way in which, in some ways, what occurs is a fantastic also transformation of some of the resources of Sanskrit ridicule. So in places like the Hasranava, you do have Brahmins who are ridiculous, and they're mainly ridiculous because they do not. So the Hasranava is animated actually by ridiculous Brahmin characters who don't uphold the normative order, and thus they're ridiculous. And Rammohun himself actually is, in most of this polemic, often characterized with those languages, and which I think it's why Kasinath Torkopanchanan curated the first Bengali translation of the Prabodha Chandradaya, is because he wanted to show him as the Pandit Obhimani, the puffed up guy who comes up and says, I know Vedanta, but actually is going to lead all the people astray. And so he's using those satirical resources, but those satirical resources were, then what the liberals, when you're talking about the liberal tradition, what is fantastic is the capacity to take that discourse of the duper and the duped and to use it for punditry in general, actually to turn it on the orthodox position. So it's no longer it's no longer that the smarta that is all puffed up, but actually he's transgressing the norms and doesn't know and is going to lead you astray. Is the one that is orthodox is actually a tartuffe, a hypocrite, and the duper. So it's really fantastic how these resources from Sanskrit, I think, can come in, and this language of Sata can find it. And then sometimes it can create the impression that when we read Bhavani Charan and we read Perichan, we're reading people are making fun of the same thing. And I really think that that's not the case. I really think that Kalikata Komalalai is one kind of world, and Perichan Mitra is another kind of world. This is really what I want to say fundamentally. And I like satire. It's fun. And that's it. I think, yeah, so I'll retreat.
So I suppose the Tarakeshwar Mahanta of 1870s sums up the priest who's gone completely astray. Okay, now maybe the more general comments.
I just want to take a counterfactual from Rosinka's question. Does actually the Pandit decline or Brahmoism decline? Because by the late 90s, I mean, I'm taking a cue from Christopher Lee Novetska's wonderful essay, The Brahmin Double, where Novetska basically argues, Novetska's basic argument is the Brahmins have always preserved their power by creating the figure of the bad Brahmin. So if we now have Brahmins and other caste Bhadraloks saying that the Brahmins are bad, is it actually maintaining Brahminism in some way, the caste privilege? And by the late 19th, early 20th century, I mean, if you look at the Rajbongshis, if you look at the Tripur Khotriyas, the sacred thread is spreading. Everyone wants a Vyavastha from a Brahmin to show that they're Kshatriyas. So actually, does it decline only in Calcutta? What are the kind of different geographies and temporalities? And my suspicion is we would have very different geographies if we are looking among Rajbongshis in big public assemblies, drawing on Brahmins from Nadia, from Kamrup, from Kannauj to prove they're Kshatriyas, getting Vyavasthas, or in Tripura as well. The sacred thread is spreading, the whole Tripura Kshatriya Samaj is being built up, which then enables a kind of indigenous Tripuri communism to build up with what's happening in Calcutta. And should we then think about the Bengal Renaissance beyond Calcutta and provincialize Calcutta a bit, which might lead to a very different geography?
So I'm just wondering that everybody seems to have organically moved away towards the tea, which is what was on the schedule. So let us take a tea break and come back in that case. So there's no point in half the room sitting here and half the room. Just give him money.
Thank you guys for a little bit longer than
The best stories. They do an exam in the Prabodha Chandrika to see if someone is intelligent. The demon comes and brings a head and says, yes.
When I come back, I have a few more thoughts about what is
Thank you so much for your patience.
So it's just what you're working on.
Actually, no, nothing. It's more. It's a big starting point. So for me, the interesting thing is that I think that in the 19th century, amongst Indian ethical problems are not going to be solved with Smriti Shastra. Smriti Shastra is no longer a viable. That's just a starting point. The question of ethical judgment is on Young Bengal.
You're going into the long 19th.
Yeah, it's Young Bengal, and then Okkoi Babur, Dharmaniti, and then Bonkin, Dharmata. You know, so it's like a question.
You're looking at Dharmaniti and the
questions of ethics in transformation, ethical judgment, or ethical debate about public morals. But I think that this is maybe within
that is where the popular domain of the culture referring to what a large place of the circulation of image and text.
Yeah, this won't not be possible. This Chandrika stuff is circulating, so it's actually given for a while, for a short while. Like when the Samaj, basically, I think there is something that should be the Dharma Sabha, Samaj Chandrika.
So very much so. So for instance, both for and against. It's different.
We both have together.
Because so welcome everybody to the last little bit of open discussion. I've asked Deepeshta to begin the discussion. Once he sets the ball rolling, we will pass the mic around and have a last round of venting, should I call it? Whatever.
এটা হয় কিনা দেখি, ঠিক আছে, চলে যাও।
হ্যাঁ, বলুন দীপেশটা।
হ্যাঁ, anyway, so I mean, first of all, what can I say? I've been sitting at this distance into late night, enjoying every moment of it. And first of all, thanks to Rinka, to Tonika, to Amit, to the committee, to Lenny and Shumon and everybody, that Prachi at the center and the staff, for making this possible. These were wonderful 2 days, and I really think all the discussion underscored the validity of the title of this conference, the many worlds of Rammohun Roy. And I mean, it goes back to a question that I
once asked Shudipto, what did it feel like to be a Rammohun Roy? Without being a Rammohun posterity. I mean, like when in his own time, and in something we never discussed is that there were people out to get him, to kill him. So in that city, to have taken this position, to have negotiated these thought worlds, life worlds of different kinds, to participate, and maybe he was not unique. I mean, many people were participating in different kinds of worlds, and actually, the story may be one of these kind of the distances between different life worlds gradually becoming shorter and shorter, and some sort of fused kind of a Calcutta life world develops for the Bhadralok eventually. And when Partha was talking about Jyotish, is one of the interesting things that I learned from Rochana's work on marriages was the use of horoscopes. The rise in the use of horoscopes in settling in getting partners, partly because the marriage circles were widening within every caste group. So once the Kayasthas formed a community and published Kayastha magazines and things, they would put in matrimonial ads, and those matrimonial ads would make the entire Kayastha community a caste, whereas the subgroups that people would marry into had become much less important, and therefore the role of the Jyotish became very important in deciding, who was a suitable match. And the census reports actually showed that the number of Jyotishes increases in the city. So there are interesting new roles for Brahmins, but I think for me this, I mean, every presentation was wonderful, brought out many different aspects. And something we never came back to, I guess, is quite a salutary fact that Muhammad Azam started us off with, which is that Rammohun Roy doesn't occupy the same place in the memory of Muslim Bengalis as he does in the memory of the Bengalis of West Bengal. And that in spite of having been somebody who was very learned about Islam, who was called Maulavi, who was open to Islam, and on many points actually he'd speak of the superiority of Islam on certain points, being superior to Christianity. But at the same time, there is this fact that the fact that Azam talked about, and it kind of reminded me that even in the 1970s, when Ashok Babu and others were developing their thesis on the economy, which, according to them, acted as a great restraint on what was achievable in this society. We never really paid much attention to the fact that even the colonial economy that was deleterious in many ways gave rise to a Bengali middle class, new Bengali middle class, the Muslim middle class, that benefited from jute cultivation and the money that was produced by the cultivation of jute, which eventually led to the migration of that middle class to Kolkata, and of course all the problems of Hindu-Muslim conflicts that then ensued. And if you actually looked at the colonial economy from the point of view of a Bengali Muslim today, I mean, the rise of the Muslim middle class is something that is owed to that economy. But so so I thought that fact that Azam started us off with was a salutary fact, and I thought we needed to hear it. And I said as much to him that even when we celebrate Rammohun Roy, it was also personally extremely significant for me to have this conference in this particular room to talk about the 1970s, through which we all grew up. This debate, the 1970s debate, was very, very formative for all of us. Whatever critique we have of it today and whatever distance I personally might take from it, the question is, these were very enabling critiques. I mean, it led to all different kinds of explorations and researches that we did. And it was not at all surprising that Partho's, I think, first chapter in Nationalist Thought rehearsed that debate in order to take its
take its own course. But I think throughout the 2 days, then as we concentrated on Rammohun Roy, we actually saw the many different aspects of this man and placed him in different contexts. I personally thought many questions came up, some of which were answered, some of which remain unanswered. Something I was thinking about, which I didn't quite articulate so well when Rahul was presenting, is really this question of rights versus the question of freedom. I mean, in many ways, when I was talking about the question of autonomy and freedom being the freedom to make mistake, it makes the category freedom a much more risky category. I mean, freedom is endowed with, it's kind of laced with certain kind of risks, whereas the right to property, the right of the press, they also define freedom, but in other ways, and in these many different aspects of freedom that we thought about through the conference, whether or not this was modernity, whether or not this was Enlightenment thought in a European way. I think all the contributions emphasized the originality, however you think about it, the originality of a phenomenon like Rammohun Roy. But as I said, but for me again, the Muslim question, interestingly, remains forgotten throughout today. I mean, it's kind of, for me, how to integrate Rammohun Roy into a larger history of Bengali-speaking people remains a project that we don't quite address in this forum, though the question was raised, and I'm very glad the question was raised. So, as I think about the 2 days, the other thing that also struck me was really when Brian was talking about Raja Punishad. I mean, it really was a lovely moment, I think, because we don't normally, in discussing history, we don't do experimental writing. Brian introduced a little bit of experimental writing, introduced, as I said, certain bemused way of looking at the past, which is precisely, I think, underlies Roshinka's point about there being now more of a sense of historical distance. In other words, how we look on Rammohun Roy is not a life and death question for us. How we look on Vidyadhar is not, but it was in the 1970s. We used to think that we couldn't make any progress without finding out what was wrong with our ancestors. And the question always is, how far back do you go to find the ancestor that you want to blame for your present? And it's always, I mean, one could look at the present very differently and take responsibility for the present one is in. And our way of taking responsibility was a kind of historical accounting for the failure, for what we saw as the failures of our ancestors. I mean, as I said, I can't think of the 1970s moment without thinking of the partition and without thinking of what happened in West Bengal, and both the rise of new set of hopes with the rise of the left to power, and the blighting of those hopes with the defeat of the Naxalite movement, gave rise to that moment in the 1970s when we were trying to both salvage a critique of the 19th century while Oshubabu in particular giving us a way of being respectful of them as individuals. But there was still a lot more at stake, whereas I think there's a certain kind of freedom in thinking about Rammohun Roy today, and it goes back to Amit's question in the first session, that this creation of historical distance, while I think it's good for history writing, happens at a moment when when we're also more confused as to what to do with the 19th century. I mean, again, it's no longer a life and death question. I mean, there was a certain kind of anachronism in the 1970s where you used to think, if only Rammohun Roy had looked at the economy in our way, if only Vidyasagar had understood the economy in the way that we understood it in the 1970s, they would have been more clear-headed. But I think Tonika raised a very valid question that the collapse of the Bengal economy happened later, and the world looked very different to Rammohun Roy or to Dwarkanath Tagore. And I often think of the Tagore families as a possible Bengali Tatas who instead became zamindars, ended up being zamindars, who could have been our Ford family or our Tatas, and there could have been a very different history to new enterprise in Bengal. But all of these questions came up. I don't think we have to have one conclusion from this conference, which is because I think Rammohun Roy comes across as a much more many-splendid, multidimensional person of his time. I'm very glad that we talked about both in Tonika's and Thomas's paper about Kashinath and Mrityunjay and all these other pundits. So I thank you everybody for their contributions, and as I said, my overall sense is that we did indeed see many dimensions to somebody like Rammohun Roy, and I think he was not. I mean, he had many dimensions. There were many people you can think of at that period who were actually negotiating multiple worlds, and whereas today, I mean, this very technology to which I'm speaking, where my late night is it sort of fuses with your evening. It's a very different space-time, sense of space-time within which we are compared to Rammohun Roy's time. So I think we have gained this historical distance, which I think is absolutely necessary. In fact, the other person I couldn't help thinking about sitting in that room is, of course, Jadunath Sarkar. And we talked about the 1970s, and the 1970s were very much a rejection of the biographical history that he wrote, the characterological analysis that he did. So in that respect, it was extremely, what could I say? It was a very rich experience to even visually go back to a place where the auditorium is named after Borunde. I imagine that this is the Borunde auditorium, which is housed in the house that Jadunath Sarkar lived in, a very different kind of historian who believed in the category of Renaissance and sometimes did so almost in a communalistic way. And I felt quite distant either from the passions of Jadunath Sarkar or from the passions of the 1970s. But the question I'm left with is, at what price does historical distance come? What are the periods that we are left with that we feel passionate about? What are the historical periods that for us become questions of life and death, and over which we are happy to sacrifice historical distance while pretending to write objective histories? We actually thought that we were writing objective histories in the 1970s without thinking that there's a lot of anachronistic foundations to our argument. But it raises the bigger question it raises is that is the relationship between historical distance and the politically inspired or motivated histories that we wrote in the 70s. So can one retain historical distance and find a political angle to it without sort of, falling into ready-made answers like global capital or this or that, which tend to explain everything? And so I think this historical distance makes for many more and richer descriptions than in the past. But the task of thinking through all that, bringing some coherence to all the richness, probably remains and will keep us engaged for quite some time to come. So maybe just as some opening remarks, these will do, and I'm very happy to I happily look forward to listening to what you have to say. But given that it's late, I mean, Rosinka will tell us when we call it a day. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipishta. So I'll open it up to the audience now. Najmal, you had a question, I know, which we didn't take at that point because we thought it was for the open discussion. You can start it off. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I'll sit here so that I can see people. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I guess, in the way of conclusion, I guess I want to make points. One of that related to, the topic that I'm interested in, and the other one is relating to Rammohun Rai and Bengali Muslims. Him that the depth of scholarship and writing on Rammohun Rai from Bengali Muslims, of course, is not comparable to what you find on the other great figures of the 19th century, whether it is Bankim Chandra or Rabindranath or Vidyasagar. But it's also to be remembered that Rammohun Rai is still part of the pantheon. I mean, he's pretty much basically the pantheon of basically Bengali intellectuals, or any kind of figures that comes up. And we have Rabindranath, Nazrul Islam, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and Rammohun Rai would be there before Vidyasagar probably. But it doesn't reflect in how basically engagement with his work, and that's the interesting bit. And as we're discussing after his panel, the one reason for that is that I remember that when I was 7th grade or 8th grade, we had our first introduction to Indian history, the first chapter on Indian history, 19th century Indian history. It would begin with Rammohun Rai, the portrait of him, and basically we read about his role in Sati evolution and Bentinck and whatnot. Then it's followed by Vidyasagar and his 1856 Bahu Vivaho thing. And then, I mean, there are two basically Muslim figures are mentioned, Nawab Abdul Latif and Sayyid Amir Ali, right? Who are not particularly important figure in Bengali Muslim memories of, but anyway. But the main issue was this: how to replicating in many ways the Samaj Sanskar genre for Bengali Muslims. In this is how basically we many ways internalize, appropriate, you can say, the kind of Hindu canon. I mean, it's easy to do with Rabindranath, easy to do with Bankim, easy to do with Michael Madhusudhan Datta. I mean, you can see how inspired and kind of spawned off, so you can make them your own by also way of replicating and, maybe replicating it better. But Rammohun Rai is really difficult. At best, you have Nawab Abdul Latif and Sayyid Amir Ali. So that's one reason that I think the quality of engagement is not kind of commensurate with the respect kind of attributed to him. So anyway, so that's the point I wanted to make about Rammohun Rai and Bengali Muslims. The other point I wanted to make, which is about what we discussed yesterday. So when I was kind of writing this half of a chapter on Rammohun Rai, it was, I mean, it is part of my dissertation or book project on the history of popular sovereignty in Indian anti-colonial thought, and the kind of the gist of the project in many ways focused on the period between maybe 1870s to 1940s. But of course, I ended up writing on Rammohun because I realized that there's a lot of problem with periodization, and many ways we can understand really what's going on in the late 19th century if we do not basically clarify what happened a bit earlier in the century. And it seemed to me that seemed like quite ubiquitous, the framing of Rammohun Rai as a liberal thinker. But it's quite surprising to me. I think pleasantly surprised that I felt like many people throughout the presentation actually showed different kinds of skepticism of the kind of use and legitimacy the framing. It's not that, like, again, because liberalism is such a broad category. If someone wants to say he believed in civil rights, so that makes him a liberal, I don't think there's much point arguing it. But insofar as it entails substantive claims, such as a belief in progress, such as kind of like commitment to certain kind of form of government, or understanding of sovereignty government relationship, these things were, I think, questions should be raised. And I sense that, like, it's happening in many ways, and not just in work from political theory, history of political thought, but from other kind of areas too. Ruzinka's paper, I thought, was, of course, kind of like very practically looking at one particular moment, showed the kind of utter inapplicability of say free trade liberalism to Rammohun Rai. With Rahul's paper, I think we got another picture of why that is not particularly. So I think, the fact that this is still a vibrant and kind of field, and the fact that after, like, I'm sure it's not the final word on liberalism, but the thing is that the debate has been going on at least since 1870s, or sorry, 1970s, and it could go all the way back probably on the 1930s, and still kind of, and that's what I find fascinating about canonical figures, the fact that they're ultimately about possibilities of interpretation. And Rammohun Rai, the fact that, the way he has been, he's one of the very few Indian thinkers who kind of allow us the possibility, to not just reconstruct the historical situation better again and again, but also to kind of like think about the very art and very act of interpretation, right? In a way that, for example, Locke or Hobbes has been for Europeans for a long time. And the fact that Rammohun has become that, I think, it's wonderful for Indian intellectual history. Anyway, so I'll end on that note.
Thank you. So, whoever wants to go first, I know that Melinda needs to leave.
Oh, I have one.
Do you want to
I was just wondering. I just want to respond to Dipeshna's question about what period is important, life and death, and I wonder if it's now the pre-colonial, actually, whether it's Mughals or it's even more early historical times, the age of the Vedas or the Manu, etc. Those probably excite much more important debates about religion, about confessionalization, about caste, etc., than does the 19th century Bengal Renaissance. And I want to, of course, obviously part of the reason is that Bengal has lost the political centrality which it had in the long 19th century. And I think whether, reflecting on that and might be a very interesting point.
Yeah, I have. No, I just thought, listening to all the wonderful presentations over these 2 days, I was thinking of the uniqueness of Rammohun as a figure, that Rammohun was born right after the devastation of the Bengal famine, a Bengal of Reza Khan and still the Nawabs, right? Although hemmed in by the British, and then lived till a point in which, if someone who saw, different periods of history, as it were, I cannot think of any comparable interstitial figure that spanned this. And I was just thinking that, Dipeshna, it is exactly, in some ways, because I've been writing on this, exactly the time period in which, from a multiple coinage commodity culture, like coinage commodity culture, we have the standardization of the rupee exactly around the 1830s. This is obviously not, there's no organic connection, obviously, but that span of time, and it reminded me, since we are, also at Chicago, as it were, because of the, the centers, I was thinking of people who first taught us to think about historical time. Reinhard Koselleck, who came to teach, and I remember like the whole sort of discussions about acceleration of time and duration, which I don't think I very understood that well at the time, but now I try to understand it better. That Rammohun went through periods in which things changed very quickly over time, and certain concentrations, and I think the same thing I would say about the 70s. And so, sort of looking at a set of accelerations or a set of, temporal shifts in the way in which, so it's beyond periodization, the second degree, as it were, beyond simply periodization, the acceleration of historical change over a certain time in colonial Bengal. I think it's enormously instructive, even if we have fallen off the pedestal as Melinda is reminding us. So I along with the different worlds of Rammohun Roy, I would also like to think about the different times, different durations in which we study the history that he inhabits. In fact, I was just going to say one little thing, which I wanted to say, Thomas, that when you were talking about the Smarto Pandits and the decline of their sort of preeminence, the myth, one of the foundational myths about Calcutta in the 1770s is that all the Orthodox Brahmins supposedly left this bank of Calcutta and went because of the hanging of Raja Nandakumar, of a Brahmin. So that idea of a space in which this history unfolds is already in some ways abandoned, to a different older order of history. So I'm sure these are very disjointed musings, but I think Rammohun is that kind of a figure who elicits all these possibilities, right? Possibilities and outcomes that may or may not have been fulfilled, but Rammohun is that kind of a no, I'm not going to quote Benjamin here, but just I will refrain from doing that clichetic thing. But it does, to me, bring back some of the things that Benjamin wrote about. So
we'll try and wrap it up in 5 more minutes.
Oh, that's
because,
it. I'm sorry I took so much time.
No. Only because it's nearing 6:30 and people need to get home, and Prachi needs to do her vote of thanks. No, I don't need both. So who should I pass this to? Is there anybody else who would like to say anything at all? No?
I just really enjoyed the conference last.
Oh, Moidul.
Yesterday I was absent, so
yeah.
Today I learned a lot. Very great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
Well, it's like a wedding.
Yeah. Rajeshi, please.
The last and the Mishti is.
Rajeshi.
Oh, Rajeshi.
I'll keep it really short. It was really very, Rammohun Roy is somebody I've never read systematically, but it was really stimulating attending these sessions. And my take-home lesson is that Rammohun Roy himself was engaging with very deep archives, be it the history of classical Vedanta, or the history of Islamic thought, or discourses of rights. He was himself engaging with very deep archives, and those archives are still there. They shape how we think. They shape our imaginaries. Like what I was really persuaded because by was Rahul's paper, because Rahul was kind of trying to systematize Rammohun as a thinker with a particular theory of knowledge. What struck me was that, to put it in a nutshell, if Rammohun Roy was drawing on Islamic discourses which circulated in late 18th century India, he would have 2 options, the Ishna Ashari Shiite thought or the Asharite Sunni thought. Rammohun clearly seems to have drawn on Sunni sources, but what the dominant Sunni discourse still is that, the envelope of revelation is enough to cover reason. So reason is valid because it fits into the project of revelation. And Rammohun is doing just the opposite. So here, his template is reason, and wherein revelation has to fit in. So these are debates that are still around us, and Rammohun is which is why Rammohun is a moment which is very interesting to revisit. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajeshi. Is there anybody else who would like to? Parthoda, yes, please. I didn't want to force your hand, but I'm glad you've raised it.
No, I'm simply because Rajeshi just made this point. I thought, I was over these last 2 days, I've been trying to decide what we have learned in the last 50 years, as it were, since the 70s, when we first were introduced to this reevaluation. And one of the things that strikes me, I wasn't expecting it, and this was only confirmed, that in the last 50 years, nothing seriously new has been discovered in terms of archival sources that are directly attributable to Rammohun, right? Almost nothing. Just, there's that one Jawabi, whatever it is. I don't think anything else has been found. And I doubt very much that anything will be found. So the question is then, how far can we reinterpret what we already have of Rammohun's texts? And here, even though Rahul clearly made this very valiant attempt to try and, provide a kind of systematic gloss, my real concern there is that Rammohun's texts that we have are actually located in so many different discursive locations. Their protocols are not the same, right? And so, so when he's talking, as I said, this whole, the tract, the Tufat, for instance, is one kind of, his interlocutors are very different from the ones with the Pandits, for instance. Then, of course, there are all his writings in English, which is addressed to a very different audience. The discursive protocols are not the same. So it always seems to me, the question I was putting to Rahul, is that you first have to decide what are the specific strategic moves that Rammohun is making in this particular text. And is there some core Rammohun idea or thought that we can get to? And I'm not sure, we must always keep trying, but I am not sure that we will get very far there. I think what the 1970s evaluation did was actually to confront the biographical sources with these other sources from the economy, the colonial economy, what was going on. Those two things were brought together. And that produced a different set of questions to which there were separate kinds of answers. What, for instance, I got in this conference were the ways in which, for instance, Thomas's thing, look at Rammohun's interlocutors, his opponents. For instance, those texts, they were around. I don't think, Thomas has begun something very interesting, which is actually to look at who reads Prabodh Chandra Rai, right?
Exactly
Nobody reads these texts anymore. Because, they are not terribly important figures. Mrityunjay or Madan Mohan are not terribly important figures. But, this is the way in which if you read those texts and see what they make of Rammohun, you get a different way of engagement. Similarly, I suppose we can look at his Islamic interlocutors. I refuse to believe that there are no more sources, right? Not written necessarily by Rammohun, but others. There may well be things there. And of course, there are these enormous archive of English language sources, right? Both company sources, private trader sources, the private companies, many of which actually have records in England. I was thinking precisely of the kind of thing Blair Kling could do on Darukarat. So those kinds of things are still possible. And my sense is that is probably where we should probably go, which would be profitable in terms of finding new angles on Rammohun's sort of historical location. Yeah.
That, just to add that, Partho, and PJ Marshall, that point that actually it's in Rammohun's 1820s and 1810s, 20s when Calcutta is really growing very fast with all the agency houses coming in. But the other thing I was going to say is that this point about locating Rammohun in different kind of contexts and understanding his thoughts in different kind of contexts. It reminds me of that essay that Raman wrote, "Is there an Indian way of thinking?" Remember, where he kind of very sort of said, in a what in Gayatri might call strategic essentialism, that we think contextually. But another way of saying that is really to say that it's entirely possible that Rammohun belonged to a time where there didn't have to be a core Rammohun Roy. In other words, you could very well move from one context to another context and argue according to that context. I mean, it's really later on that when people like Rabindranath and other people do Charitra Puja, that they ascribe. I mean, every time Rabindranath writes about Debendranath, every time Rabindranath writes about Shivnath Shastri, he tries to find an essential aspect of that character that is consistent throughout their life. But that may have been a later requirement of imagining a person.
I have a feeling that if we allow Parthoda and Dipeshta to argue, then we will be sitting here for quite some time. So Dipeshta, I will sort of use my authority as chair over here for this last session. But I think we should continue to argue. Otherwise, I mean, what are we here for? But I would really like to actually wrap this up now because time is up. I will make all the announcements. I know everything that needs to be done. So I know that there are another set of things that need doing. I wanted to just, Prachi will give the formal vote of thanks. I wanted to thank Dipeshta for staying up. Well, I'm sure you normally do stay up as well till this time, but staying up in front of a screen is something else entirely and very tiring. So thank you for doing that. I myself have enjoyed the last 2 days very much because I very rarely get a chance to actually sort of 19th century Bengal, it has always been assumed since the day I joined the center, has been done, been there, done that. What are you doing? Sort of, researching 19th century Bengal. So it's good to see that there are other isolated, like-minded souls out there who are equally passionate about the period and the discourse. For me, I think I was just to end with a line or not even a line or two, just a thought, is to say that it seemed to me at least that Rammohun is suddenly more important now because of the political situation we are in now. I don't know why it has been coming up in my mind again and again. Because really, when I was growing up in the 70s, 80s, whatever, he was dead. I mean, he was just this iconic figure in the background, this portrait. His values were still alive. There was no need to reference him in that way. In a sense, what he was fighting against, and some of Tunikadi's arguments this morning also brought that alive. A lot of other sort of presentations brought that alive, brought that sort of to my mind as well, is that somehow we seem to need to fight those fights again, which is, not a nice situation to be in, but it is something that somehow suddenly makes thinking about Rammohun slightly more urgent than it was certainly in the 80s or 90s or even 2000. I joined the center in 2002. I wasn't particularly interested in Rammohun apart from, sort of archivally in a certain sort of, historic way. But suddenly now it becomes more relevant what he fought for and the alarming fact that maybe what he fought for needs to be fought for.
Rammohun speaks at all to the kinds of challenges we are living in now. But
I'm sure maybe he doesn't, but it's the only reason why. I mean, he's certainly not somebody who's been done and dusted in the way that he was even in the last decade. I mean, even in the 2000s. For me. So different. The people will approach it differently. I will ask Prachi to come and give a formal vote of thanks. Before that, I will make a very important announcement on behalf of Amit Das and the Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. Vishwajit Babu achen? Achen. So অনেকগুলো বই ছিল, আপনি একটু যদি বইগুলো. So these books are all available. So this is the Tufat, which has been discussed endlessly. Vidisha, can you see it? Anyway. So these books are.
Will you bring a copy for me now, please?
The Brahmo Samaj wants me to announce that these books are for sale outside. If anybody wants to buy them, please go ahead and do so. That is one announcement. Amit Das had another announcement about the
product of the society.
Yeah.
So we had worked on this. Rudran Sudha has a forward for that. And this has been done in collaboration with the Rammohun Museum and Shalom.
And it's very cheap. I mean, it won't cost you very much in the sense that, you know, you will be able to just.
On the web as well as physically.
And you wanted to tell everybody to come to your musical program, but after that, Prachi, come on.
Yeah, so you must have seen a big poster out there. So that's the program that we are having on Monday, the 30th of May at 6:30 p.m. So this will be on the songs of Rammohun, but not actually the songs of Rammohun, but the songs that Rammohun used to hear. So the songs which were prevalent at that time in Calcutta, in Bengal, so the 15th century, 16th century songs of Tansen and others, which grew and nurtured his musical sentiments. And we juxtapose those songs and the message it carried and how it has reflected in Rammohun songs. And we also show the legacy that he's left behind, so how the Tagores even follow those sentiments and put those in their songs as well. Tagore, Dijendra Lal Rai. So it'll be a program that starts at 6:30. So passes are there. Anyone can drop in. These passes are just there for you. But please do feel free to share the word and land up on Science City Mini Auditorium, 6:30.
I think I'll just stand here like this. I think I'll just. So this job always falls to me as the person in everyday charge of JBMRC, but it's a job I'm very happy to do. I complain about a lot of the other work, but after 2 days of a very invigorating workshop and conference, I am delighted and honored actually to thank our co-sponsors, collaborators. I'd like to thank the University of Chicago Center in Delhi, Professor Chakraborty, for securing for us a very generous grant to host the conference here at Jadunath Bhavan, which allowed us to upgrade our audiovisual facilities. In the process, I learned far more than I care about pan, tilt, and zoom cameras and microphones and wires and so on. But at the end of it all, thanks to a lot of help from our IT team, Debojyoti Das, Abhijit Ghosh, Dilip, and our registrar, Deboshi Sen, we were able to actually kind of put this in place in time so that Dipesh could actually join the conference. And I hope he had a relatively smooth kind of hybrid experience. And I hope we will have many more like these now at the Jagannath Bhavan in the future as well. I'd also like to thank Mr. Amit Das and his indefatigable energy over the last month, just spurring us on to do so much more. And Suman Singh and Lenny Chaudhary of the University of Chicago Center in Delhi. All three of them kept me on my toes, and our team over here kind of making sure that we were following up with all the logistical things. So I'm very grateful. Mr. Das, I think our style was too minimalist for him, but really it was wonderful working with you. So thank you. I'd also like to thank Rosinka and the JDMRC sort of family, Topatidi, Parthoda, and everybody, all our staff, Ranjana Dasgupta, Komalika Mukherjee, Mrinal, Shoshti, Vivekananda, everybody who keeps this place going and make sure that we get all our meals and things, everything on time. So thank you, everybody. Have I missed it? I don't think. And all the participants, thank you. No, it's, you know, I've said this a few times now, but we had this place as a mausoleum almost for 2 years when I and the security staff were the only people coming. And so it's really wonderful to now have the auditorium back in action, and especially for such an important event as this two-day conference. So please come back, everybody, for many more such events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dipesh sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছি তাহলে?
হ্যাঁ, দেখা
কি আমাদের দেখতে পাচ্ছেন কি আমরা